Good afternoon and welcome to a final day from here in Jeju. Sadly, Ali Najad and Kevin Rabichow drawing the curtain on this first festival of the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series for the 2025 calendar. Of course, we're going to be coming back here later this year, so if you like you some Jeju action, we've got more of it in store. Not just today, of course, where two champs are going to get crowned, because we do have the 50K particulars to get to, and then we've got our final event of the series, which is going to come to a close as well. But we did crown a champ yesterday, the first of our short deck champions. I was out there doing an interview with him. He looked very much on form. But before we kind of get to all of that, Kevin, talk me through just how this Jeju has been for you from the perspective of a fan, from the perspective of a commentator, you know, first time here at the booth.
Yeah, it's been cool. I mean, very different. As you said, I played in this series last year, and I'm used to having more chances to interact with the players. I'm used to those, postmortems during dinner breaks or after the end of the day, talking a lot of hands. In the last few days, I've gotten more chances to do that, and it's pretty cool to have, the ability to watch all of the play start to finish. I would never do this much research, let's say, as a player, because it's so exhausting to be in the tournaments, but being able to call the action and also getting to watch the particulars of all the spots that these players are going through, it's a whole new perspective, honestly, on what the players are experiencing, getting to watch from here.
You know, Rast, when he's with us in the booth, just talks about how being in here is actually like getting paid to go to class, to be in the lab, to study a little bit. And for what it's worth, in the conversations that I have had with some of the players who are familiar with you from having not just been around poker, but obviously you being out here in the field last year, many of them have had very good things to say about you here at the booth, as well as everybody in the YouTube chat. So tip of the hat to you. Now, let's put you to work, Kevin, as we're going to flip back and take a look at how things shook out in our first short deck event, the 30K yesterday, and then we'll come back and unpack. So Danny Tang would be on the outside of this final table, as Daniel DeVore is very much on the inside. With two queens, would take the classic spin up against Paul Pua. The boss with ace-king ran into two pair, and I'm talking about the two pair that leaves you drawn dead. Quad queens for DeVoris, and no sweat whatsoever. $82,000 would go to boss for the 7th place finish. Then the mighty Stephen Chidwick with ace-queen ran into the even mightier Mike Watson. Ace-king suited, 360 the open, a third scoop from Watson, and then Chidwick said, let's run them. King in the window was never helpful. The queen left him tugging at just 2 outs in a 2.4 million chip pot. The turn didn't change anything despite improvement for both parties. And instead of Lady Luck, it would be the fat lady on the end. Who was singing? Chidwick out of there in 6th, $104,000 going his way. 5 would remain, and the 10-time Triton title winner was hunting number 11, Jason Kuhn. Did well to cobble his way this deep and was doing well pre-flop against DeVoris with ace-10 versus queen-10. Here he is, top pair, better kicker. All of the chips summoned, and Jason was delighted, given that DeVoris put them all in, to look up and realize that he was in a terrific way. 9 on the turn. And then a queen on the end, however, as you saw Jason vanquished in 5th, disappointingly. $134,000 going his way, but a difficult Jeju so far, with just 1 day of action remaining. Then it was Lun Lun who would get in action with Jack-10 versus King-Queen, an open-ender against top pair. Kobolinsky, the Ukrainian, with the best of it. 16% edge with 2 to come. The board would pair on the turn. The advantage would grow greater, 3-1 in a 4.5 million chip pot. That ultimately would not go Lun Lun's way. Double gutter failing to come in, so Lun would collect $173,000 and leave behind the podium, but the running order was to be determined. DeVoris, ace-10 suited, dominated by Artem, who had ace-jack and said, stick it in, sir. DeVoris happy to comply. 3.25 million. Found himself the gut shot. Could have been worse. 4 outs to Broadway as Artem never would look at the board. This was a theme of his. Perhaps a touch of superstition. And an effective one. as in the end, Dvoris could not find the queen. GGs were issued, 229,000 as well. Heads up, Sir Watts. One of two players with the Triton Trident, Jason Kuhn being the other. A victory in all three disciplines, looking to add to his trophy case, but struggling with ace-8, despite the fact that he did have a double gut shot here on the flop after being dominated pre by the ace-king. Kobylinski could taste it. 10.9 in the middle. Some outs removed on the turn. And the running queens would make it official. Watson would shake hands and take home $353,000. And, well, he would leave Artem Kobylinski to do what very few have done here at Triton. Nick Schulman comes to mind, and I believe, I haven't fact-checked this, Fedor Holtz as well. But win a Triton title at your very first festival, in your very first event, such an improbable feat, but it was quite clear from very early on, Kevin, that Artem was a short deck operator.
Yeah, he caught our attention with some of the plays that he was making. He navigated some spots with clear experience in the format and looked like he was in a different category. Now, of course, there's some very talented short deck players in this field, but Artem did say that he learned short deck playing online, had, I think he said, 5 years of cash game experience, and that goes a long way.
Yeah.
I mean, this is someone who was getting stared down by Jason Kuhn hand after hand. We noticed this from the booth because when you're playing in your first ever event, but the players who have been here a bunch are thinking, okay, you're new, but something's happening here. I need to gain some advantage back because it feels like you came in with one yourself.
Yeah, yeah. And of course, we've talked about the performances turned in with most of Jeju in our rear view by first-timers, those competitive advantages being realized yet again. 492,000 going his way. Let's not sleep on Watson, but just not able to get over that hump and join the group that has 5 titles so close in second. You know, Danny Tang is out there with 5. Phil Ivey is out there with 5 as well. Mikita Badziakowski there with 5. So, you know, it's a little elusive. You know, there's some benchmarks it feels like that are tough. But obviously, Watson has been very steady and his time will come.
He played so excellent throughout that final table, too. I mean, it felt for a while inevitable that he was going to get his 5th title. And he's already won a title in all formats, PLO, short deck, and no limit. So this is an all-around player. And to be as skilled in short deck as Watson showed to be up against a specialist in that heads-up match, but to be winning at every game and to be showing up with titles in every game, I mean, that's, you know, you can't say enough good things about his overall performance.
Good things obviously should be said about Dan Dvoris as well. He's made a dent in the series with this score. Not the best stop for him, but, you know, he's going to be likely to get this Trident eventually. Not in short deck. He's already got one there. He's already got one in PLO. Long deck is where he's going to need to turn his attention. As we turn our attention to what's on tap here today, day 2 of the 50K, where a champion will be crowned. Let's unpack the numbers, Kev.
Yeah, we got 45 total entries in the 50K short deck, 25 of those unique. We're down to 13 players right now, and 7 of them will be in the money. Min cash, 118K, 708,000 up top.
Now, I call it the 50K. Another way that one could describe this event is you just caught your first glimpse at that leaderboard, the Tan Xuan show. Especially if you were watching yesterday, just look at that, 3.3 million in front of him, and he could have had a whole lot more.
Yeah, I mean, Tan ended up in a massive confrontation with Phil Ivey near the end of the day. Huge pot went Ivey's way with a lucky one. King 10 of diamonds against Jack 9 of diamonds, all in on ace Jack 9, I believe, or ace Queen 9, excuse me.
Yeah, versus King 10.
Pair and a flush draw, just naked flush draw and a gut shot for Ivey. He counterfeits Tan Xuan for a massive pot. He could have been sitting on 5 million chips right now, with Dvoris next closest with 2 million.
Now, as a result, of course, Ivey in second. And let's consider for a moment, if you will, that Tan won this 50K short deck main here last year, and he got second in the 20K. He has 7 other short deck final tables, looking to notch another one here today. I mean, the man is obviously cut from the DNA that short deck requires, and Ivey no slouch in that respect as well. 4 of his 5 Triton titles have come in short deck. He was out there in Macau earning some experience and paying his dues out there. Now, Dvoris, fresh off of a 3rd place finish, 3rd in chips at present. As you look at him, 2.2 million in chips in front of Dan. This is thanks to a double through Tan. Sorry, this is not thanks to a double through Tan. Obviously, that was Ivey. Stevie Chidwick, he's in the mix as well. Yesterday's final is his sixth place finish, 2 in a row that he had. So somebody to be looked at out there in the field lurking as well.
Yeah, Stevie picked that up in the PLO and the short deck back-to-back events. And Divorce, by the way, you mentioned, also was on a fortunate run. It wasn't against Tan Schwinn, but I remember the rapid demise of Ding Biao late in day 1 of the 50K short deck. He was on the wrong side of a couple of unlucky ones, and Divorce just decimated his stack, calling off a huge all-in with a naked open-ender. I mean, this game can really be disgusting.
Yeah, you know, we're here where there's a theme park not far from the casino, but the roller coasters have been happening within these 4 walls as we send it back down to the Landing Casino, Jeju Shinhwa World, our hosts here for one final day of Triton Poker Super High Roller Series action, which we certainly hope you've enjoyed across over 2 weeks. WPT Global bringing us this first look at the state of affairs. Wai Liang Chan presiding over the red table. One of 2 features. Tan Schwinn, of course, aforementioned chip leader overall, presiding over the blue table. And, of course, Ivy right there with him, along with Divorce. So top 3 stacks all being parked at the same table is a bit inconvenient for those running in 2 and 3. Snipers in the field at present include RVK and Mr. Zhang Michael, who came down for just the short deck portion of the program. He's running in 4th over at the blue table. Now, Artur Martirosyan, he's chasing Player of the Year points because he normally doesn't play short deck. He is 12th of our final 13 runners right now, hoping to work his way into the coveted points that will come once we break the money bubble. 7th place worth 118,000, as you mentioned, Kev. 708,000 will ultimately go to the winner. Still a good bit of runway between now and the money, however, with just over 50% of the remaining field that will enjoy that. Chidwick looking to enjoy A7 suited, though my guess is he's not going to be enjoying being direct right of Tan Schwinn, especially shortest stack.
Yeah, you were talking, Ali, about the inconvenient layout for number 2 and number 3, but I feel like Chidwick may have gotten the worst of this draw.
Yeah, I agree. These chips are restless in front of Tan Schwinn. And Exhibit A, King 6 offsuit, he's utilizing.
Yeah, showing up with a plan, it seems. I mean, you go to sleep, if you've gone to sleep last night, thinking, I'm the chip lead, and nobody can do anything for the next, I don't know, couple of hours until we get down to 7 players, so.
Immediate data point on display there about how difficult things are going to be for Stevie as he's forced to lay down. There is Michael Zhang, looking at his Triton resume, 2.7 million hauled in after first joining us in London in 2019, where he actually took home 6th in a long deck main, but all of his other scores have come absent deuces through 5s. Now, just a little reminder for those that are perhaps joining us for the first time for short deck coverage. The deuces through the 5s are stripped out of the deck. Everyone antes. The button is a double ante, effectively like a big blind. Action starts under the gun. Flushes do beat full houses, just given how much more difficult they are to produce. Though you wouldn't know that if you've been watching our last day of coverage.
It seems strangely easy to get 4 or 5 of a suit on board.
Yeah, very uncharacteristically simple. 8s and King 8 joining Zhang, and bottom set as the Case 8 finds the board. Kings up for Divorce could be trouble. Note that Zhang has a gutter.
Yeah, very deep stacked here, all 3 players. And in the context of the tournament spot, nobody really wanting to go broke light. This is a limped pot, so maybe the threat of 2 kings a little bit smaller, but of course we know that upfront limp from Michael Zhang could absolutely have been a trap. He's going to start by stabbing at this one.
80,000 politely put forth. Ivy gonna flat. The vulnerability of sets in short deck cannot be overstated, in particular on sopping wet boards such as this. So many straight draw combinations. The club's supposed to be tough. Now Devoris must try to sort through what it is that Zhang would be leading with and Ivy would be flatting with, and how well kings and eights are performing.
Earlier yesterday, we saw some hands like Ivy's or even Devoris's just jamming flops for huge amounts to try and clear out all that potential equity. It is unappealing to give good prices in this game, but as we get to these later stages, I am expecting the all-in button to be a little less frequent of a selection.
Well, in position, Devoris wants to sift through the rubble here, which is precisely how Queen 10 is feeling in the face of this 260. Into the bin it goes. Now for Ivy, we don't expect a whole lot of king-king. Yeah. Maybe there's some 9-9 lurking, but perhaps we take our chances. Unclear. They play 1.8 effective behind Devoris's 260.
If Ivy thinks Devoris has every king-9 offsuit, this does just feel like a good spot to back raise. We can represent some draws. And yeah, if we run into 9-9, so be it. There's a lot more king-9s than there are 9-9.
Boy, that image there of Ivy's eyes darting around, soaking up everything that's going on, one that's so familiar throughout 2 decades of watching him on various broadcasts grow as a player.
Just gonna flat. See what develops.
You surprised by the choice?
Well, it's not clear to me, and Ivy would know better, if a hand like king-9 is even guaranteed to put all the money in here. Maybe it just flats in position, worried about the threats of both players having something stronger. Now, of course, we can see here king-8 did choose to raise the flop, but especially on a turn like this, now I would think Devoris much less excited to put a lot of money into this pot.
Yeah, more of the 10-jack, I think, belongs to Phil than to Daniel as played.
I have been talking about the tournament dynamic, but 13 left, 7 paid, not exactly a massive risk premium situation, especially with how deep these two are. If you play a huge pot with a lot of equity and happen to go out, it's worth the risk for a chip lead pot.
So a check back from Devoris. Now the board deteriorates a little more with the arrival of the club. Again, the flushes don't alarm us in the same way here in short deck, but they do in long deck, and Ivy has now shut it down.
Yeah, some caution displayed by both, and Ivy may be going to feel like he missed a little value, although he's not going to see the cards here, so.
Yeah, he might be wondering.
May just think that it was a queen-jack bluff or something to that extent, and oh well. Wouldn't have gotten more against that hand anyways.
Look at Tan Xuan's face. He's like, what, do you hate money? I love it. That man just percolates with mischief, doesn't he?
You think he ever flats with the 2-8s on the flop?
I don't. I genuinely don't. Well, it looks like Rene von Krevelin, who came out here just for the short deck portion of the program of Holland, has been eliminated in 13th elsewhere in the room, which means we're down to 12, and we are distributing racks and redistributing the field across 2 tables. Going to step aside for about 3 minutes and return with more coverage. 2 tables remaining here in the 50K.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker and daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the 50K Short Deck from here in Jeju. Ali and Kevin back with you after a brief pause to get the administrative duties of a 12-player field sorted through. Now, the sorting is happening in real time in the Triton Poker Plus app right now as we are watching faces populate across the 2 remaining tables, and we're doing so with high drama because nobody wants to be to the right of one of those big stacks right now. And as you see those faces filling in, it is done. What jumps off the page?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the top of the chip counts right now, Tan Xuan and SD Wang, 1 and 2, and they're seated right next to each other on the blue table here. Not only inconvenient for the 2 of them to be locked up, but kind of rough for the likes of Kiat Lee and Artur Martirosyan, who have to peer to their left and see that every pot they enter is potentially going to be followed by one of the 2 chip leaders.
And Dvorak did not fare as well as Phil Ivey. As you look at the red table, he has managed to break away from that top 2 stack situation and sit all alone at 143 antes up top. Boss of the red table, of course, Wai Leung Chan with 2.1 million in front of him, will be heard from time to time. But a really nice draw for Ivey, I think, is really the story with 12 remaining.
Yeah, I would say so. And, you know, the player on the wrong side of that draw would be Michael Zhang. You are trying to make your way deep into the field, and every pot that you play is very likely already entered by Ivey ahead of you. So, I mean, this is going to be a battle of who gets dealt the best hand early on. There's not really a way to get from 12 to 7 without getting involved.
Yeah, there's going to be blood, there's going to be violence, and there's going to eventually be a champion who will be awarded over $700,000 as we're just about set to get it back down there. Shortest stack, by the way, right now, Ike Haxton, 4 antes, 80K, and plenty of work to do.
Yeah, how is Ike still in this tournament? He thought he was out 3 hands before the end of the day last night. Ended up having, I think, 2 antes back, chopped and all in to end up with 3 antes.
Pretty remarkable. But obviously, it's not as though he's worked his way into the money, and the bell does toll. Perhaps he's sitting in heaven's waiting room right about now. Although I don't know if busting out, one would regard the subsequent destination as heaven. Something a little hellacious about playing a day and change of really rough poker and then just saying goodbye with nothing to show for it. But that is the nature of the beast, something Haxton is all too familiar with as a longtime veteran and very successful player. Here's Martirosyan, successful player unto his own right, but one who doesn't dabble in these streets generally.
160 plus 150.
Sorry, you're right. Yeah. 180.
Okay.
What they meant is no, you're right.
Pots it.
I thought it was 30 anti for some reason.
215.
Yeah, Artur, no options off this short stack. This is into those 2 chip leaders.
Tan's insulted, by the way, by this behavior.
Gets it through. Good pickup.
Late, pardon me, last night, I confess it's been a long festival, and some lesser-known folks have come to our attention, and I conflated Wang Ye with Wenji Huang in suggesting that Wang had been the man who had won the long deck main and had a deep run in the PLO. So apologies for the mix-up there. Although, for being honest, on the continuum of things that truly I should be apologizing for, that's probably not too high on the list. It's really each festival is just the exercise of creating a laundry list of things that I should atone for having done and said throughout the course of our broadcasts. That's how I gamify it up here.
I'm expecting at some point, like, year-end wrap-up videos, just a 10-minute montage of Ali with his foot in his mouth.
I thought you were going to say I'm expecting at some point you to be canceled. And if you had said that, I would have agreed with you.
Maybe they go hand in hand.
King Jack of clubs here. Kiat Lee can exhale a touch, given that Tan Xuan is not raising him.
Well, I may have spoken too soon about Mr. Haxton. Or have I? Oh, he made a flush. I'm railing the other table in the Triton Poker Plus app.
Is he hanging in?
And Ike just tripled up in a 3-way all-in with ace-9 of hearts. I didn't notice he made a flush against the 2 9s of Chan and King Jack suited of Ivy. He's up to 16 antes.
Great first steps for him as our first steps here in this pot, where Wang Yi checked back from the button, involved top 2 for Tan Xuan, who tried to get Ye to bet at this. Note that the ace serves as a 5, so there is a straight draw available to Wang Yi. For Kiat, he now has one as well, courtesy of this queen. You try betting into that, man. As he checks.
Yeah, it does look like one of those boards that the button might try to represent, but when you're in this tournament spot and Tan Xuan's the chip leader, understandably, Wang Yi is going to exercise some caution.
And for that matter, Xuan understandably sensing that aces and 8s are going to be good. 6-9 he expects would have maybe spoken up, just because it doesn't look nutted. On account of the fact that they're betting, it looks situational as much as anything else. So no need to try to slow play if that's where you're at. Wang, by the way, wants to see this river with just the 8 and that straight draw.
Yeah, understandable peel, I think. We've got good chance of having a live draw. Getting about 3 to 1. Kiat's got a few nut outs as well. He's going to stick around with the King Jack.
Oh, the 8 on the river is horrendous for Wang Yi as it fills up Tan Xuan. And his barrel isn't really supposed to include an 8 in it.
Yeah, this is a spot where combine the image with the exact situation. If Tan was to put in a large bet here, I don't see how Wang Yi can get away from 3 of a kind. But, you know, we're seeing the cards. It's not clear cut, I think, for Tan Xuan to just blast. That looks pretty chunky. 2/3.
And how awkward is this going to get here? I don't think Wang Yi called that turn with the intention of finding an 8 and then binning it.
Yeah, hard to imagine. I mean, we're kind of hoping that we get shown a bluff, but maybe even ace-queen is going for value in this way. Yeah.
Very fortunate run out there as you saw Wang flash the 8.
我操！
Don
啊，
never one to hold back his emotions.
把人别的东西输不到钱，哪个这个团？
You know, as I watch him haul in this pot, I'm getting flashbacks now of that run that he had last year en route to victory, and that just boundless mischief that enshrouds him. In particular in short deck, where you can get away with this. He'll still have it in long deck, but this is just the game that suits him and his style. Very aggressive. And always under suspicion. When you're sitting across from this guy, you're like, well, he could just have 10 high.
Yep.
Or he could have all of it.
Yeah. That's how you go on runs like this when you start getting good cards.
Now, Martirosian has very much been soaking up everything going on around him, in particular the choices being made by top-tier short deck opposition to try to work his way through exactly what's going on. He determines ace-9 offsuit up front off of this lean stack is worthy, and Wang Ye looking around. I think he may have a response.
重要吗？
Yeah, when we're not particularly deep ourselves and have the ace-queen suited against this wide of a range. Mandatory pot. But Archer's getting away from that one.
Ace-queen suited. 3 betting and taking.
That's
원치도
not
원치도
non
Did
deck.
Wang Yi not know that Archer had
Still
folded? He looked maybe surprised to be getting pushed the pot without a board being dealt.
You heard Don trying to guide Artur into the idea that this is short deck, buddy. You can't do a lot of raise folding out here.
Yeah. Maybe a little dicey. Committing the 180 and then folding, but
What do you think?
Tournament dynamic to think about too.
You know, we're out here on an island. What do you think the odds are that Michael Zhang rode his way to Jeju? Just based on headwear.
Road?
Yeah, like in a rowboat.
Ah, that kind of rowing.
Yeah, with a W.
Yeah, I imagine you were saying road, like, I was thinking like on a horse.
Right, that also...
Because that would be challenging.
Possible non-zero on the horse. It would be, unless he was doing it from the airport to here, but... I don't know any horses that can swim from the mainland.
The bucket hat, very popular out here, I'm noticing.
Yeah, for sure.
Every store in the shops downstairs, like 8 different bucket hats on the shelves.
No, I think everywhere, if you want it.
Ace, queen. Getting the business from Chidwick. Ace-6 ain't the one. Then Ivy concedes. Contemptuous pucker. No one likes to get their button attacked, but was what it was, and legitimate kit there for Chidwick. Worth taking a look at this point in the festival as we have these final 12 on our hands to see how the festivals have been going for all parties, maybe helping to inform us with respect to how much urgency someone might have to spin hard. 7 cashes already under Chidwick's belt, but despite the 2 6th-place finishes back-to-back, it does feel as though this isn't going to have been his most profitable, if profitable at all. Failing to cash in the 150K and the 125 is always harmful.
Yeah, when you're playing all the biggest buy-ins, it's quite difficult to have a winning series unless you've won something or you've got a healthy score in those 6-figure tournaments.
Wei Liang Chan with a healthy couple of kings. Repots the Haxton, Jack 10 suited open. Of course, this 180 was never put forth with the intention of saying goodbye if somebody asked for the remaining 100. So we're off to the races, and look at Jack 10 suited and ask yourself if you would ever imagine that it has the amount of equity that it does going to this flop. This is far closer than you would expect. In fact, against an overpair like kings or aces, it's the one we want in our hands. Top set versus a double gutter. 34% with 2 to come is Haxton. That ain't the one. And nervy moments for Ike. He just enjoyed the triple. Can he find a follow-up double? It's going to take an 8 or a queen. And instead, he ends up with a jack. So GG's to Ike. Looking at how this festival went down for him. Best finish that he could muster was 15th. He notched it on 2 occasions. Once in the 150K. Long deck for 307. Once in the 50K PLO for 90. But $0 here in the 50K short deck after breaking out the 30K as well. Flipping back over to the other feature with 11 remaining now, 4 away from the money. Ace queen for Devoris with a Jack 10 suited under the gun limp from ST, which has optionality in terms of how it chooses to react to something.
Yeah, I like this limp. Not only can ST have limped up front with something stronger, planning to limp raise, but we've also got first here the short stack of Martirosian, often going to go in the middle, and the button of our chip leader.
Are you surprised that with limp and call in front of it, this ace-8 offsuit has chosen to be the one for Artur?
Not so surprised given the way we've seen Artur playing this short stack, and also maybe just a good kind of option once enough dead money's in here. I mean, he's basically getting 2 to 1 already on this jam without anyone having called yet. If ST were to squeeze and Devoris gets out of the way, we're now essentially heads up with a chance to triple. But this is worse for Artur now, with ST just calling, unless Devoris were to back raise, which he might. We go 3 ways to the flop, and that's going to make it a lot harder for ace-8 to win this one. Do we think ST ever traps at this point?
Apparently not.
No.
You know, it was the calculus for Devoris as he does pot it.
Yeah, this is the danger of just calling once we've started with a limp under the gun. We kind of reveal to our opponent, yeah, I didn't have the top of my range. Go ahead and try and steal it.
Yeah, you would expect that ST would just look for privacy and to kick Devoris out so he could play heads up against one hand.
Not that ST couldn't, sorry to interrupt, but not that ST couldn't have done this with 2 kings, but it's an uncomfortable thing to do. I think he's peeling this. He has Jack 10 suited. You can see how much equity this has in the 3-way confrontation. Huge flop incoming for both players. Not to discount how important this is for Artur, but Devoris the one at risk in a 1.6 million side pot with only 800 behind.
King, queen, 7, an open ender for ST with 1.5 million on the side. Devoris with queens. Artur with a very desperate ace of diamonds. And look at ST just ripping right into Devoris.
Yeah, I mean, this just has to go in now, right? We're getting 4 to 1 plus the main pot. We've hit something. yeah, we could be beat. But there's just way too much out there. This is a chip lead pot if Divorce wins it.
So Daniel begrudgingly does put his 885 out there. Everybody on their backs. Bulk of the biscuits on the outside. 3.3 million plus. That's what Wong and Divorce are playing for. Daniel's ace interfering with pathways to the straight for ST. He does have backdoor spades, but 2 are occupied elsewhere. Kiatley pointing out that running 8s could be a thing for Martirosian here. Running 6-9. Also a way to do it. Instead, the jack rolls off. Martirosian now wants to see one of the 10s busy in ST's hand so that he can chop with Broadway alongside Divorce. ST in turn is looking for an ace, jack, or 9. And there is the 10. Keep your seat, Artur, as ST ends up with 2 pair. But Divorce will scoop the outside, and that is somewhat catastrophic for ST's stack.
Yeah, found himself in a really ugly spot there. Don't know if there's even really a way that he can avoid putting a lot in once Artur jams. I was thinking if he pots, does Divorce even get away from the ace-queen? It's unclear.
I mean,
that's maybe the only path out.
He would have only had 40K invested at that point.
Divorce, you mean?
Because, yeah, it went limp, Artur
So this is the
getting it in,
pot, right?
and then ST, if he
this would
pots,
be,
allows Divorce an exit with ace-queen pretty cheap.
1570, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know that ace-queen off is the one that Divorce has in mind, especially given that at that point it does look very much like ST was trapping. Meanwhile, the trapper here is Chidwick. His ace is limped and got Wai Liang Chan's cut off with 10-9 suited to try to squeeze. Timing is poor as Chidwick 680 gets in there. Chan
Classic race.
forced to call, yeah, but in short deck, that 9-10 suited performs well against something like aces. In particular, given that the aces do not interfere with paths to straights, unlike kings. Six, seven, 8. The joint for Chan. What a disaster here for Chidwick. He could very easily be drawing dead on this turn. And instead, 9 of spades do provide outs to the flush as well as a chop. If the 10 were to roll off, 1.5 million in the middle. Things getting a little spicy in this dish, but it all gets bland on the end. As a board pairing 8 leaves Chidwick on the outside. Aces falling to the 10-9 suited and illustrating those short deck phenomenon. GG, Stevie. You know, every time we have this shot of him walking out the door, everybody else who's looking at that as well is elated. Not simply because we're a peg closer to the money, but also just we've cleared a major obstacle between us and victory.
I think Stevie's just always getting anti-sweated by the field.
Yeah, and
Like, no, go back to the cash desk.
Against your hand, check 10 favor.
right, because even if I'm like trapping aces, he kind of gets it in fine.
Perfect to have check 10. You better have check 10 then.
I believe Divorce, Kiatley, and Artur engaged in a post-mortem regarding that ST pot, where Artur chopped it up ultimately.
Yeah.
Seems like they are implying that SD can just pot and stack it off. If Divorce has a better hand, so be it.
Yeah, but it's not that bad. I mean, it's not great, but
That's the good thing.
Martirosian, pardon me. A7 suited.
Don't think he'll be raise folding the suited ace
How much? 160. 160.
unless
160.
two players get heavily invested in this one.
Okay. Pot.
Yeah, I don't think the Ton asks for counts all that often without
1-4.
doing exactly this.
No fault.
gamble too much.
Schwen
Was he
impishly
needling him?
asking, of course, whether or not Arthur's going to fold based on that previous open and then muck.
But 1-7 can be not enough.
Hello? Do you know the name? 7-Eleven.
7-Eleven.
You want diamond. You don't want 7.
那个电子英文怎么说啊？
7-Eleven 啊。
那个超市。
860 in the middle here. Martirosian's final 390
11-7吧。
in precarious territory. And the territory has gotten worse here. Kiatli saying GG. 7. The current path.
Maybe chop.
9.
Remember that the ace can be a 5 in a running 6-8 situation.
Yeah.
How about in the money? A baby chop.
Now, the ace on the turn is actually good news for Artur. The 7 remains clean.
Upside down 6.
Board pairing
6
9, queen, king,
6 8 10是吧？
or an ace for that matter, would lead to a chop. What's it going to be? The queen. So aces and queens with a king kicker. And again, Artur soldiers return to the battlefield, not with any prisoners of war, but no casualties either.
Die. Let's see that.
Cooler. Yes. You must all-in. I must call cooler. So it's good.
It does feel like
Overplayed
ever
perfect.
since
This hand. Zero mistake.
Arthur joined the short deck part of the series, he's been getting hazed by every
It's like
short
move
deck
the ball
player,
screen.
trying to convince him he's misplaying every single pot that he enters.
It's so funny because he has to sort of parse through all of the input and determine what is a needle, what is good intel, what is somebody just trying to misguide me.
He's getting some genuine feedback and others that are not as helpful.
You know, I wouldn't look to Tan in particular for the aforementioned genuine type of feedback. Tan wants to live rent-free in Artur's head right now. He's looking to just take an egg beater through the ear canal and scramble away. As Kiatli takes Queen Jack through the under the gun canal, limping. Ace King suited for ST Powerhouse. Announces pot. And the Queen Jack turns into a little bit of a cheeseburger there.
Can't do that.
So ST begins the process of trying to recover. Yeah, it would have been pretty slick for him to take that Jack-10 suited and repot Artur, kick Dvoris out with the ace-queen, presumably. Maybe that's what's on his mind right now as he looks out at the tournament screen.
It's hard to find, to be fair. You're getting a good price, you know the player behind could have limped strong as well.
Now king-queen suited for the resident Loki. You know, this limp isn't with the intention of passive play, is my guess.
Looking like a trap limp to you?
In the hands of this operator here,
Yeah.
yeah. You might as well have put a coonskin hat on Tan Xuan. Call him Trapper Tan.
Was just 700,000 on the button for Kiat Lee, an amount that I'm sure he would have been happy to put in.
Not with 10-6 off. Jack 8 has limped. Ace King 7. Pair and a flush draw for Tan. He's going to lay a little rope, see whether or not Devoris will activate.
Yeah, huge hand here for Tan, but it is kind of hard to get action from a weaker king or a 7. Now it would not be hard to get action from a weaker king. Continues to trap. Makes sense when you have the board this locked up. Not diamonds and trips top kicker.
I mean, you know, forgive the anticlimactic nature of it, given that we can see Jack 8 and 10-6. They're going to have no interest in this board. Now, the ace is slightly unpleasant. You see Tan tilting his head a little bit. Not impossible that somebody would have taken passive stance against he in particular with an ace.
I would like a bet here. It does look like he's thinking about it. Nothing stopping someone from hero calling him with a queen or jack high, especially if it were to fold to Kiat. Now the 10 might be ambitious, but
these are lesser seen sorts of situations. The hero call with the aforementioned queen or jack high, but as played versus Tan in particular.
Yeah, you've got a wide limping range from the chip leader. There's nothing stopping him from arriving here with 8-7 suited. And now realizing I have no showdown, let's take a stab at it.
Yeah, bля.
This time he has it, though.
It's big. When? When?
Did he show the queen or the king, though?
Good enough.
So not bluff.
Believe that was the queen of diamonds.
From the way he was talking about it, I think it was the queen he showed.
Only one is win.
Good enough.
Is Jack? Where call?
Jack.
Tan trying to make it seem as though he was value betting a queen. Or maybe bluffing it. Although I don't think anybody that could beat that would be into the bin.
Gamble.
Alright, sir. These two.
Kiat with the ace-7.
The shortest stacks at the table.
Bottom of the leaderboard collides here.
But no one folds an ace.
Covering stack belongs to Lee, although he's not performing particularly well against 2 kings. Preemptive GGs being issued.
Little.
Look at Artur saying, no, don't you engage me in the dark arts of a prepay. 820 in the middle. Can the Russian hang on? Looks like it on that board, although Kiat does add pathways. Snowmen would melt away the Cowboys. And of course, the aces. Nothing changes.
9 o'clock.
And Martirosian will secure the double as Kiat Lee can do no more than pair his 7.
Everybody want.
And even though the exchange between the two is lighthearted, obviously Kiat Lee not going to be enjoying the fact that that sends him down to sub 300.
Gamble too much.
Cooler.
Yes, yes.
Gamble too much.
这本来就是冤家牌嘛，实话嘛。
I love the dynamic of
就是冤家牌。
Tanchuan being the cooler consultant.
Yeah.
Everyone defers to him. Was that a cooler?
Divorce, by the way, also top shelf trolling out there for sure. Well, perhaps more in the spirit of a wallaby than a kangaroo, Martirosyan able to hop up to 42 antes. Right, the wallaby is like the little, the mini kangaroo, right? Do I have that right? Any Aussies out there in the chat that can verify? You know, I've watched a lot of these nature shows, Kevin. I think they're like the mini roos.
That's how they introduce it.
Couple of queen jacks. Hopping in. 8-9 suited. Martirosyan limps as well. Look at Tanchuan. He wants to find out how much Kiat Lee's got. I don't think any of it matters, as he's ready to go.
Great looking squeeze opportunity. But with these hands, I mean, Kiat has kind of an annoying spot once he commits 40 off of 280 total. If we think this is a wide range.
Yeah,
and
but
if we also think Artur very unlikely to have limped behind strong, it's, you know, he might feel like he's closing the action here effectively.
it's one thing to be annoyed. It's another to feel obligated. Obviously, math is having something to do with this, and you see Kiat going through it. But is Queen Jack off durable enough? The other issue, of course, is that it's Tanchuan, who might just mess around and show you Jack 6 for the glory. You know? I mean, he really, truly lives for this sort of stuff.
He absolutely could. It's a button squeeze spot. He's got the chip lead. Not to mention the reputation. Does make the math a little more complicated. When you're getting a good price about a player like that, kind of just want to run it. Kiat does hang on to his chips.
One card is.
Under card 9.
One is. One card. Yeah?
Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
Of course, the inference being made by Tan that it was aces.
2点呐，大兄弟。2点。
裂开。正常是要赌掉。
正牌。10个90啊。
对啊。但是没啥牌。哎，这个。
哎，多少？20多万是吧？
Tan, by the way, Kevin, has played 7 events here in Jeju, cashed 13th in the 150K. But if I had to guess, most of his time has been spent in the cash game streets. North of 10 million in career Triton earnings. 2 titles under his belt. Both of which have come in short deck. Here he is with ace-jack against a Martirosyan suited connector limp.
An ST behind on the button, also not particularly deep. I think we're just going to see another big raise.
175 ST takes a look at a big hand.
Just curious.
It's mental shit. More than 40. 175. It's more than 40.
No. Yeah. Okay. About 180.
predictable all-in after a brief pause delivered by ST. Martirosian's exit made far easier. Now look at Tan. He's like, well, I know it's a real hand. How well is Ace-Jack doing against it?
I mean, it's a tough stack depth to fold to once we've potted with a hand like Ace-Jack. Look at the equity even in a near worst case scenario, 41%. Or suppose it's more like 36%, half of those ties.
Schwen does let it go, however, and timing reasonable, as we could see.
So if I pot, I'm
Well, bad news for the short stacks in the room. Kiat Lee, in particular, displeased with this increase. As we go to 25K antes, 50K on the button.
I put mine in.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Pot is 200, right? Just making sure. Double confirm.
Final table 8 or 7?
King 7.
Floor. Final table 8 or 7?
Tan willing to hop.
So we'll play 2 tables 4-handed on the bubble.
It's the same. Empty every hand. Empty every hand.
Queen 8 suited for Dvoris.
As long that
Checking
you
back,
play
turning
your
into
body,
top pair. Nothing really cooking at all for
this is like every hand.
Tan. Not that it stopped him. Some of the most glorious bluffs I've ever borne witness to in short decks, savage ones, by the way, have been pulled off by Tan. Simply go back and once this one wraps up, if you're still craving more Triton action, look at last year's Jeju 50K that he won, and I promise you'll be speechless. Queens and 8s, as perhaps 2 pair will leave Dvoris finding his voice after checking back on the flop. Note the gut shot acquisition. Tan, not proud of it.
And you know, with a reputation like the one you're talking about, Ali, and how much pressure Dvoris is under potentially when he's covered by Tan, it starts to get really unexciting to value bet even hands as good as this. I mean, we probably still see a bet, but you know, someone who's capable and also trappy, has the ability to make raises, we can get put in some really nasty spots. Value betting thin is a frightening proposition.
150 and exhale. Dvoris not going to have to deal with anything violent from Tan. What's interesting, and Kevin, you and I have touched on this on a few occasions, is when you possess the reputation and the table image of someone like Tan Schwen, you earn checkbacks from hands that might otherwise pursue value against you, and you are able to just get paid in spots where others might not. It's a remarkable kind of upshot. You know, granted, there are times in which Tan spins right out of the room, but you know, I do feel like it evens out more than people would like to believe.
Yeah, and it is kind of, if I think about the high stakes poker that was played on old television cash games and the likes, there was a lot more image crafting happening from top professionals and playing unique styles around the image that you knew that you had cultivated as an individual player. And I mean, it's cool to see players still able to pull that off in the modern game.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Tan, who's no stranger to ST, by the way. The two of them rumble in our Triton cash games quite a bit. Limping. ST resists the temptation of a Jack-10 offsuit. Pocket sevens, look at Kiat. Check back C3. I mean, we can't imagine there's any fold equity. Oh, it's a raise, forgive me. I thought he had limped it.
But you said
Yeah, just a
这个也扣得我赢的。
cheeky little min raise when he sees Kiat's only got 6 antes back on the button.
7-6 probably. 7-6 or Jack-6. But like even Queen-6.
扣的话，他差不多牌可以推的。就是的。
No, 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 it's too much.
Just worthy of some clarification, Kevin. I had my attention caught by the fact that raising to 80 when you see that the button is 50 could be a little bit deceptive, but as you pointed out, that 80 isn't actually just 80, it's 105.
Yeah, the ante, the 25 that's already been pulled into the middle. A lot of these players aren't putting out in front of them. So the way we display it, the chips that get put out on a raise are displayed, but the 25 in the middle is kind of implied.
Jack's limping and Kiat ensnared with pocket nines. Never stepping aside is Wang. 400K pot breaking out here.
GG입니다.
No.
Ace 10 8 all spades. Look at Kiat.
一半一半的。
出了很多 out 了。
Recognizing that now he's got the flush draw. Better than having nothing more than a 9 to root for. 3 away from the money. And the light beginning to flicker on this turn. Just one tug left for Kiat Lee. And that's not the one.
GG입니다.
So the GG's issued, I believe with a Korean twist, by the way. The GG Samida is
我赢了他妈的，我真的是
an appropriation of the language.
60方吧。
Kiat not going to enjoy his third final table of the festival after a 5th place finish in the 150 for 1.3 and 7th in the 125 for 540. 0 for 2 now in short deck. Well, if you want to become a top-tier professional poker player, have we got the tool for you. It's GTO Wizard, the #1 learning app for poker players that'll help you play your best just like the Triton competitors that you're watching now, offering clear and accurate solutions to every poker scenario you'll face. Start analyzing hands today with the industry's most advanced solver, GTO Wizard. Dvoris limped King 10. Martirosian says pot. Declarations of war off of 660. Tan will behave.
他这个破出来，如果是 bubble 的话，可以偶赢他吧。现在是9个人嘛。如果是8个人的话。
As will Dvoris.
永远就是 perimeter。
Martirosyan hanging around here again. His presence in these short deck streets, an unfamiliar one, and brought on by the fact that he is the leader in the Ivan Liao Player of the Year race for Season 4 of the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series. And generally speaking, one does not earn Player of the Year honors without posting results in short deck.
别吓我。
That is a cool element of this series that I think contributes to why we get to see the same cast of characters playing, you know, on features in all of these events.
Thank you.
Especially down the stretch. I was never much of a leaderboard hunter myself. Couldn't handle the volume that some of these guys put in. They're just unbelievable grinding machines, some of them.
It really is remarkable. And, you know, not all of those leaderboards that people are chasing come with any sort of overlay. Some of it truly is just for the glory that, that motivates. Meanwhile, Tan seeks glory with Jack-9 suited. Ace-9 off on the button for ST. Says run it. Finds top pair against middle pair here. Schwen comfortably checking.
Not often going to make a real nutted hand on this board once we've checked the button in position. Ace-9 looking like one of the better ones. Maybe we check Ace-10. Tom's got a piece here, though. He's going to stick around.
Peeling against the 100K, and the arrival of an ace is so nice for ST because Tan's going to perceive that maybe some ace-X would look potentially, if it's, you know, good in nature, to have inflated pre-flop, even though Tan is the big boss stack, just in the interest of shedding some of the more out-of-line holdings. And Tan, even though he's playing a 10-kicker on board, is going to perhaps feel less convinced that ace-X is afoot, and for that matter, that a better Jack-X would be a part of this turn barrel.
Yeah, I like that ST's continuing to value bet here, because it does kind of starts to look like we're just repping king-queen and full houses when we go after this board, and it's a tough story to tell when you've checked back pre-flop. So we might get some light calls out of the chip leader.
Not this time. I confess that's a level of discipline that I'm almost like a proud parent to see Tan exhibit there. Knows his man well, however. Well, ST has worked his way back to 1.8 million. Again, a far cry from the high water mark. But process underway.
Saw some people over on YouTube asking about how Ivy's doing. At the other table, the red secondary feature. He's still in there. Average stack, 2.2 million.
Well, by the way, those sorts of inquiries, Kevin, suggested the parties inquiring don't actually have the Triton Poker Plus app, because if they did, they would know that you can actually go and keep tabs on every table in the room, every hand that's been dealt being archived. If you are watching our streams without that in tow, respectfully, you're doing it wrong. Available for download free of charge in the iOS Store and the Google Play Store. Bottom set available to Dvoris. But the first of a couple of gut shots for Tan Xuan, who limped to kick things off, and what became a three-way affair does speak, and does so at 100K decibels. ST just bowing out. Well served, by the way. The jack would have been disaster. Dvoris will not be saying goodbye, however.
It's a very logical spot for Tan to be stabbing at. He's got a marginal hand, bluff candidate. He was the first limper, which means all the traps are available to him. Ace queen, pocket queens, pocket aces. See the set just calling in position for Dvoris. They're playing so deep right now, and he does not want to get coolered too off the money.
So keeping it tidy with the flat, but looking up at the 10, which fills in some gutters, as well as the flush. No heart in hand. Let's see how Dvoris feels. He knows that checks in these spots from Tan Xuan don't always have to be from hands that don't beat a set of eights. He is so balanced and so tricky.
Yeah, you'll see trappiness out of Tan. Nothing stopping him from having a higher set or a flush even, but is kind of a signal that 3/8 is worth a value bet. Maybe we get called by a hand like Ace-Jack.
So 225 ends matters. Dvoris is just so sound when it comes to short deck. As you observed, Martirosyan tapping him for answers as he embarks upon his short deck journey. A reliable place to come up with some good insights. $50K ahead after the Dvoris cutoff limp. Take us to the Ace-7-7 board. Martirosyan not interested in escalations with King 10. Gut shot for Dvoris. Doesn't bet it. Thought maybe this texture would get him a little curious, but perhaps he thinks Artur, at this stack depth in particular, would be a little bit too pesky to deal with if he tried to rep the 7X, which should belong more to him. And Ace-X perhaps a little bit difficult to represent for Dvoris as a cutoff limp. Jack on the turn does give Martirosyan Broadway gutter.
Yeah, I suppose at this point, if we start betting as Dvoris, we have to represent a pretty strong hand still. And we'd be thinking about big bets, threatening the whole stack. But it feels like Dvoris might just have very little aggression on this board. As you suggested, maybe not feeling that he could represent a 7.
Oh, if he had representing a 7 on his mind before, he definitely doesn't have it on his mind now. Third 7 arriving. Improbabilities stacking up in that regard. As
it's still a kind of interesting bluff opportunity to represent like pocket kings or queens. Although that doesn't feel like what 50K is.
1/3 pot playing the board. Martirosyan finds it.
Yeah, kind of.
Not enough of a high caliber weaponry to
For
get the job
50K,
done.
I think the king high is just kind of a simple call, and Arthur recognizes this. Maybe even thoughts that it's a chop sometimes, but
I'm behaving today because there's a bigger troublemaker.
Well, there's the window into why, apparently. Dvoris has had his wings clipped by the resident pterodactyl. Queen ace suited. Deliberations for ST before he flicks in the call. After the elimination of Kiat Lee, by the way, we're left with 9, so this table of 4 having a little bit of added pressure placed upon them.
How much nervous? 225.
Of course, staff will be bringing a 5th player over here in an effort to balance.
250. No, because he's on. He's
Okay,
on
okay,
the,
okay,
he's on the
okay.
button. So.
Ton makes it 200. He's like, guys, forget it, whatever.
particulars of 225 versus 250 not of interest. Let's just make it 200.
What is of interest, however, is whether or not Dvoris could ever sniff something out with a couple of jacks. I don't think his intention is to get himself entangled with the big boss stack here in inflated ones, but we have observed, coming to mind for me was Ding Biao in PLO against the eventual champion Sergio Martinez, players that were willing as a second biggest stack to actually rise up and say, no, I know what's going on over there and you got to respect me as well.
Yeah.
No such posture being taken up by Dvoris, who looks up at King 7-6, top pair for Tan. And the jacks are outflopped.
And it does make sense to me to see Dvoris, you know, willing to continue but not trying to build the pot with a raise or a 3-bet when we have 2 jacks. It's just so hard to flop well. Keeping the pot small until a jack comes or an open-ender or something like that feels like the way to go. I don't know if we even see the turn.
150. What we're facing, and yeah, I mean, the murkiness of this one and the hazards.
There's, of course, ways that we can be good right now, but playing this pot out of position on a king-high board.
Wow.
Yeah, Dvoris does stick around.
This is Moxie from Dvoris here. Not for the faint of heart, this call. 9 on the turn. King's up for Tan, just in case Dvoris had a better king. We don't anticipate anything containing a 6 or a 7 to be lurking for Daniel. Tan knows this. Pot has grown to 800. Second check in front of Schwen.
And the king-9 now starting to feel similar to how I've described Dvoris' spots to navigate. Tan doesn't want to play a 7 million chip pot with 2 pair.
Out of nowhere, a jack of hearts rolls off, giving Dvoris the best hand with a set, unbeknownst, of course. I am shocked that Tan Schwen would decide to check back that turn.
Well,
Kevin, are you?
I understand it. I think, you know, especially with a couple of lower hearts on board, there's obviously not many flushes in this game, but the queen high flush, the ace high flush, all very possible on the turn. And
But don't we
Maybe
ask
we
a
just feel-
question? I mean, there's so much that you could potentially clear out. I mean, the luxuries of the big stack just so available to him. Now you see Divorce not exactly taking massive pride in a set. Oh, now this from Tan means he's checking back in my mind. I don't think.
Yeah.
10.
Tens is an insanely good read.
Okay, left river. Flush.
You know,
Forrest
I mean,
thought maybe he was getting slow rolled there, but
tens and jacks are
maybe
effectively
just-
the same hand class, by the way, when Tan puts the read on it. It just so
Yeah,
happens
yeah.
that the jack hits Dan's hand. But I mean, talk about knowing your customer.
yeah.
But it's weird because if you are able to point out tens, and granted that check on the river maybe is an additional data point to guide you in that direction, then maybe that turn barrel is...
Yeah, I think the reason that I like the check behind is just while 2-pair might be good now, there's the combination of not being good sometimes and then also not having that much equity when you are ahead, like the hands we're hoping to get action from. Maybe have a live 2-pair over and a flush draw, you know, and this is a spot where we're only, what, 60, 65% equity.
Well, this is a spot now where on the flop, what was an open-ender and had a little bit of promise is 0% equity. As you saw, Michael Zhang with King-Queen made it 175 pre-flop. Chan called from the cutoff. Well served to check back as the opener didn't barrel. He is now filled up. Oh, and Michael wants to lay a little bit of rope. I don't think that Chan is going to be too interested, but let's see. Check back is a tidy decision.
Does seem like with the raise up front and a couple of checks, we're not necessarily telling the story that we have air, but maybe just claiming to have something marginal like ace-10 or ace-king even on the higher end. So when Chan has 2 jacks, hard to generate action from this line. Maybe we would have induced a pure bluff.
Now, 325 on the river has some incongruence to it because the pre-flop raiser could have had some suited ace sort of business that would check 2 streets with a Broadway gutter and then perhaps feel like it doesn't have enough showdown on the end.
Yeah, if we're bluff catching the jacks, that's exactly what we're hoping for, right? Like an ace-8 suited type hand that runs the bluff delayed.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't all of a sudden King X or 10X.
King 9. King 9. Oh, King Queen.
Wow. Danny was suggesting that Zhang would come with something like King 9 for thin value there. I don't know how much I would expect King 9 to be a part of his opening range there, but nice slow play there from Michael Zhang as he ends up getting value from Chan. Chan on the receiving end there. Slides to 5th in chips behind Phil Ivey, who sits in 4th with 9 runners remaining. 2 away from the money here in the $50,000 short deck in Jeju, South Korea. Ali Najad, Kevin Rabichow bringing you through the money bubble. Final table as well. Will commence 7-handed. Zhang is being pulled over to the other feature for balancing efforts, and that is a delightful sight if you're Phil Ivey, just given he inherits boss stack duties now at this table. They won't be thrilled that it's Michael who had his number pulled to go over to that other table. Although, you know what? I don't think Tan Xuan's bothered. He's like, oh, yummy, more chips for me.
Another chance to cause pain
No,
to a good player.
just 9, so need to balance. So move
What could be
someone
more
from
fun?
here to there. Because they've been playing 400 for a while.
Oh yeah, I was wondering. Danny does clarify there. I was wondering why they would need to balance when they're 5 and 4. They're just creating 4 and 5, but wanting to balance the number of hands that get played in an
Correct.
offset
Oh, someone busted.
arrangement.
No.
Correct.
아니요.
Ivy takes a walk. Let's look at Phil's festival so far, shall we? The $15 million man, 5-time title winner at Triton, 36 cashes, the most recent being 10th in the 30K PLO. Did final table the 25K PLO, finishing ultimately in 5th. Few finishes in the teens in the long deck portion of the program, 6 cashes overall. And Phil's played a very full slate, by the way. 15 events prior to this one, his 16th. Ace-9. Opens. Takes it. Now, given this phenomenon that I feel like we observe in short deck, Kevin, just based on, albeit somewhat limited opportunities you've had to experience the game, do you feel like the fewer that we get at any given table, or the further down we get toward money bubble, you know, shorthanded play, a couple of tables left, that the action-laden nature of the game gives way to a much more grindy affair? And is that more a function of the ante-double ante format, or more just tournament strategy?
It feels like it's the tournament strategy to me, because I still see players putting in a lot of action when they're 4 and 5 handed at the early stages. They're not always full table at the early stages.
Granted, re-entry is available in those spots. Lammers have yet to be redeemed.
This looks like it's going in, by the way.
Yeah, it's jacks for Danny. He opened at 200. Ivy made it 675. Danny's not putting the rest of it out there, but the investment is not being made with the intention of stepping aside by the 2 jacks. An overpair on the 10-8-6 board, and here we are. Ivy, of course, never going to be folding. And the threats lurk just north of a 3-2 favorite. Is Danny with 2 to come? 1.9 million chip pot. Just as we talk about things maybe being a little bit grindy, but of course the hands having a lot to do with this. No chops available. 9 would give Danny the jack high straight. So Ivy needs to find an ace or a king to ruin the fun for the reigning Ivan Liao Player of the Year winner in Season 3. Not able to do it, though. That's a big pickup for Danny. Actually puts him second behind Wai Leong Chan now, as Ivy slips to 3rd out of 4 runners at this table. Well, VJ, and God's Child in the group chat, both suggesting that they're shedding tears on account of the fact that this is the final day of coverage from here in Jeju. But fear not long from now, we're going to reassemble in Montenegro
You just confused already.
for our next festival. Got to give the players a little time to recover after what truly is a grueling 18 days. It is all poker all the time out here in Jeju. In particular, during the off season, weather hasn't been particularly great, sequestering us indoors. And well, what else are you going to do? You didn't fly all the way out here to just hole up in your room. King 9, not taking flight, just a limp from Tan. Dvoris. Now the boss stack ever so slightly, by the way, as you can see, with more in front of him. Then Tan limps as well. Zhang on the button.
Was curious to see. I know Zhang has so much short deck experience, but I would think a lot of it in cash game format. So nice to get a chance to see how he operates in a bubble spot. And numbers would suggest probably in a final table spot, unless disaster strikes over the next few levels.
Dvoris' queens, second best, facing an 80K barrel from top pair.
And I think between these three players, pre-flop range is changing a little bit. Maybe a less clear advantage on boards like that, even when Zhang is involved on the button. Dvoris having to be a little extra cautious there, squeezed in the middle.
Hello. Do you get more time banks on the final table? Excuse me, do we get
So Tan
we
able
get
to
more
take
time
it
banks on the final
without
table?
incident.
5 more? Okay.
As he does, you see him reclaiming the top slot on the blue feature table, just shy of 4 million in front of him as we play 25K antes, 50K buttons. Glimpse at the entirety of those who remain. 13 began the day. Now, simply 9 left with 7 getting paid. Rene von Cleveland was out in 13th. Haxton, Chidwick, and Kiat Lee in that order followed suit. Seems like a very tangible gear shift out of Tan Xuan towards entering as many pots as he'll be allowed to with all manner of holdings.
Yeah, a lot of limping.
And
Also
what's
so-
governing that decision, do you think, Kevin? Is it the money bubble presence? Is it the fact that there are stacks that are short enough that we need to be mindful, like our tours at 735K, them all of a sudden blasting in there and causing us to spin for larger figures than we would prefer?
No, I think it really is just the money bubble situation. Tan understands correctly that these other stacks just can't really attack him light. So that means an opportunity to realize more equity. The price is so good on limps in this game, it's kind of attractive to get involved as often as you can.
Well, ST felt that way as he limped behind Tan, but Dvoris with ace, jack of spades, had different ideas, and look at this.
Yeah, and these are the spots that Tan's able to leverage. Under the gun limp. Limp 3-betting to a quarter of effective stacks. It's so uncomfortable for Dvoris now. Ace-Jack suited, though, is a really big hand in this game.
What an awkward situation. This is the man, again, that you don't want to lock horns with. The two of you can very much coast your way into the money, one would think, as deep as they are.
But the funny thing that happens, we talked about it when it came up between, you know, there was that big confrontation between Greenwood and Mike Watson on the bubble of a different event. Dvoris folds here, and that's, I mean, I understand the idea, but you can see that Ton was really getting after it. Maybe a chance to play a pot there. It's just that what I was going to say is the two of them stand to win so much in that pot in real dollar equity. The bubble is significant, and maybe even more significant in this structure. It's 2.4 buy-ins, 118K min cash, but when you're playing potentially for an 8 million chip pot,
Canadian by blood, Danny.
what is that like? Over half the chips in play,
Okay.
2/3 of the chips.
Listen.
You're talking about a huge amount of dollar equity.
Fair, but the flip side of that coin is, as you mentioned, the 2.4 buy-ins
Yeah.
that represent the bubble. 700 plus. Going to the eventual winner is something to salivate over, but even Dvoris, who doesn't lack heart and position an advantage coupled with the strength of ace-jack suited, just ceding to Tan, by the way. And as you observe this image, this is not a man who appears to have a whole lot of ICM on his mind. Kevin, dare I say, I know
Well,
he's cognizant.
in his own way, I think he does have it on his mind, right? I
Oh,
mean, that's-
leveraging.
Yeah, leveraging.
But also, you know.
And it, I mean, feels like an example of it working excellently in his favor.
But in terms of, like, being afraid to play the big one irresponsibly,
Yeah.
that's the part of it that I think he lacks. It's a genetic mutation. You know, he's ICM cognizant, but just maybe not as ICM respectful.
Yeah, yeah.
Eights for Dvoris. He'll kick us off with a limp. Look at Tan immediately looking over at Daniel as he limps, as if to just be like, I am showing mercy. The Joaquin Phoenix thumb in the Coliseum. 9-7 for for Tan Xuan. Trip 9s, the product of this Queen 9-9 board, where ST has the gut shot. $75 from Tan. Yeah, you know, ST grappling a little bit with the glory that potentially feels like it could be available.
Not the kind of draw you want to mess around with at this stage.
No messing about for the 2-8s either.
What's that? 9 of diamonds. 9 of diamonds. 太厉害。差点大你，看着我赢我吧，大你。反正最好也能稳定啊。
Something to the effect of where were you, ST?
角度差了点。
Perhaps.
缺个黑塔。嗯？没事，差一点点。缺个黑塔，缺一个黑塔啊！如果有一个黑塔我就打。
You know, I'm a little bit afraid of what awaits us, as I believe Tan Xuan just cracked a red ball. You know, this guy is all running on rocket fuel as it stands.
75.
But now he just threw a couple of solid boosters alongside the main tank. And I don't know that the O-rings are functioning properly out here. Things can get explosive.
Okay, bye-bye.
Zhang's 175 gets piled on by Martirosian. Got a pretty one. Not as pretty as Artur. Count requested. He is deep enough to make this call. And that Queen-Jack suited unblocks Ace-X, King-X. Of course, many of those combos will have us dominated, but we're still going to be doing all right. So the math is mathing for Michael Zhang, and in he comes.
There's no hand. There's no hand you want to see in 6-10.
And you see Michael quite comfortable with the developments here.
Pot should have been 200 anyway.
I didn't want to put it.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said pot and then he said one. Sorry, but
King, Queen, 8. In an almost 1.4 million chip pot, Martirosian hanging on. Needs to fade her Queen or Jack. Does so successfully on the turn. No heart to worry about. And a sterile river giving him top 2 and taking him all the way up to the high water mark in recent memory. You'll recall he had crumbs not that long ago. Each time that the platoon has been put forth, it's come back home. He did chop a couple of pots, but now finds a spin up.
Yeah, I think he was down not long ago to 300,000 at 40K ante. Maybe even less, 235.
So ST and Artur occupy the bottom of the leaderboard here at this feature. Neck and neck at 55 antes, let's call it. Two of which rather, are slid in there, courtesy of Queen 10 suited for Artur. Tan, never one to miss the party. In there with 2 9s. ST, a suited ace. Cascading incentives. Divorce climbs aboard. Ace Jack says, let's see 3. 5-way affair. Family pot. 250 in the middle. And it's Queen, Queen 10, which is all Artur. Full house on the flop. Divorce has a 10. Zhang with the Broadway gutter. 3 checks become 4. Interesting opportunity for Michael to try to rep the queen here, perhaps thinking that in a 5-way pot, anybody with a queen would want to look for value early with the presumption that somebody out there is going to be able to call.
Yeah, and if we expect most players to be pretty straightforward, not overly aggressive in these multi-way affairs, it's kind of nice for a hand like Ace Jack to clear some under pairs. Clears out the King 10 of Divorce as well. But not gonna be able to improve against the full house of Martirosian, and he's improved to the second best hand. This is a dangerous turn for Zhang.
翻牌前他20，你再一破的就是8、90了。
对呀，那别人 all in 你夸不夸了？他一 A all in 你夸不夸了？我现在是肯定可以看到 flop 我机上的了。如果说他能 all in 的，比如说我打20，他能打180的，那我这他我肯定要看到 flop 了。而且我 A 也这样打的。
Zhang
结果他 A 圈肯定很差嘛，如果发个什么7、9 片，
Was drawing dead and got there.
对吧？6、7、8
250K.
第3张小牌我一把他全部了。
This is, I want to say a delight. Maybe there's some worlds in which Artur considers the preciousness of his stack. Not 100% slow play driven. Maybe some king, queen, king, king is afoot. We don't know. Now the river, a jack. Another path to an L, but we love to see the check back. As no king, queen, no queen, jack there to dethrone us.
Very fortunate river for Zhang there to not be able to continue value betting. More ways for Arthur to have made a full house as the board developed.
统治他们呢，让他们搞半天还没动静。
The bully's leaving the playground. Transferring schools. By the way, Tan, you know, he strikes me as the kind of guy that maybe sat at the back of the class.
That's something.
Kevin, not for lack of intelligence by any stretch, you know. Just more mischief is available to us in the shadows.
Good spot to take a nap as well if you were
That's right, if you've been playing cash all night.
playing cards overnight.
The amount of detention, had Tan and I been in high school together, we would have compiled, is astounding. I mean, I have no doubt. Like, we probably wouldn't have gotten suspended or expelled, but detention would have been a regular occurrence. No doubt.
Which I guess, depending on the setup, might not be a bad place to hang out if you're trying to get a few extra hands in. Like, you might go there by choice every now and then.
Yeah, you're like, dude, I need you to get me into detention. There's a big game going on there today. All right? I can't, you know, because when I walk in, they're like, no, you don't have detention. Get out. Give your teacher a free roll. Did you ever do detention, Kevin? Feel like you didn't do detention.
I also feel like I didn't.
Well, it's not a feeling. You're aware of your life. It's yes or no.
Are your memories of high school crystal clear? Because it's been a while, and I'm not convinced that everything I remember from when I was 15 isn't just some imaginary tale that I've decided was reality.
I don't think in high school I had detention. I think in high school that was done. But in junior high school, I definitely did serve some detention. The product, ironically enough, of gambling on dice at the time. That was the
Did they make you
the
write
fix
on
du
the
jour.
chalkboard? I will not gamble underage.
No Bart Simpson.
No.
Ivy, by the way, says no limping. Ace queen. I had to guess Ivy did a little gambling in high school, junior high school as well. This man's roots run deep in risk appetite. Danny's appetite for king queen diminished by the limp and raise. Plus bubble approach. Look at Tan Xuan. He just got here.
Trying to sneak into the first one. 9-7 offsuit. Maybe having visions of a sick bluff on his first hand against his pal. No.
You just never know with him.
Yes. Baba.
Never call. Call.
I think Tan was inquiring as to whether or not Ivy would have taken the heat, and he resoundingly said yes, to which Tan replied, bubble.
这里泡沫还有一个人哈。
It'd be such a shame for you to go, Phil.
你肯定泡沫了，不要看。
I think he's comfortable with that risk. If it means a chance at another title.
12万5那个是吧？
Still unafraid. Ivy raising, Tan Schwin's button here.
Oh, hang on a second.
Yep.
Ace Jack is going to be greeted by Ace Queen. In what fashion, we don't know. As the knock on Tan's door. Looking through the peephole.
This looks like a responsible call to me with the Ace Queen. Not getting too out there with ideas of let's go after Phil the very next hand after I make a show of the 9-7 offsuit. Tan knows he could get this in pretty bad.
Or he could flop really good. Queen 9-9 with no sense that 9x is a part of Ivy's opening into our button sort of range. Ivy casually checking the Ace Jack high.
How much? There?
1-6.
Real interest, I think, in how much is back. How much the threat would be were chips to start flying into the pot.
He does check back, and now Ivy finds himself a two-way straight draw. You know, every time Tan is in a pot, and I don't even like horror movies, but you know, when the music builds to like this guaranteed crescendo, and you know that the villain or the scare moment is coming, that's the anxiety that I have. I know what's going to happen. I don't know when, I don't know how. But it doesn't happen on flop or turn. Ivy got a free pull, but nine's full of queens ultimately for Tan.
Yeah, this one's been pretty friendly thus far. And it's hard to, yeah, Ivy does check over. Hard to think of a reason to bet the Ace Jack on the end. We've actually, you know, there's a chance that we get half the pot back or some of it back in a showdown, but I don't think we're going to see showdown. At least not for free.
And this is posturing from Tan. We have to expect that the bet is coming into 450 now. Sure enough, 200. Oh, and Ivy didn't buy it at all. Look at him.
Bluff. Very big hand. Really?
Thank you.
Ivy trying to act surprised there, it seems. Feels like he knew something was up.
Or you go.
Both. Yeah. I can only.
操他妈！Michael 跑过去他妈送全桌啊！他妈的短码，这个怎么有这么多了？
Tan limping the cutoff. Ivy not allowing it as these two tussle again.
180.
Danny getting a kick out of the opportunity to observe. This one's going to hang in there. So a couple of Broadway combos. Top two versus a gutter. Advantage Tan. Checking over to Phil.
Could be dangerous. A board that Ivy can represent after raising on the button. He does check back with the gut shot.
Appetite suppressing board texture apparently. Let's see whether or not it'll be wetted by this ace. Schwen checking again.
It's very good. I think it's very good for your discipline, supposedly, and your confidence.
Seen a lot of this with
I do
hands
when I
of
was
this
looking
kind of
for
strength,
one
just in
year,
general from the field. Weak two pair.
Yeah, I also have
Straights are possible, better two pairs are possible. Not wanting to build too large of a pot.
Yeah, I think it's good. I think it can be good.
Now Ivy trying to get a bit of value. Might think he's dominating a weaker pair with a gutter.
Sub half pot.
Mentally very challenging.
It's part of the benefit of checking a hand like King Jack twice.
Can be so vulnerable.
Ton will have Jack 10, Queen Jack, King 10, these kind of marginal hands. Checking something like this as well makes this bet with Ace 10 a little worse.
I have me dead in like one minute, you know.
850 now.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Ivy getting it done the hard way as he goes runner, runner, aces up to dethrone the kings and jacks. 4-2 straight on the board. And Tan is not going to put any pressure onto Phil. He didn't appear thrilled whatsoever with board development. I don't think he expected the kings and jacks to be a winner all too often. And you see him grimacing there. Well, for what it's worth, the two have seemed to be quite mindful of one another, even though Ivy sits far leaner than Tan does. Countless encounters, I would imagine, over the years between those two.
Not too much cream. Not allowed. 我好中意食卡布納，好中意食意粉啦，應該話。Spaghetti, I love it. Yeah.
Carbonara put on pause there. Well, Chan looks at Ace-6 suited, and it might be a prolonged pause as he brings forward. Raising chips. 150. King-Queen withering. Danny had no interest whatsoever.
Doesn't look like the 10-9 suited's going to go anywhere. Very playable one for the big stack. An Ace-Jack suited for Wang Yi. Respectful against the under-the-gun raise. Just calling Ace-Jack suited.
Yeah, all of a sudden we are seeing things tightening up considerably here, even with a cast of characters that are willing to send chips flying around. Jack 8-8 board. We await Tan's willingness with this open-ender. As Chan does check it. Yay with the best hand.
Yeah, the 8's definitely more in the button range of Wang Yi, and if he decides to bet this Ace-Jack for value, protection, we might just see a stack flying in against this 10-9 suited of Tan Xuan. Only 1.1 million back, 500 in the middle. I mean, he might even choose that bet size in the first place if he really wants to protect his hand.
Suggesting an overbet and get it done. Could have been a road traveled.
Yeah, seems uncommon for the paired board, but you could understand it just with not that much money behind and
maybe it's
concerns about 2 players with draws.
It isn't so much concerns about Chan's opening range, but Tan is the one that could just be out there with so many different holdings.
Yeah, the 8 definitely possible. Overpairs maybe possible, but probably cleared now that pre-flop razor has folded. It's just 10-9 suited's a big hand on this board. If we think we get any folds, why not just stick it in? Did he say pot? Yes, he did.
$1.2.
Doesn't love it, but we're in there.
Yeah. So Schwen taking the high variance approach.
人手有 A 高，人手有張 A 高。
$2.75 million. Breaking out uncharacteristically here at what has evolved into a somewhat cagey portion of the program here. 2 from the money. Oh boy. Queen on the turn. No waiting. Schwen finds himself the straight. Wang Yi's only escapes. Number 4. 8s and jacks to be specific, and instead a 10 on the river, and we have ourselves another casualty, bringing us to the stone money bubble. Falling at the hands of Tan Schwen, no shame in it. More than a few people are going to be experiencing that, if I had to guess.
Yeah, it feels like an unavoidable run-in for the stack depth and the hands that got dealt there. Never fun to be all in at risk, 2 off the money.
So Sonny coming over to advise the remaining 8 that they are going to be playing hand for hand here on the pure bubble, as Tan Schwen flirts with 6 million. Annies of 30, button annies of 60,000. This glimpse brought to you by WPT Global, shortest stack in the entire field, belonging to Artur Martirosyan, ever so slightly less than Wai Leong Chan, who got that last party started.
They're pretty deep here with 8 left.
However, look at 6 players have just 12 antes separating them, or 6 buttons.
Yeah.
And that is a big log jam behind the top 2 stacks.
Makes it difficult for any individual player to be the clear person we're waiting for elimination. 3rd through 8th really have to try to distinguish themselves so they don't end up being the one blinding out and getting that target on their back.
Danny entering the fray. Relieved to see Tan limping. Ivy, however, I don't believe he's going to have a limp on his mind here. A reminder that it is pot limit pre-flop, no limit post-flop. This is a new wrinkle being added to the format. And that comes once registration closes. Prior to that, it's no limit pre-flop. And this, of course, during the Lammer portion of the program. $250 making quick work of Danny. And a little bit slower work of Tan, but work nevertheless.
Kind of surprised to see the fold. I know it's a pot raise, you're out of position.
I feel
it's
like
not a particularly strong hand, but Tan's chip position here is so advantageous that, like, that feels like a respectful fold, like a sign of, okay, I'm not gonna let's not get too
Oh, yeah.
crazy here. You know, I'm still going to follow some rules.
No, I mean, that wasn't Zelensky in the Oval Office. Too soon? I mean, you saw it, Kevin.
I'm just...
Why don't you wear a suit, Kevin? That was surreal.
Just staying out of that.
I feel like it hurts Tan's soul to fold. Like just a little piece of him dies every time he limp folds.
I know the feeling.
有黑有顺的时候都有啦，我本身就是这个风格。波动会很大。黑的时候也是。
Well, this time Ivy allows the limp. John goes 6 hunting. Now Danny 1.7 million. Red queens.
Seems like a good setup to pot, but that money bubble really making players cautious about when they commit their chips.
118,000, the difference between 8th and 7th for that bubble. Pardon the interruption there, Kevin. The 2 queens are useful insofar as Danny could potentially try to convince the field that he has Queen Jack. Note that nobody has an ace or a king, however.
Yeah, this is, I mean, the only pair outside of Danny's 2 queens is the 2 sixes of Chan. It's a difficult board for everyone to have missed. But Tan Xuan, the player who rates to have the most, let's say 2 pairs, sets, these kind of hands. Danny is representing something like Queen Jack just right away here. If it gets through Tan, it just wins the pot. Queen of clubs 9, such a tempting kind of hand to bluff with, but you know if Danny actually has something here, you're drawing to a chop.
$155,000. That which is being considered. Just a single blocker.
Wow.
But that's enough as the Blackbirds take flight. 700,000, the check raise from Tan Xuan. And he makes mincemeat of Danny.
That's just so good.
He really just...
And we talked about playing off image. I mean, I know we've spoken as if the reputation for Tan is to run all these maniacal bluffs, but we've also seen a lot of trapping, limping first in with strong hands, checking flops from that same position with strong hands.
And listen,
it's very credible that he's got top 2 or a set.
Sure, maniacal is not a fair way to characterize, not that you were doing so on that occasion, those bluffs. I mean, this is a thought-out moment for Tan Xuan, who is looking at the stone bubble, looking at the value of his stack, and, you know, considering what Danny's perception is going to be. He would much sooner say goodbye to the 155 and fight on until maybe things get greased by the bubble bursting, than to get down dark alleys with Tan Xuan, who you know isn't going to be one and done in that spot very often.
Yeah, try to think of a hand on Ace King 10 other than Queen Jack that checks the button and now is willing to put all the chips in for Danny. I don't think there is one.
Did Ivy just ask whether or not Tan's got vodka in his Red Bull?
Yeah.
That would be a little scary, by the way. Like if you played drinking cash game with Tan, whose, you know, poker sobriety is not exactly something we can rely on, but now his actual sobriety being compromised, that would be a terrifying sight. Tan, the victim this time. Jack 8 offsuit, but the 10-9 suited durable enough for the extra 150. A warning issued, I think, from Tan. And note, by the way, that this gut shot is futile. Chan with trip 10s and would fill up if the 9 rolled off.
Dangerous board.
95% on the flop.
Yeah, hard to do. Tan just slows it right down.
And then finds himself another path to a straight, which would be good. That being the ace.
Chan's going to continue checking here, and it's kind of interesting because I don't know if Tan would improve to ace-king here and actually start blasting. It's a good hand, but it doesn't look exceptionally strong given the action. And you can see he also checks back the open-ender.
Now the board pairing queen is an unwelcome sight for the trip 10s.
Does feel like the time to go for value. If Tan does have a king, we need to put money in now and get paid.
He's playing the board. There's no world in which we expect him to call.
Maybe he was trying to put him on a chop there. 2 9s or something.
Flipping back over to one in progress at the other table. ST flopped an open-ender here. Made a pair of jacks on the turn to dethrone 10s in a gut shot. Limped pre, Divorce bet 120 in position on the flop. Turn went check, check.
Kind of an interesting development when you're betting the flop for value and now find yourself thinking, do I need to bluff now? But that seems like the spot Divorce has found himself in.
Check.
Did shut it down. And ST quite pleased that he did, obviously, with the 4-liner on board. So moderately healthy exchange, but only one street on the flop where chips were in motion. ST, by the way, has played 6 events here in Jeju. No pot limit Omaha, 5 long decks, and the 30K short deck. Failed to cash in any of them, so looking to right the ship here and break the seal. Boris. K9 unit. Limping. Jack 10 off for Zhang. No carnage pre. Ace Jack 7 board. Middle pair for Zhang. Best hand.
Reasonable spot for Divorce to attack in general, but King 9 maybe not feeling like the right kind of hand to put money in. If he does bet a hand like this, I think it's kind of revealing of how he approaches this sort of spot. Just pretty relentless stabbing. No, does check.
Yeah, I thought that perhaps that texture would leave Divorce asking questions of Zhang. But the caginess of the money bubble on full display. Until all of a sudden that cage is broken out of from time to time and leveraged to create unexpectedly violent exchanges. Divorce picking up a Broadway gutty. Need Zhang to hit jacks and tens. Note that Michael picks up the gutty as well.
King of diamonds. Solid interaction here, and after the button check, I suppose Zhang could even have really marginal pairs. 7-6, 6-6, 8-8, stuff like this that Divorce would like to be able to clear out. He does start betting now.
$120,000 after perceived disinterest was displayed by Zhang on flop. Michael making the call here, has the best hand. And it stays that way on this board pairing river.
Might be the time for Divorce to slow down on the ace. Might have a touch of showdown value with King 9. Certainly can be bluffing with weaker hands after a cutoff limp. All those low gut shots have missed. Does just shut it down.
Yeah, check, check on the end, and Zhang. Nice little pickup there. I wonder how much heat Jack 10 would have taken had Divorce decided to barrel.
It's the kind of sound my dad makes on the sofa. I've started doing it too.
He just falls asleep watching a TV show, then wakes up.
And then I started laughing at him, and then I started making the sound. I'm like 29.
You're only 29?
Yeah.
Fuck. I didn't know you were so young. I mean,
How old are you?
36.
King 10 suited for Divorce. You think now that he knows Zhang is 29, he's going to try to make him respect his elder? Opening to 210. Pocket eights. See how respectable Artur feels this button holding is. Enough.
Yeah, he'll peel in position here, and this can get dicey on the bubble. Just over 2 times the pot behind.
Outflopped on an ace-10-7 board is Martirosian by Dvoris's 10s, which have sort of purchased right to rep an ace pre-flop.
See if Dvoris comes with some kind of small bet on the ace-10 high board, or if we go with a more polarized approach and check this kind of hand.
1.5 million.
Okay. Door number 3 chosen.
1.5 just piling.
All the money in.
What a disguise.
You know, consider for a second, though, that if we don't put the best of aces into Artur Martirosian's range there, then,
I wasn't.
I mean, what's he going to have that can find itself interested
Yeah.
on a stone money bubble?
That's a very interesting play to me. The 10 being a key blocker, maybe in removing hands like ace-10 or pocket 10s. The king being live pretty often. We never expect ace-king. Cool find.
Yeah, I suppose ace-7 would have been the one that could have woken up there, most likely. Maybe
Yeah.
pocket 7s as we saw the 8s. But, you know, so be it, if that's the case. Ace-6 off under the gun for Tan. This is effectively ace-deuce in short deck. Chan accepts the invitation. Danny says thank you for the free shot. But ace-ace-queen not going to have him interested. Note that Chan has the better trips right now.
Quite hard for one of those kickers to remain relevant unless they boat up. You can see how often those two players will chop this one.
$65K ahead. Predictably down to heads up. Waliang not looking to inflate things. He does pick up a club draw on the turn. Note, it's a chop as things stand. Very nice for Schwen.
Seems like he wants to continue controlling the betting lead.
Yeah, measured aggression. 120. And again, even though we like our hand, at the end of the day, it is just trip aces playing the board kickers, and the flush draws don't come in as often as perhaps this festival has suggested they do. So cautious procedures from Chan. And now aces full for both. As the chop is secured. Somewhat anticlimactic river.
Yeah, nothing indicating that either player should be able to beat the aces full of queens. Of course, quads possible. We haven't seen our daily quads yet today. But you'd think there's value to be had from maybe king, queen, queen, jack. Just ends up going bet and call. No interest in raising with the small outside chance of having the losing hand.
Chop suey.
哎，花我他妈打的什么东西哟？我就肯定敲了，真打肯定是敲了。
Not me, but
I mean,
others.
it'd just be different. Like everything would just be different, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. There's just too much money in poker from crypto. I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
This is the one. Alright.
Did Archer just return something to the kitchen? I heard him say, take this, but I don't know if it was a dish or... I think both dishes are still there, by the way. This is Patrick-esque food volume that Martirosyan is undertaking. Queen 10 offsuit being undertaken by Zhang. Dominating Dvoris. Queen 6 off is a pretty dusty one in short deck. And, you know, we're accustomed to the big blind. Sometimes playing back, trying to take one uncontested when sitting on bottom of range. But here, on the stone money bubble of this short deck event, Dvoris has no such thoughts. He's king-queen, both players with bottom pair. Advantage Zhang, quite clear.
I've seen some players doing that, Ali, with the bottom of range raise. I wonder if it's a little different when it's under the gun who's limped. Much stronger range.
I mean,
versus, let's say, cutoff.
Yeah, the trapping is a very real thing. Zhang on this occasion. Not a trapper, but not a better either. So it goes check, check. Now queens and tens for Zhang. Four-liner coming to life. Michael checking a second time. Will Dvoris turn it into a bluff?
Does feel like from the button we can just have so much worse than this. That we try to find our way to showdown with the queen. But maybe now facing two checks, Zhang will have ideas of value.
Well, after a second check back, Zhang can hold back no longer and fires just 60. 1/3 pot.
Hard for that queen to be the best hand.
Yeah, Dvoris, I think. Quite content to be done with it there. Well, we'll be forgiven if perhaps this isn't taking shape as the most exciting portion of today's coverage. But to be fair, there are things to be gleaned and appreciated about the really precise nature of a money bubble. Watching some of the best in the world navigate. Seems a lot cagier than maybe our appetites as short deck viewers crave. But we do still have some feral creatures in the field. Looking at Tan Xuan, of course. So anything is possible at any given moment. Martirosyan exploring the possibilities with King Jack off suit.
Looking like a raise folding candidate. First in, just four-handed. What does Dvoris have in mind with a big stack here in the cutoff? Doesn't look strong enough. Yeah, he's out. Zhang, though.
King, queen.
King, queen in position.
Dominating unbeknownst. Just 885 back. Michael surveying it.
800?
No. What?
As in that's 800 total? 800? Thank you, yeah.
So defense brings us
boy.
to a 480K pot, and Martirosyan is in trouble. Top pair jack kicker smothered by Michael.
Don't necessarily. Oh yeah, he just jams.
What's that? Yeah. You got?
Wow. Artur asked whether or not Michael had a set, and as soon as he said no, he zeroed in precisely on King Queen as his next guess. So even though the cards are not face up, intel was exchanged, and now authorization being given to get on with things. And Martirosyan has fought and scrapped, and he's hoping that it won't be his demise that brings us to the money. But as it stands, that rates to be the case. And now it's assured. Queen on the turn. No path to victory for Martirosyan. And his first short deck cash is going to have to wait. Did quite well, considering that here in this 50K you have some of the best to ever play short deck all around you. But he got right to the precipice, but no further. So the dreaded bubble boy will be Artur Martirosyan. No coveted player of the year points available to him, as we are down to just 7, all of whom are guaranteed 118,000.
Disappointing for sure to get that close. Felt like Artur was starting to get the hang of things in short deck, playing well throughout today. Just ran into it there.
Well, he's going to have one more opportunity to grab points here in Jeju and potentially some cash. But his run comes to an end. Danny Ting and Wai Liang Chan toward the bottom of the leaderboard. Once we amalgamate the field, we'll be thrilled at that. Touched on that $118,000 lockup for all parties. 700 and change awaiting the eventual champ. Tan Xuan all alone at the top of the leaderboard, north of 6 million. Michael Zhang sitting second, 3.3 in front of him after vanquishing Martirosyan. Artur fought hard. Things got very technical, though, as that frame wore on.
I do agree, but I think maybe only because we panned away from the table where Tan Xuan was playing a bunch of pots against Ivy, a bunch of pots against everybody, really. I mean, he felt very confident with the chip lead. He was navigating with controlled aggression, as you called it earlier. I mean, he was really impressive, and I'm looking forward to see how he approaches the final table.
He is the reigning champion in this event. Last year's Jeju, it was he who planted his flag at the top. Might he be going back-to-back? Only time will tell. We're going to step aside for about 10 minutes. Randy's going to step in, and then we're going to bring you the final table of the 50K after this.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker and daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
are you surprised that with limp and call in front of it, this ace-8 offsuit has chosen to be the one for Artur?
Not so surprised given the way we've seen Artur playing this short stack, and also maybe just a good kind of option once enough dead money's in here. I mean, he's basically getting 2-1 already on this jam without anyone having called yet. If ST were to squeeze and Dvoris gets out of the way, we're now essentially heads up with a chance to triple. But this is worse for Artur now, with ST just calling, unless Dvoris were to back raise, which he might. We go 3 ways to the flop, and that's going to make it a lot harder for ace-8 to win this one. Do we think ST ever traps at this point?
Apparently not.
No.
You know, it was the calculus for Dvoris as he does pot it.
Yeah, this is the danger of just calling once we've started with a limp under the gun. We kind of reveal to our opponent, yeah, I didn't have the top of my range. Go ahead and try and steal it.
Yeah, you would expect that ST would just look for privacy and to kick Dvoris out so he could play heads up against one hand.
Not that ST couldn't, sorry to interrupt, but not that ST couldn't have done this with 2 kings, but it's an uncomfortable thing to do. I think he's peeling this. He has Jack-10 suited. You can see how much equity this has in the 3-way confrontation. Huge flop incoming for both players. Not to discount how important this is for Artur, but Dvoris the one at risk in a 1.6 million side pot with only 800 behind.
King, Queen, 7, an open ender for ST with 1.5 million on the side. Dvoris with queens. Artur with a very desperate ace of diamonds. And look at ST just ripping right into Dvoris.
Yeah, I mean, this just has to go in now, right? We're getting 4-1 plus the main pot. We've hit something. Yeah, we could be beat, but there's just way too much out there. This is a chip lead pot if Dvoris wins it.
So Daniel begrudgingly does put his 885 out there. Everybody on their backs. Bulk of the biscuits on the outside. 3.3 million plus. That's what Wong and Dvoris are playing for. Daniel's ace interfering with pathways to the straight for ST. He does have backdoor spades, but 2 are occupied elsewhere. Catley pointing out that running 8s could be a thing for Martirosian here. Running 6-9. Also a way to do it. Instead, the jack rolls off. Martirosian now wants to see one of the 10s busy in ST's hand so that he can chop with Broadway alongside Dvoris. ST, in turn, is looking for an ace, jack, or 9. And there is the 10. Keep your seat, Artur, as ST ends up with 2 pair. But Dvoris will scoop the outside, and that is somewhat catastrophic for ST's stack. Meanwhile, the trapper here is Chidwick. His ace is limped and got Weiliang Chan's cut off with 10-9 suited to try to squeeze. Timing is poor as Chidwick 680 gets in there. Chan.
Classic race.
Forced to call, yeah, but in short deck, that 9-10 suited performs well against something like aces. In particular, given that the aces do not interfere with paths to straights, unlike kings. Six, 7, 8. The joint for Chan. What a disaster here for Chidwick. He could very easily be drawing dead on this turn. And instead, 9 of spades do provide outs to the flush as well as a chop. If the 10 were to roll off, 1.5 million in the middle. Things getting a little spicy in this dish, but it all gets bland on the end. As a board pairing 8 leaves Chidwick on the outside. Aces falling to the 10-9 suited and illustrating those short deck phenomenon. GG, Stevie.
Yeah?
Yeah, but it's not that bad. I mean, it's not great, but it's a good thing.
What?
Martirosian, pardon me. A 7 suited.
Don't think he'll be raise folding the suited ace
How much? 160.
unless
160.
2 players get heavily invested in this one.
What?
Yeah, I don't think the Ton asks for counts all that often without
1-4.
doing exactly this.
No fault.
Gamble too much.
Schwen
Was he
impishly
needling?
asking, of course, whether or not Arthur's going to fold based on that previous open and then muck.
Hello? Do you know the name? 7-Eleven.
7-Eleven. You want diamond? You don't want 7.
那个电子英文怎么说啊？
7-Eleven 啊，
那个超市。
860 in the middle here. Martirosian's final 390
11-7吧。
in precarious territory. And the territory has gotten worse here. Kiatli saying GG. 7. The current path.
Maybe chop.
9.
Remember that the ace can be a 5 in a running 6-8 situation.
Yeah.
I want in the money. A baby chop.
Now, the ace on the turn is actually good news for Artur. The 7 remains clean.
Upside down 6.
Board pairing
6
9, queen, king,
6 8 10是吧？
or an ace for that matter, would lead to a chop. What's it going to be? The queen. So aces and queens with a king kicker. And again, Artur soldiers return to the battlefield, not with any prisoners of war, but no casualties either.
Die. Let's see that.
Gamble.
Arthur. These two.
Kiat with the ace-7.
The shortest stacks at the table.
Bottom of the leaderboard collides here.
But no one folds an 8.
Covering stack belongs to Lee, although he's not performing particularly well against 2 kings. Preemptive GGs being issued.
Little.
Look at Artur saying, no, don't you engage me in the dark arts of a prepay. 820 in the middle. Can the Russian hang on? Looks like it on that board, although Kiat does add pathways. Snowmen would melt away the Cowboys. And, of course, the aces. Nothing changes.
9 of clubs.
And Martirosian will secure the double as Kiatli can do no more than pair his 7.
Everybody want.
And even though the exchange between the two, raising to 80 when you see that the button is 50 could be a little bit deceptive, but as you pointed out, that 80 isn't actually just 80, it's 105.
Yeah, the 25 that's already been pulled into the middle. A lot of these players aren't putting out in front of them. So the way we display it, the chips that get put out on a raise are displayed, but the 25 in the middle is kind of implied.
And welcome back to the desk. Ali Nejad, Randy Liu with you here on this final day of the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series in Jeju, where our 50K final table is set. It happened courtesy of a disappointing bust out for Artur Martirosyan, of course, not able to pick up points toward the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award race here in Season 4. Randy, we know he desperately wanted those, but a nice performance for someone like him, not ever having played short deck prior to this festival.
Yeah, you know, it's very nice to see him, how he adjusted, try to apply his tournament concepts from no limit hold'em into short deck, unable to get to the final table, but, you know, he got experience under his belt for the next time we have short deck.
And listen, some of that experience included having to deal with the uncaged wildebeest that is Tan Xuan, and he is running amok of the field right now. North of 6 million in front of him as you look inside the Triton Poker Plus app. 3.28 for Michael Zhang, a distant second. Then you have Divorce in third. Average stack 2.9, 96 antes. And as you look at that final table, Randy, at these seat draws, this is part of the equation when it comes to run good, run bad, isn't it?
Yeah, I think in terms of seat draws, you don't really want Tan Xuan to have position on you. He's the type of guy that's just going to blast away. He's going to isolate with some looser, non-stellar holdings, right? So I would say in general, Michael Zhang has got kind of the bad seat at the table.
And of all of the 7 remaining players, Danny Tang shortest of the stacks, everybody has high short deck IQ. This much we know. So we're just about set to get things underway. The payout right now that is guaranteed to everybody is $118,000. The jump from 7th to 6th is, let's call it 30K, 28,000 to be exact. Up at the top, of course, a Triton title and $708,000. So let's send it down to Luca Vivaldi. He is standing by to bring out your final 7 here as the 50K short deck final table gets underway.
The second out of 3 short deck tournament here in Jeju through 45 entries. 50K short deck, we're down to a final table of 7. It's more than 700K on top in this beautiful trophy. Please allow me to introduce you to your final table. Seat number 1 from the US with 2.1 million. Please welcome Phil Ivey.
Time and again, you'll hear no introduction needed, but it rings true with this man. One of the GOATs, 15 million in career Triton earnings, 4 of his 5 titles coming in short deck.
EC number 2 from Malaysia with 1.8 million. Please put your hand together for Chan Wei Long.
Well, not since 2019 has this man earned himself a cash in short deck, but that is fixed here. Just how big will the cash be?
EC number 3 with 3.1 million from Lake Bays, Ontario. Please welcome Dan Vores.
Fresh off of a final table appearance and a 3rd place finish in the 30K short deck, Divorce once again looking to scale the summit and add to 20 million in career Triton earnings.
RC number 5 is from the UK with 3.3 million. Please welcome Michael Zhang.
Well, he doesn't play the long deck and PLO portions of the tournament, which tells you that he is strictly business and strictly short deck. Cash number 6 of Michael Zhang's Triton career.
RC number 6 from Hong Kong as 1.5 million. Please welcome Danny Tang.
Ivan Liao Player of the Year award winner in Season 3. Looks like he's brought some stuffed run good with him. 8th in the 30K, a minimum of 7th here in the 50.
C number 7, we have our chip leader from China with 6.1 million. Please welcome Tan Xuan.
He is the 800-pound gorilla at this FT, north of 10 million in career Triton earnings, hunting a 3rd Triton title in this, his 21st cash.
And last but not least, also from China, closing down the final table, EC number 8 with 2.4 million. Please welcome ST Wang.
Well, it took a 7th effort, but after going 0 for 6, ST finally breaks the seal and picks up a cash here in Jeju.
the button has been drawn on Mike in seat number 5. We have the last 10 to play with Ante 30,000, button Ante 60,000. I wish you all the very best of luck. Alex, shuffle up and deal, please.
Thank you, Luca. So let's get a look at the particulars as we're set to get it underway. Antes 30K, double ante of 60K. And you can divide the ante figures there by 2 if you're looking to express things more in a long deck sort of manner as you get the glimpse at the chip counts brought to you by BetACR. Massive lead for Tan Xuan. ICM still very much a thing, but to varying degrees, is it respected and regarded? Will be leveraged, no doubt, by Tan as the bottom of the leaderboard attempts to jockey.
203 antes as a chip leader, that's absurd.
He's the reigning champion in this event, is Tan Xuan. Back-to-back would be incredible. $118,000 secured of the $2.25 million total put together here. As you look at the payouts, brought to you by GTO Wizard. Here we go.
Danny Tang is the shortest stacked of these 7. He's going to try and limp in there with King Jack off.
By the way, his seat draw is abysmal, Randy.
Direct left to Tan Xuan? Yeah, that's bad.
Suited connector. Tan limps. Now a little snowball effect. Ivy. Chan. Also aboard. Divorce cut off with 2 10s. He'll call now King Queen suited.
6 ways.
That's a lot of hand on the button for Michael Zhang. Wouldn't have blamed him if he wanted to activate, but maybe thinking at least one of these guys is trapping. Finds top pair on the Queen 8-6 board. That is the best of what's around, but note that the double gut shot of Phil Ivey has 30% equity.
Yeah, Ivy's hand is the most solid with the double gutter. Michael's got the best hand of top pair. I'd say there's probably not 2 pairs in opponent's ranges besides the button. So Michael could feel confident and look to shed if it gets over to him. Just so scary to bet on a 6-way flop.
Well, with 5 checks in front of us, questions are going to get asked, says Michael. 145,000.
You never know what's on Tan Xuan's mind. Standard practice is to just fold 8-7 in this spot. He might be looking to flex his stack a bit. TBD. Yeah, he's going to come in.
So a liberal peel here. You don't expect the position bet bluff too often from the button into a 5-way short deck pot that has this kind of texture.
Yeah, I agree. And technically everyone has to be very careful because Michael is kind of like the only player that has 2 pair on this board right now.
Right, Queen 8, Queen 6, 8, 6, not
yeah.
supposed to be a part of the limping ranges.
Exactly.
For the other parties. So the field loses 2 players, down to 3. An ace on the turn. Note that 7-9, if it were lurking, would have gotten there. The ace, again, serves as a 5 toward the bottom end straights with the deuces through 5s removed.
This ace is actually a good card for Ivy because it's very unlikely Michael's going to bet the turn now and he gets to see a free river card. Michael has to be wary of like an ace-queen. It is technically possible. He just can't really get called by worse by betting here. Could be some gut shots lingering that hit the ace.
So the turn is checked down, and the 7 on the end gives Ivy the nuts, while it gives Tan Xuan 2 pair.
Yeah, so for Ivy, he's hoping someone's got a 9, and I think it is plausible that Michael could have a 9 in this spot. Maybe he stabbed an ace-9 gut shot. So Ivy could go sizable, trying to win the max against the straight. It's just so hard to get paid off by worse in a straight on these kind of 4-liners.
$600,000 the ask. Does feel like King Queen is going to crumble in short order here.
Yeah, Michael's also sandwiched between Tan Xuan and Ivy, so even more reasons for him to fold. So Michael did put in a time bank. I guess he's trying to figure out how Ivy could potentially have a 9. Maybe 10-9 would make a lot of sense. Jack-9.
Yeah, it was a little bit surprising to see him burn a bank to get there. Trying to sort out hands that Ivy might show up with, he thinks, that he has beat.
I think the most likely hand that Ivy could have as a bluff is Jack-10. Chasing a gut shot and whiffing.
Yeah, that would have turned into a double gutter on the turn, albeit there was no action on that street.
Only one hand.
Jack 10's iron.
Maybe 10.
I don't think he definitely doesn't have 10.
有酒吗？
啊？
有酒？
哦，没有酒。
没有酒。等下你把我误导了，我操！你一个酒我都跳我了。
So painful as it may have seemed, Tan does release. And Ivy coyly collects that one. You know, it's so funny with Ivy as we see the ante go to 40.
Ivy bluff.
Double ante on the button. Tan, curious as to whether or not Phil was bluffing. He says maybe. You can be lulled into the sense with Phil, and it would be a really bad idea that he isn't absorbing every little thing that's going on at the table at any given time. You know, it seems like, okay, I'm just stacking my chips, but you see the eyes, definitely the ears, tuned to all that takes place, and then utilizing all of that data to help inform every decision in situations such as this. Ace-8 suited. ST informing the field that limps are possible.
He's one of the sharpest for a reason. He's paying attention all the times, knows how to make good adjustments.
You know, the moment that I realized the degree to which Ivy is insanely sharp is way back in the day when I was doing Poker After Dark. We would have these cash games, and Ilari Sahamias of Finland, known as Zygmunt online, who was a super high stakes player back in the day, was playing on Poker After Dark. And Ivy and Zygmunt decided that they would play $50,000 per flop red-black. And any time that Ivy, I don't know if he had the black or the red suits, held 2 of his own color, he would press the action pre-flop in a way to try to end the pot because he knew that that little edge of information that made it that much more likely that Zygmunt would take the 50K on the flop, or 100 if it was all the same color, was worth
more
the
than
investment.
the game itself, possibly,
yeah, more
right?
than the game itself. And I was like, this dude's on another level. Might seem straightforward now, but back then, few were thinking on that level, as we see the 150K level being demanded of the field by top pair. Dvoris, in spite of the family pot, gets no action. I say family, but Ton and Phil were not in there. Now Dvoris, of course, another one of these incredibly sharp characters, does have a title in short deck already. 20 million plus in career Triton earnings.
I feel like his short deck results date way back when. Am I right?
Well, a little peek into the Triton Poker Plus app. He first joined us in Macau in 2017, and then Montenegro 2019 at his second festival. He just mashed. He had 5 cashes in 5 attempts, every one of them a final table, 3 of them in short deck.
Yeah, so he definitely was ahead of the curve when short deck was getting very popular.
Yes.
And still here.
Ace Queen is here for Dan.
Hot.
Pot announced.
Should just get it done pre-flop. Pocket pairs. Not really looking to call. And single raise pots. They play very poorly in this game. Even here, you look into equities. He only has 41%. And it has no visibility post-flop. Unless you hit a 7. And these little pairs, like 7s, 6s, 8s, they get counterfeited more in short deck.
Another 360 is a big demand being made.
Yeah, so his direct odds is obviously a lot worse. He's thinking about it, but very hard. You often see this hand just hit the muck.
Yeah, but you'll often see Ivy, even in spots where maybe you think the conclusions are foregone, take up that posture, grab some chips, give it a beat, look over, not overtly, and just try to identify the subtlest piece of physical information that might help inform him as to his opponent's range or willingness to respond favorably or unfavorably to aggression.
Who knows? Maybe even he's trying to instill the idea that I might be able to limp raise and then try to get players to isolate them a little bit less. There's little subtleties. Let's see how that plays out.
Looking at Ivy's Jeju Festival so far. Has 6 cashes. Best finish was 5th in the 25K PLO.
Curious to see Dvoris' appetite to raise. If he doesn't, it's probably because he's a little bit fearful of Tan Xuan, who has position on him. He's going to test the waters a bit.
Ace 10 posing a question. Reminder that it is pot limit pre-flop and then no limit post-flop. Something that we're trying on for the first time here.
Danny's likely Lee to go with the 2 jacks in this spot. He has fold equity. He is the shortest stack, so he needs to try to chip up soon. If he does come along, he'll just re-pop it full pot.
So Danny pouring forward virtually all of it, leaving 115 back. Tan, 2 10s and tremendous appetite for mischief, but I don't think this is a spot he's going to be eager to take.
A very easy fold in this spot for the 2 10s. He has to fear divorce, waking up with the hand as the open razor. Doesn't want to commit 3.5 back.
Oh, and you see immediately when divorce doesn't snap,
Well, I would have 115 back.
Tan is aggrieved.
Like this guy, come on. It's like you
Yeah,
don't know what
his
to
read
do?
was what you thought, that, you know, divorce was going to have something.
其实我还是觉得没必要，除了一个没必要。
While on Jenny's like looking at divorce, let's see if we can maybe pick up something, because it is kind of one of those spots where most players know what they're gonna do once they raise against like a 30 ante reshove. So if this does show down, the players are very vested into how close was it for divorce.
Does ace 10 off feel this worthy?
It feels weak to me. I think with ICM that Danny is not messing around with like suited aces and reshoving as
Meaning
much.
smaller than ace 10 suited aces.
Yeah, that's what I meant. And then he's not reshoving like all broadways. You know, like the queen jack suited, they're just hitting the muck. Just a different phase of the tournament at final tables.
Ultimately, Danny does let it go, so an important pickup for Tang. Did I just call divorce Danny? I think I did. It's either Dan or Daniel. We never call him Danny. Danny is for Tang.
Daniel Tang and Danny Divorce.
Guess it's not incorrect, but confusing. So all the single antes are posted and collected. Button double ante is drawn into the middle.
So now we see Divorce limping ace queen. I suppose that's because he's in an earlier position, wants to protect his limps. He just got seen raise folding pre.
Huh? No.
Tan, 7-8 offsuit. Hopping in
anything.
here. Yeah, I mean, the setup for him right now is very much available for chip accumulation. Four-way affair. 9-10 jack, and Schwen flops himself to jack high straight. No waiting. Note that Divorce has a two-way straight draw.
Gonna guess 10 just leads out, tries to get value, protect against two pairs. He doesn't block like queen or king from falling, which would be disastrous for his hand. Doesn't need to worry about queen 8, which would be a bigger straight, just mainly the king queen.
345K is a business-sized bet.
Very healthy bet. Which puts Divorce in a tricky situation because he's drawing to a straight that brings out a 4-liner. So if you think about that, it's harder for him to get paid off if he does make his hand. Like 2 pairs and sets are not really looking to pay off anymore. And you see him lay down to ace-queen. He also thinks that if he hits the king, and say Tan does have like the queen, he's not going to get all of the chips because Tan is too smart to just give it away.
Yeah, the implied odds. And if Tan doesn't happen to have a queen himself, when the king shows up, obviously getting paid by anything short of another straight would be a challenge. So the implied odds or lack thereof weighing in, coupled with the sizing that Tan chose for Divorce. Not to mention the ICM, still a real thing very much. Given that we are playing a poker tournament, doesn't matter what discipline of poker is being played.
Like to see Divorce coming with limp 10-9 suited. Probably expected to be limping some ace kings, ace queens that can protect his limping range up front.
Ace jack. Jang. Flats. Now Danny with king queen.
It's something he might be able to press. Although it's very scary to press against the first 2 limpers. They're the ones that's most likely to be trapping.
And obviously scary when you got Tan on your left.
And Queen 8 offsuit's obviously not a good hand in short deck.
You think that's ever stopped this man?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Is he going to put in some chips rather than the cards into the muck? Hey, buddy, wrong color.
Randy, he won this event last year. His procedures are to be taken note of. And when he is given the big stack is when he is most dangerous.
This is just disrespectful. To do it with Queen 8 offsuit as well. Like, most of the time, you would have, like, Ace X offsuit blocking repops. But no, this is just another day in office for Tan Xuan.
You know, Tan performing more extraction out here than a meth country dentist. You know meth rots your teeth. Randy, hence the dentist in meth country would be.
Oh, I didn't know you
pulling
wanted.
teeth.
Didn't know I needed to respond to that one.
No, you didn't actually, but for a moment, you know, I get these anxious where I'm like, you give me the courtesy chuckle, but did the synapse actually
Do you want me
fire?
to do a big smile for you so you can check out my teeth to see if it
No,
applies?
no, I'm not worried that you're on meth, Randy. 2 9s. Inadequate. Xuan's ace-10 limp. Picks up another ace-10 for the ride.
Everyone thinking, please check Divorce. Don't raise that button.
King 8 making it quite easy for Double D to check it. 4-horse race, 440 in the middle. And they're off. King, Queen 6. Couple of Broadway draws and bottom 2 versus top pair. Everyone with something to take interest in.
The bottom 2 is very well disguised. For now, though, is Tan Xuan just going to lead out? Looks like it. He's the earliest position limp. He can still represent that top pair, top kicker type stuff.
a little bit.
Got that gut shot.
Yeah, but it's a little bit uncomfortable because you do have 2 players left to act behind you.
And original better to worry about as well.
Yeah, he lets it go, Randy. It
Solid.
did feel like that was on his mind. Even though the gut shots have more value, obviously, in short deck, situation didn't call for ST to carry on.
Well, Longchamp probably just rips this one in because it only has 36 antes to start this hand. He wants to protect what's in the middle. His hand is usually good.
Boom shakalaka.
Boom shakalaka.
1.365 dunked. Dvoris's exit made easy. Now I'd love to pretend that I know for sure that Tan is going to fold, Randy, and I think you would love to rest assured that that speculation was one that you could safely make, but I'm not going to do it, are you?
I'm going to gamble. He is going to fold. Nah, he should, though, because, like, I mean, he just has ace-10 high. He only beats jack-10. He blocks that. There we go. Now, what was the thing in NBA Jam called when your ball was on fire?
That was being on fire.
Oh, it's actually called being on fire? Okay, because, like, you just make every shot, you know?
If you're wondering why Randy out of left field has come with NBA Jam inquiries, it's on the heels of the Boom Shakalaka. Made famous by the video game, which some on stream may be a little bit too young to remember. They didn't like bring it back. They didn't bring it back, did they?
No. I don't think so.
Well, it was like God mode when you were on fire. You just shoot from anywhere and it would just go in.
Across the court. I like shoving people in that game. Just, you know, get them injured.
Your turbo meter was just dead at all times. I like when you would jump out of the arena for a dunk, 19 front flips, and then come down. King Jack. This time, ST does not limp behind Tan as he did a hand ago. Randy, this is curious for me. What changed about this pot versus the last one other than maybe trauma?
Mixing it up? It's a thing in short deck.
But honestly, it is peculiar, is it not? One hand removed from a spot where Schwen open-limped and then he hopped in with the exact same kit. For him not to choose to get in there this time. Unclear, obviously, as I'm not clocking stack dynamics on the button, which might be playing a role. Pocket Queens playing the role for Chan's 440.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's just like when I'm looking at this table, there's a few of them that kind of have that feeling when they want to get involved, you know?
Yeah, those that are a little bit more into mischief. And if you're in to timepieces, our official timekeepers over at Jacob & Co. can bring you the sky. That's the limit to what their craftsmen in Geneva are able to produce. Just get a load of what's on your screen and, of course, what's on the wrists of our Triton main event winners in PLO and Long Deck, who are awarded the Epic X collaboration. Check out all that they have on offer at Jacob & Co.
You know, I just thought of something. I know we're already past NBA Jam, but I want to go back to it one more time.
No, I'm into it. Let's go.
Wasn't Michael Jordan not on the Chicago Bulls? Like, they just wouldn't let you pick him? You had to use Scottie Pippen and then, like, other? Does that sound accurate?
I don't remember Jordan being in
NBA
Jam.
He's like the best basketball player, right, of all time.
At that time, for sure.
They wouldn't let us pick him. Who was the other guy, though?
On the Bulls?
It was Scottie Pippen, and then you had, it's 2-on-2, right?
Probably like B.J. Armstrong or like Bill Cartwright, or, you had like 4 people you could choose. 3 people, I think. You had to choose 2.
Yeah. Couldn't figure it out.
Somebody in the chat knows, no doubt. Ivy knows. Ace Queen. And just sheds the King Queen. Tan loves playing against Ivy, by the way. I don't have factual intel on exactly how much experience these guys have playing against one another, but 1,000% the first time they collided was not at a Triton tournament. If I had to guess, just given the amount of time Ivy spent playing in the cash games in Macau, which were all short deck. And I'm sure he and Tan performed quite well over those years during that stretch. They've sort of tapered off, haven't they, though, Randy, from the legendary, like, 10,000, 20,000 Annie, double Annie short deck stuff that we were hearing about, right? Is that still going on?
I don't think so. I kind of think, like, No Limit's kind of back in, you know, in terms
vogue.
of popularity, in terms of the private kind of stuff. But yeah. But the same customers, you know, Ivy and Tan play a lot with one another.
Well, it didn't take long, by the way, for the chat to submit that Chicago Bulls' third option was Horace Grant. He used to wear the goggles.
Yeah, the goggles guy, I remember him.
Yep. Tony Kukoc also apparently 1 year was in there.
I want someone to wear some goggles while playing the Triton next time.
I don't think you need eye protection. I mean, at least not yet. Everyone's been civilized. 2 king queens and ace queen. King 9 and 7-6. I'll look at queen 9-6. So 3 players have hit top pair as the case lady puts Phil Ivey in front. Look at the equity for 6-7, Randy. It's the chunkiest of all holdings.
That is pretty crazy to me. I suppose it's because the queen X's are king queen will chop one another.
Yeah, the 0% for Zhang and Wang are to win.
Yeah, outright.
Yeah. So perhaps a little deceptive in that respect. Now with Danny's king 9 out of there. Schwen folds.
This is very interesting, actually. 3 players, a very strong hand, no flush draw out there. Kind of want to charge some jack 10s. I'm going to guess ST just check calls in this spot, but there is merit for Ivy to raise with top pair, top kicker. 2 pair seems non-existent with these 3 positions. I mean, ST's kind of giving me these vibes that he's a little worried, given the long hesitation.
I mean, there's no immediate straight possibility, but obviously plenty of equity if indeed that's the territory that Michael Zhang is occupying. That said, I don't know. King Queen being given a long think.
I'm going to assume he's between call and raise all in. But it seems like a pretty standard call off of his stack.
Tend to agree.
What if he just comes out with fold? That'd be crazy, but correct.
Yeah, we can see that Ivy has both Zhang and Wang in a way.
Service.
Oh my God.
That's a huge find for ST.
What? That read is insane.
That was pure Phil
Red, blue.
Collins.
Red, blue.
He felt
Nice.
it calling in the air. Ivy, of course, calling with the ace kicker and top pair. Pot goes to 800,000 as Zhang unable to clear the whole field, understandably. 10 on the turn, providing him a gut shot.
Thank you.
Now, how much into that four-way field, five-way field rather, do you think Zhang would be willing to show up with something that's straightened out on this board as a better? You know, like just trying to unpack how often Ivy thinks that this card is troublesome to that effect.
King Jack would make sense.
And is unblocked, by the way, by Ivy.
8-7, very possible in the hijack to overlap. Yeah, I think concerns is reasonable for both.
And obviously quelled by the check back, one would imagine. Board pairing 6 on the river is a nice one for Ivy in terms of runouts. There were plenty worse than that.
Yeah, this is very good for Ivy. He didn't see a bet on the turn, so he can kind of throw out the straights. And this is just going to check through. Ship it to Ivy.
So the turn and the river both shut down. And by the way, ST is going to feel very validated about the fold, seeing that ace-queen was lurking. Well, you've opened Pandora's box in the chat, Randy. Taking us down the NBA Jam rabbit hole. Jeremy, taking a moment to remind us about Big Head mode. You remember Big Head mode?
Like bobbleheads.
And of course, on the Phoenix Suns at the time, Tom Chambers with the three-point dunk. I didn't ever unleash the three-point dunk.
Is this a cheat code?
No, he just apparently
dunk
could do
from the three-point line.
Yeah. Well, you could definitely. I mean, I remember I would launch from like half court with like, you know, the 19 somersault dunk. And the smoke trail, of course, because you have to be on fire to do it. Ace, king suited. Flames for Chan.
I was pretty sure it was
limping it though.
Charles Barkley on the Suns that you get to use, right?
Yeah, but there's more than one player on the court. Tom Chambers was there, and probably Kevin Johnson, if I had to guess, who went to my alma mater, by the way, Cal, Berkeley. King Queen now for Danny. He will participate, unaware that he's dominated.
You got the 7 deuce of short deck 10. You can fold.
No, he can fold.
Hey, buddy, seriously, you got it wrong again.
Oh, man.
This guy.
I swear he does it for the glory. He does it to scramble brains.
He actually won a big pot against Phil Ivey the other day with Jack 6 offsuit in the cutoff.
Ace 8-8. This is all Chan. 3 rapid fire checks in front of ST. Nothing on his stovetop. 7 on the turn. Second diamond on the board, adding to Chan's arsenal.
Look at that little sneaky with the ace king suited. Ace king still is best.
Yeah, Danny is connected with the queen.
$175 on request. Not much for the 3 opponents to call down with. Big crazy call of king queen. Oh my, is he gonna call? No, just okay.
Momentary interest look peaked.
Okay, NBA Jam one more time.
One more time. You want some more NBA Jam?
No, I'm just saying.
You're bringing something. Okay.
I remember how I played the game.
Oh, no.
I would get the opponent to the bottom left corner, and then I would just keep shoving him so he's just out of commission while my other player would just do all the damage, you know?
Wait, you would get the computer.
Well, like
AI.
Or sometimes we're playing like
teammate.
2 versus 2.
Oh, okay. So you'd have your partner just go bully everybody.
No, I just keep pushing. No, I just keep pushing him in the corner so he can't leave the corner because he can't respond.
It's nice. You turned it into NBA boxing.
Yeah, I was just looking for some loopholes, you know.
I used to do something shady like that in NHL hockey on PlayStation where you're playing 2-on-2 and you would go, they wouldn't actually have a penalty for this. You would just turbo into the goalie and shove them out of the goal. And
like
then
a
your
free
partner
shot.
would just basically shoot into an empty net. Tens. Tan starts us off.
The games were quite exploitable back then. Still, we see players trying to exploit modern day poker. Couple tens going to limp first in the hijack versus his favorite opponent, Ivy.
9-7-7, over pair versus top pair.
It's hard to have an overpair with 2 tens in this game. He actually has the perfect board and hand for his opponent to maybe get a little value at some point. It's easiest to get value on the flop because obviously there's lots of turns and rivers that ruin things a bit.
Little 80K from Tan that Ivy must contend with.
Play a turn card?
Yeah, sure. Note that the ace could get Ivy in trouble if it goes runner 6-8. Take that off the board after the jack gives Tan the gut shot. Overcard to the 9s.
Bad card for both. Slightly better for Tan because he does block the jack 10.
I mean, jack 8, jack 10 could be in range on button for Ivy, of course, as a peeler who checked it pre.
Aces and 9s are good.
So Ivy gets a free tug at the river and produces a winner. Gotta get to showdown.
I don't think Tan needs to turn his 10s into a bluff. He still can show down against the 9x.
So he does check it. Compulsory value pursuits for aces and 9s?
I think so. He can get called by an ace. Wow, he checked it back. I don't know, it's the Tan factor maybe.
I mean, 6-8, 10-8 were there. 7x. 10 could just have any two, and you know that he's not afraid to trap you. Annie of 50K. Now 100K double ante. Things thinning out considerably. Shortest stack at present belongs to Danny Tang. Ball stack belongs to Tan.
King 10 for Tan Chuan.
50。对啊，所以我没拎嘛。但是我第一波我就没必要加分。哎呀。
Ivy, a third limper.
Kind of a loose final table. Players are much more willing to limp with these characters rather than the previous final tables.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, short deck is presumably lending itself once somebody limps to increased incentive to do that. And ST will be quite pleased that he was permitted to take this 8-8-7 board. Trip 8s for him. Tan checking. Wet texture, 9 interferes, especially in club form. 125.
Just imagine if Wai-Lon Chan makes the straight. He'd be done against ST, who would make a full house. Don't expect Wai-Lon Chan to continue. Maybe occasionally he just tries to represent the 8, given he's on the button.
Gut shot fails to come in on the turn. Chan took a pull. And he's doing that in part also, Randy, because he's on the button in a limp pot pre where this part of the deck is supposed to be his to represent potentially, and he could maybe earn a check out of ST and bluff his way out.
Yeah, that's true. And if it does get checked over Wai-Lon Chan and he doesn't hit with the Jack 10, he can just consider attacking. He's got a lot more 8Xs than ST.
ST not slowing down and barreling 310 means it's all over. Note the 9 would have been disastrous. Boy, that king-queen laydown was very impressive not long ago from ST. Feels like he is very invested in a solid outcome. And you know, the journey thus far in terms of the festival, the grind, cash games, I think does weigh quite a bit on one's performance here on the final day of this Jeju festival. If you've been up all night, you know, if maybe the 700,000 up top is nothing compared to what you won or lost in the cash game streets, or, you know, you aren't necessarily as fresh. Those little precise choices like the one that we saw from ST might be more difficult to come by. There is definitely a continuum in terms of the quality of play that we are all capable of, and that is guided often by variables seen and unseen. Schwann's pocket sevens, greeted by ST's ace-king. Ace-jack able to bow out.
Yeah, this hand is done. I do agree with you, though. Like, ST's, like...
He feels dialed.
He always is. You know, like, he's one of the most, like, calm and solid players I've ever observed play. Now, primarily when I watch him play, it is in cash games. He doesn't ever strike me as someone who tilts, you know, even when he runs bad. He just is always on point.
Have you ever played with someone or observed someone, though, that their affect never changes, so you would never otherwise know if they're buried or if, you know, they've lost multiple consecutive pots or whatever, but in spite of that, you do see play style change considerably. You know, I feel as though I can remember ST just a little bit opening up. I think you and I were doing the cash games where the Super Squids, was it? No, it might have been me and
That would
Rast.
have been you and Rast.
Yeah.
That that was the case. Because I observed him in the one prior, and he was losing some big pots, but he was still, like, very calm. And
well, listen, it pays not to get opened up. As Danny opens with King-Jack suited, unfortunately for him, Tan has King-Queen, and I don't think folding on his mind. Especially not with just 795 back for Danny.
yeah, so Tan wants to get in against Danny, but not anyone else, because Danny's only playing 26 antes.
And the trouble is they're under the gun +1, so the whole rest of the field has to be faded.
That's why you can see that he's not very confident in the hand, pitches it.
I'll tell you
ST2 jacks.
That data point there, standing in contrast to sort of what we build as this narrative of Tan being sticky and willing to just
He's got CBF, Controlled Berserk Factor.
So you remember RBF
I
was
do.
Random Berserk Factor.
Yeah.
I like CBF. That's good. Does provide a window into what feels very much like a dialed-in Tan Xuan as well. This is going to be a tough proposition for the shorter stacks. You know, nothing's going to be given. There's not going to be any charity out here.
Yeah, so Danny, the shorter stack, needs to just play solid ranges and hope he gets a nice double.
会丢吗？开什么国际玩笑？
Then change the game plan. So Danny should be relatively straightforward at the moment.
你想丢了的，不用做他了，30个马，27个马位。
Queens for ST. Over limp.
小一格，他妈的，勉强可以。
Ivy's Jack 10 suited, also showing the caginess of, even though we're in the money, these tacticians.
Wylon Chan, man, he might fall for this one. It feels like so much dead money out there with multiple limps.
Yeah, he just announced pot. 650 in total. King 10, let alone the ace 6, not going to be able to withstand this kind of heat. Zhang and Danny with similar dusty ace X's. There is the fold from Tan. And let's see how durable black queens are perceived to be for ST. He covers slightly.
I mean, it's a solid hand. He needs to protect his limps to some degree. Yeah, this is a bit too good. Jacks maybe hits the muck, but queens is the cutoff. Side call for Wylon Chan.
Long gone are the Jack 10 suited days of fist pumping and just shoveling all the chips in there, even as a third party to this action. As we see the fold from Ivy and the collision between ace queen and 2 queens. Wylon Chan hoping not to be the first casualty of this final table. But as it stands, help is needed in a 4.9 million chip collision.
Wow, that's not bad for Wylon Chan.
No, not at all. He adds to the aces he sought on this Jack 10-8 board, where kings would give him Broadway. And of course, he can chop with a 9. 7 isn't the one, as now just 1 card remains. A pull at 7 outs to keep his seat. Can the Malaysian make it happen? No, the queen on the end, and it's top set versus 1 pair.
Yeah, you got
it's like 2.6 maybe.
So the GG's and a wrap at the table there, as it appeared that Wylon Chan wasn't even necessarily certain that he was covered.
Yeah, I would say that spot is pretty standard for ace queen. He saw multiple limps, get a better price to try to take it down of ace queen, but just a bit committed once he potted it against ST.
Well, the prize pool is going to commit $118,000 of itself to the Wylon Chan fund.
对我来讲很多了，对吧？对我来讲是1/3了。
Adding to his $11.6 million in career Triton earnings. Coming into this one, notching his 4th cash of the festival at his first final table. It had been a bit of a dry spell in terms of the short deck streets. Last short deck cash came 2019 Montenegro, but back in form in the 6+ lane is Chan, leaving behind 6 to carry on.
Definitely going to see some more Wylon Chan. He's going to hunt his first title in some future events.
Guess who's got company up at the top of the leaderboard, Randy? Tan Xuan now leading ST by just a single ante.
And they have very contrasting styles. So we'll see how this one plays out. ST does have position on Tan.
ST trying his new stack on for size with a limp. 10s, ace-8 suited, and queen-9 all hop aboard with trips for Tan Xuan's button. ST ace of club working. Has hit the jack. Really the only hand that one would have thought would be interested in this one. Yet it is Ivy who is betting 150,000, interfering with some of the queen and jack X combos, holding 2 10s, but not much beyond that that I can identify.
Yeah, it's not what you expect to bet, but Ivy's logic most likely is he's blocking a lot of straight draws that can continue. So King 10, Ace 10, 10, 9. He's also betting on the paired board because he expects Jack X to just fold to a flop bet, given its multi-way. So he's really just worried about the queen, and once he gets called here, it should be alarm bells.
Nothing alarming about a 6 on the turn. Much more so Tan's willingness to climb aboard, given our interference with the straight draws that you walked us through.
Yeah, I would think that Ivy's not looking to put more chips into the pot. He should have thought that Tan would fold a jack. Therefore, he's just left with the queen. Block straight draws. Tan looking to keep it slow.
River ace.
Pretty likely Ivy just gives this one up. No reason to rep the ace.
Sure enough, he is checked. And now Tan, having checked back the turn, will fire. Would he be looking for value with something ace X-ish?
No.
So we narrow it down to the queen X, although there was some busted stuff. Ivy's possession of the 2 10s. And nothing further. Left here appropriately into the bin. So there it is. Tan Xuan now putting daylight between himself and ST Wong once more. Not tremendous amounts of it, granted, as they both sit over 100 antes deep. 2 members of a Chinese delegation. A third of the remaining 6 players with $146,000 on lockup and a $46,000 pay jump between 6th and 5th. We fight on in the 50K.
Yeah, there's,
They need to be seeable? Time it?
右还强
Okay.
，A 圈不可能吧，大哥 ，A 勾啊。What?
Ivy. Limps Queen Jack.
Thank you.
25K short deck, our final event of the festival, has gotten underway, by the way, elsewhere in the room. You can keep tabs on that in the Triton Poker Plus app. We will bring you coverage of it.
Oh, yeah, please.
After this one's done.
Danny could consider pressing pre-flop off of 30 ante with Jack 10. Performs all right, even against hands willing to get it in, like Ace Queen, Ace King, but seems like he's fearful of Ivy's UTG limp. Good news for 2 players behind him who can get it in cheap. No, maybe Ace 6 offsuit just attacks. It's the candidate. Mischief Man.
An impish 550 with the equivalent of ace deuce, and it's going to work.
That's a pretty nice read because he believes Danny would always pot it pre-flop off of 30 antes if he was ever going to continue. So now he's just like, well, I only have to get through Phil Ivey. And if ace 6, it has good properties blocking re-raising hands like ace king, ace queen. He's just a dangerous animal.
You know, the thing also is that Danny's overlimp doesn't feel trappy.
I would say he's never trapped in that spot.
Right. Jack 9 suited. Nope. Ace jack off, plus boss stack.
This is a yep. Probably just gonna raise. 2-player stack behind him, who has position. Oh, he's gonna limp it. The deuce 3 of short deck. 7-6. It is suited.
It looks so much prettier than deuce 3, but you're absolutely right, Randy. Ivy with the 7 deuce of short deck on the button, so surrounded by dust bunnies. Tan looks up at ace queen 10, top pair, Broadway gutter, but note. Flush draw for ST. Ivy with the gutter as well.
Looks like a good spot for ace jack to look for clarity. 2 blacks. Flush draw is going to definitely continue. These are the 2 big stacks of the tournament, so they have less reason to raise the flop and get it in marginally. Semi-plus play more passively.
So Ivy bowing out as ST will take a pull and find himself a pair of 7s.
No. What time is it? No.
This is where short deck IQs come into play, Randy. The 1-pair hands on these textured boards.
They're hard to navigate. It's very unclear whether your opponent is just playing a bit more pot control with like some 2 pairs. Like, it's not unreasonable for ST to have like ace 10, queen 10. So
Yeah, it does
check
help
side.
that Tan has the jack in terms of blocking the nuts. Let's see if pair plus flush draw motivates ST. Wow. And this is risk appetite that I feel like we haven't really observed of late from him.
Yeah, he knows the pair of 7s is unlikely to win at showdown. He's hoping he can shed pair gut shot, especially like the non-top pair gut shots. Tan's not going to feel great about this, but his draw is to a nut straight. It's a little bit on the smaller side where it's not the end of the world if he calls a bet. So we are going to play a river card, nearly 2 million chips in the pot.
1 more black. 1 more black. Hey.
550 As Tan makes a big call in the face of the big bet, and ST finds himself trip sevens. Maybe, I mean, we counterfeited Queen 10 just now. Ace 10 we chop with. There is a price I think that Tan would pay here. I don't know exactly how much it is, Randy. That's such a seemingly clean run out.
It's a very good run out, especially for ST. Like, he can safely value bet against ace 10, ace queen, ace king. It's so disguised. You would think the 7x is never in either player's range. ST just needs to be careful not to get too greedy, to get some hero folds out of Tanxuan. It's hard to find that magical number.
800,000 is what he's come with, so this is sub half pot. Now, having a spade in our hand makes it a little bit more challenging in terms of assigning a busted flush, which technically is what ST has. He just happened to bust it into trips. But I'm going to sit back and defer to Tan Xuan to unpack this one, Randy. So much going on here.
I think he'll lay down, to be honest.
Too rich at 800? Pot laying over 3-1?
It feels like he's getting milked in this spot.
I mean, he blocks the jack. As we said, ace 10 we chop with. I don't know whether or not ST would be barreling that hand, let alone queen 10.
We don't chop with ace 10.
Oh, forgive me. That's right. That doesn't get counterfeited. Apologies. The queen 10, though, has been counterfeited. We do chop with any of the other ace X other than ace king and, of course, ace queen.
I think ST bets here with ace jack, so Tan should never expect to call and chop with another ace. I think ST would just take the free showdown against like a king queen, queen jack.
More often than not, I feel as though when Tan gets to the business of verbalizing his speculations about his opponent's hands, he tends to find the fold.
I think his gut knows it should probably fold, but he is curious by nature.
Well, that curiosity would prove costly and would create a massive power shift here. Multiple banks being used. What are the bluffs, Randy? What do we beat with ace-jack as played? Remember, this one was limped by Tan and ST. Ivy was aboard. A 200K lead on the ace-queen 10 board from the ace-jack with ace of spades was called by ST. Then a check brought on the 550 on the turn, which we call and now face after checking 800 with running sevens.
Jack 9 comes to mind. Would make the most sense.
But again, the inconvenience of the jack in hand, especially where the blocker effects are more pronounced, is problematic in terms of our prospects for calling.
Yeah, if it's some pair gut shot turns into a bluff, it's often like Jack 10, Queen Jack. The King Queen doesn't do it as much because it has more showdown value. On the turn, that is. I just think he's beat here so often that Yeah. This is the right play, Tan. Well done.
Well, better to burn through time banks than 800,000 more chips, but still, that was a costly exchange for Tan Chuen. Not just in terms of pot volume, but also the chip lead. Being wrestled away from him by ST, who clears the 6 million chip threshold and clears Tan by 700,000. Is that one rabbit giving the other rabbit a Carl's Jr. lollipop?
Carl's Jr. lollipop.
Is that what that... I mean, I'm just trying to... Talking, of course, about the back of ST's shirt. Maybe it was like a magic wand.
Yeah, I would think Magic Wand would be most people's first go-to, but you went Carl's Jr.
Not the kind of magic wand, by the way, that made Randy's rabbit disappear when he was growing up. Later on that night, my thought was, as Randy's rabbit was named Carrot, and later a very suspicious soup was served at dinner. I've had carrot soup, but not your kind.
My kind of carrot soup. It's got far less vegetables in it.
Three amigos.
I lost this hood.
Ace,
Oh, I
King,
didn't lose
7.
it, but, like, I put it in a wash and it fucked it
Boris
up.
is King Jack in the lead.
Yeah, this is my favorite. Though.
Yeah, I like it.
They don't do it anymore. I think this is like the best.
Slowly losing its color. Losing more black.
Okay, Queen 7. Somehow it's involved pre-flop
I'm sure you could.
and
sure you
betting.
have the old design there that you could.
Thor's hand.
I don't know, maybe.
Guess it's not that big.
All right.
Probably.
I'm just going to ask, Randy.
What?
As it does get through Divorce. Do you feel as though that's a line that Tan takes if he hadn't have lost that last pot? Do you feel like maybe our lug nuts are slightly loosened?
He is one of the guys that gets in there more when he's losing pots. I've seen it. Don't know if that hand is a good indicator. It was suited pre-flop.
He really does take having L's hung on him personally, even though he didn't pay off and he made a good laydown. He put his money in with the best hand, called with the best hand, flop and turn, and then got away when he was no longer good, appropriately. But it's like, hey, don't you know these chips are not available? What are you doing?
I mean, Tan's walking away from the table. He's fuming.
You think? He's
No.
over on the rail chatting it up. He's chilling.
He's like, this guy ST. He's just, what's it doing?
He's telling that guy, what did he have? What do we have? Is it delay caught up? What was on the stream? Pocket 9's limping in here. Let's see if Ivy will allow it with King Queen. Caginess has been the order of the day here at this final table, where only one elimination has taken place. That of Wai Leong Chan, which we saw not long ago.
Nice spot from Michael Jang.
Yeah, Ivy understandably targeting the ST limp, especially as new boss stack is expected to have some broader range. But Michael waking up with the 2 queens, and up we go.
1.8. Oh, 1.7.
This is almost all of Michael's chips. The 9s crumble, and the King Queen doesn't make a meal of it. So significant pickup there.
Michael's
Without
been
incident.
patient. Tan hasn't forgotten about that pot yet with ST. Still walking through all the possibilities ST could have had with that 7-6 of spades.
You know, I appreciate that. By the way, even though one might make a presumption that to be openly speculating and struggling with whatever the situation is isn't necessarily establishing competitive advantage, it does show that he is digging deep in this one. He wants to defend his title. 10-9 offsuit. The other thing about Tan's willingness to get into these pots is you do get bled out by short deck. Every single hand you ante, on the button you double ante, sitting around, there's no free hands. So you do have to play pots. It just forces you to. You can't expect top-tier kit every time.
Exactly. So in short deck, it is a game that's more advantageous to players who are willing to VPIP and be aggressive, because those extra antes do add up for the players that are just kind of bleeding away. That's why you often see Tan Xuan with a big stack when he makes a deep run.
Yeah, if he shows up late, he's going to show up with the marbles.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, showing up early with far from marbles. 10-9. Pocket 8s and A7 suited, climbed aboard. And, of course, Danny with the 2 aces loves to see it as he's ensnared multiple fish in his net. And like Zhang before him, Danny able to pick one up without incident.
Yeah, I mean, you always fold, doesn't matter what
You're
you
not supposed to have that, right?
Huh? Me?
I don't think, except with you, but I don't think they're supposed to have that many folds.
Ivy can have fold. Either way, you just such a good price anyway. You basically make 30% stack. Yep.
Suited and connected. ST flicks in a call. One gapper. Dominating. Ivy hops on board. Dvoris. Not interested in the 8s.
It feels like Dvoris has been very quiet at this final table.
I mean, he's going to make noise eventually, but I think right now he's very much in this mode of sort of sitting back and maybe allowing some cannibalism to surround him. Has picked his spots with great intent, as Dvoris. Not to infer that every one of these short deck sharks haven't been doing the same. 5 involved here, 8 in the window. Dvoris would have had a set.
That's brutal.
Ace 8-6 board. No one has an ace. ST checks the gut shot. Nothing cooking for Ivy.
I mean, just to further press the point about how many chips are in there in terms of antes, there's already 11 antes in this pot, right? That's why you get a good price to just keep limping, and you want to get involved as much as you can pre-flop to have opportunities to just take it down on flops and turns. Tan is the most likely player to actually flop the nuts. He's on the button. He can have 7-9. I'm pretty sure most of the other players cannot. Hence why he's going to reach for chips.
You'll see a lot of deference on these sorts of board textures where hands that are random 2 cards on the button have every bit of the range advantage. And Tan knows it, so he takes 6s and a gutter and barrels 225 with him.
Expecting ST to come along with his gut shot. to draw 2 very clean nuts. He's got backdoor dimes, but he just stays away. He's very content with not getting involved in marginal situations, which is great news for Tan Chuen. He picks up more pots.
You know, something tells me he was all right getting down the streets in that one. It's almost like he wants to miss and then blast through someone.
I think a part of him enjoys getting players to fold really big hands at some point, you know?
Oh, what do you mean you think? You know. Are you kidding me? All he wants for Christmas is your bad laydown.
He has to be one of the most feared players of like all time.
I've never played a hand of poker with the guy, and I'm terrified. I'm never going to, if I had to guess, and just...
We play vicariously through everyone else.
Oh, yeah. Thankfully, our livelihoods don't involve having to navigate waters that contain Tan Chuen, as these waters contain not 1 but 2 pocket jacks. Ivy having limped his from up front. Of course, this is where we expect the trappers to lurk. Hence the climb along from Zhang.
Tan's not going to fold Queen 10 offsuit. If I had to guess, it's going to be so hard for the jacks to win this pot.
Check.
They can't make a set. They're just going to have overcards show up at some point. Let's see, though.
King, Queen, 7. 2 overs to the Jack brothers.
The Jack brothers.
Second pair for Tan. Bottom pair for ST.
Very bad time to have identical twins.
Yeah. Is it quadruplets? No, it's 2 sets of twins. I don't know. I'm no OBGYN. What do I...
Okay. Ivy's kind of doing this similar play. I don't know if you recall when he had 2 10s. He was betting, and then I believe the idea here is he blocks all the straight draws that can continue, a little bit of flush draws. He expects Queen X to always fold to a bet when there's multiple players involved, so he's just worried about the king, and he's up front, so he has ace king, and you see he laid down, he got Queen 10 down.
Yeah.
So
nice.
Very big adjustments in this game versus no limit hold'em. I'm actually really enjoying watching Ivy play short deck. It feels like his game has still evolved with time. I don't really recall a lot of players making that kind of bet before.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's standing out now with a second example of Ivy putting it to work.
Yeah, I remember you saying, like, every time we revisit short deck every festival, it feels like there's some new move that's around, and not everyone is demonstrating kind of betting with these jacks, blocking the straightiness that can call, but Ivy's been doing it many, many times.
Yeah, it's almost like fads, you know, that come and go. Most of them, I would imagine, are being driven by solvers, but who knows? You know, it's like when you go into a poker room, if you're a live poker player that you've never played in before in a different part of the world, you know, all of a sudden, a little ways into your session, you start to realize, like, tendencies. Things like, oh, people love raising draws here. You know, people love pressing with middle pair. You know, you're just like, okay, these are norms.
Definitely a thing, because when I used to go to play Asia in some tournament scenes and stuff, like, they love limping like ace king up front. It's just something unheard of in other parts of the world. So trends is a real thing.
Queen Jack suited, the thing that's got Tan stuck with an ST raise confronting him. 8-9 suited is what Wong put to work.
Yeah, very timely aggression. It's a big raise. I think Tan's like, I know I'm supposed to lay down here because I'm out of position against the other big stack, but you know, he just wants to play. He's like, there's dreams where I can just put ST in the blender. or I just win a 10 million chip pot. So here we go to a flop of 1.5 in the middle.
He's looking over and going, you know, those chips look familiar. Some of them belong to me. And on an ace-king-queen board, his queens are outperforming, but obviously not in love with the vista. Checking.
Very dangerous board, actually. Jack 10s obviously shows up immediately. I wonder if ST even needs to c-bet this flop. He has a big range advantage, just having aces, kings, ace king, ace queen, stuff like this. But there is a world where he plays more passively because of the presence of Jack 10. He is still going to stab. I guess it just wins here. Be pretty crazy if Tenchuan was to make a play of Queen Jack.
I mean, listen,
strong perceived range.
Randy, you could also think it's pretty crazy to be barreling 550 with 9-8, unblocking all of this board, which could very well be interacting with Tan's range in a healthy way, just given his willingness to make the added investment pre-flop and now post as well for the extra 550. Another 1.1 into the center, which grows to 2.6, round 2. Note that ST has just picked up a gut shot. If a 7 were to roll off.
It's a reasonable double barrel for 9-8 after betting the flop. Kicking out pair gut shot like ace jack, ace 10. If queen jack is here, then you can fold out these type of hands. There's no flush draw, which is very good for ST, because there's less hands that check call and turn a flush draw that has to call any size bet on the turn. Gives up, which is great for Tenchuan.
Running sixes. Not that Tan had kicker problems, but the jack comes off the board.
See, a part of me wonders if Tenchuan thinks the queen jack is even good. He is going to show it down. Oh, that's really nice. Is it over?
No, 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 Randy. He's not yet been permitted to show it down. Despite the check back on the turn from ST Wong, he has to check back this river, and with no showdown, it is unclear whether or not he's going to allow it. But he does, convinced that Tan is too sticky to shed, and when you're shown Queen Jack, you wonder if that wasn't a missed opportunity. And here's the other thing about this board. For Queen Jack to be a winner, as ST mucks face down and relinquishes the chip lead back over to Tan, this means you recognize that ST was out there with something lean.
You're right.
Something between 7 and 10. Maybe a little ace-X in there. Nothing maybe about this, though. It's GTO Wizard, and it is the #1 tool to help sharpen your knife out there in the high-limit tournament and cash game streets. You want to play like a champ? They've got the tools to help you elevate your game, and now you can win a 1-year GTO Wizard Elite subscription to sharpen your skills and crush the competition. Follow GTO Wizard on X and Instagram for your chance to win. I did the double sharpen thing there. You know, we're this deep in the festival. I feel like I've memorized a lot of the thing, and then I said the shot, and then I went with the anyway.
I know that hurts you a little bit, right?
Yeah, tiny bit. Not as much as Tan having to fold, but you know, big massive pickup there. By the way, for Schwen, he goes to 7.5 million. ST slips to 4.6, and then everyone else, as ST's kind of adrift midfield in the chip counts, ranges between 38 antes for Phil Ivey down to the 23 antes of Danny Tang.
Let's see, will Divorce speak up with ace 10? Been very quiet.
I mean, 2 limps in front of him. ST, I don't know if we'd call it trapping, but obviously a hand that's durable enough to take heat behind it. And there is the pot announcement from Dvoris. You touched on how quiet he's been, looking for an opportunity, maybe sensing the VPIP has been a little bit too high for these two guys to be showing up with something.
You're right. It has been very high for these two. And he knows he's been snug. He'll get more credit. It's his problem still for Dvoris. Yeah. ST knew what he was doing. Face queen suited. Snap all in.
Man, 800 of 2.2 was just committed by Dvoris, who did not hesitate to fold, accepting that he was trapped there and not performing well.
Do you happen to know if Tan Xuan and ST are holding magnets? Seems like all the chips just go that way.
You know, that's a great question.
Like occasionally Ivy brings out his little smaller magnet and chips goes his way, but I don't see anyone else winning pots.
No, they're electromagnetic over there. That's super powered. Like at the car crushing yard where they have that crane that has the big magnet that just lifts the car. You remember when we were driving around, like growing up, they used to tell you that if you got pulled over street racing or something like that, that the cops could take your car and they could crush it. Do you remember this?
No, this doesn't sound like something I would be involved in. Because remember, it was hard for me to get the license.
Right, but then also you kind of did your own car crushing, didn't you? Did you ever get in an accident, or you just did the 360 on the freeway?
Oh, I've had an accident with inanimate object.
Well, I guess that's better than running into something alive, Randy, so you did that right.
But the pole's all right.
You know, I ran into a pole too, man. We live the same life. It's really crazy. I'm not making this up. There's a little gas station in Emeryville, California with a Lexus B-pillar and my name on it.
Kind of had a similar spot here. Remember Danny had like King Jack and Tan had like King Queen. It was more like this 20 big blind range pot. See him folding ace 10. The marginal ones just still hitting the muck.
Yeah, and he was dominated. So good discipline and restraint from Tan there. And Danny, you know, he's picked his spots. He hasn't really been out here splashy, Randy. And in particular in short deck, it is a little bit like the short stacks govern us more so than the big stacks, depending on how short they are, obviously. You get down to a certain point and it's like go time. And the big stacks will give you a spin. But you're just very mindful of the fact that they are the ones that are looking for the spot. When they get in, it's going to be for the full thing.
Yeah, and Danny's not limping marginal hands and bleeding out as fast as some others.
被人神经兮兮的拿个10个同花去把我 all in 的嘛。我出来的都是比我大的嘛。
Where'd you hit the pole, Randy? Is it in Davis?
Well, I would tell you, but more than one pole has been hurt.
Was it with the same car? Did you fix the car after you hit the first pole and then hit another pole?
No, it wasn't in the same day, okay?
No, but like,
yeah,
did you fix the car?
Definitely same car, yeah.
And so you messed it up bad enough to fix it, and then you messed it up again, hitting a pole again.
I know, I should wait till I hit all the poles and then fix it so I have to pay one fee.
It's like most of my girlfriends in curb rash, you know? Like, well, I know you have a little bit, but chances are you're going to light this wheel up some more, so let's just wait before we fix it. Meanwhile, ace, queen, 8. There's no waiting for Ivy and Danny. They had 2 the flop. Note that Danny has a little gutter, sneaky one. Ivy just leaning versus a button range.
There we go, uphill Ivy, downing the gut shot.
Good activation there. Was it like parking lot poles that you hit, Randy? Or like, were you driving kind of fast and you hit a pole?
No, not that fast, yeah. More like the slow kind of poles.
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
because
You went fast?
I 180'd over the curb from the street into the gas station pole. Which, it's good that that pole was there because pumps 4 through 7, I would have just cleared right out and it would have been explosive. You know, but I can remember a guy was pumping gas as he looked at this all unfold. Rainy day, speed may have played a role, and he just kept pumping his gas and looking at me. And when I got out of the car, without being hurt, thankfully, he thought he saw a ghost. He's like, "How is anyone coming out of that thing?" I was a vehicular assassin, man. Told you the story about day one of having my license. Then there's that story. Then the rental car that we had while the car was being fixed. I 360'd that on the freeway, hit the center, and then kept driving. You should have seen the look on the faces of the other drivers after I pulled that off. And then,
I think I did. Yeah, I did a 360. I also hit the center divider and kept driving. And then I'm like,
what's going on?
I told everyone in universe, it's all good. We're good. And everyone's like, they're terrified, right? Like,
in the car?
I'm like, I'm awake. I'm awake. Because I did one of those head nods, you know, fell asleep for a second.
Oh, is that how it went down?
Yeah. You know?
No, I used to drive tired. That was dumb. Public service announcement from Randy and I, by the way, if you're out there, licensed driver, early in your career, just pull over and take a nap. You know, it's not worth it. Unless you're headed to an exceptionally juicy game where even half awake, you're going to print. No, I'm kidding. I don't mean that.
Yeah, come on.
It's not ever the right thing to do. Unless, of course, you have a curfew, and if you don't get home in time, Mom will actually kill you, in which case, carry on. Nope. Still not right.
Just kidding, right? Yeah.
I'm just trying to find the asterisk. Meanwhile, Ivy has found Queen Jack offsuit, and Zhang has found 600 to push back on him with Ace 10 suited here for Danny. Maybe he was hoping to be the man taking on this posture.
It seems a bit rich for Ace 10 suited. There's still multiple players to act behind Danny, so Michael isn't getting as out of line, which is great for Michael. But I'm not the only one in my family that's not great with driving. My older brother, he had hit like a pole or something too, but you know what he did? He ripped off his front bumper and put it in the trunk.
Wait, what?
He didn't know what to do, so he just ripped it off, took it home.
How the hell did his front bumper fit in his trunk? Did he put the back seats down and put it in long ways? Ski pass?
It was like, who does that?
I guess that's the sharper play than rolling down the back window and having it sticking out from the side of the car. The real dumb play is not retrieving the front bumper, and then your license plate's on there, and then they're like, oh, I wonder who. Oh, I know who.
True.
Man. Just when you thought we'd shared all the stories.
Divorce is down to 20 antes. Byproduct of him potting and folding the 800K earlier.
Yeah, that one was particularly painful. And it's why he's at the bottom of the leaderboard right now and willing to take his chances. Fold doubtful to be in his future versus a single re-raiser.
540? 540.
ST with a double lip lick here. 9-10 suited.
Oh, he's going to get in there. He doesn't expect Divorce to be holding this 10x stuff that's dominating him.
Now, flatting, by the way, does protect ST a little bit because you also don't expect that he's willing to do this without something strong enough that if someone behind him were to try to lay some heat on, like Ivy's Queen Jack of Hearts, which we see find the fold, that he wouldn't stick in. So here we go. 730 back, 1.4 almost in the middle. Whoa.
Oh, hold on.
Was that a 4-card flop? I've never seen this before.
Crap. How do you know which one's on top?
Oh my goodness. This is one of our best dealers, by the way. I've never seen a foot wrong by pretty much any of our dealers, and not all of them are allowed to deal these final tables. It's a special and select few from what I understand. So we put up a new board, and this one has just 3 cards on it. Gutter versus a 9. Oh no. ST.
I guess the last flop was better for ST, but this one's still good.
Yeah, he's saying he had pair and a flush draw last time around, although this is with the assumption, I think, that the ace was the 4th card that shouldn't have been on the board.
This is still okay. We don't know how that...
多发了张红桃9嘛。
What was the last flop?
为啥他去跟
I don't even know what the last flop was.
Ace was in the door.
Ace was door, yeah.
Ace was door card.
Oh, so no ace. Yeah.
The last flop.
Ace was definitely door, yeah.
Oh, that's in.
没有收 Steam，
For divorce.
好一点。
Steam
no more.
By the way,
No more Steam.
Wow, he ended up making the straight, by the way. I confess I was
9 of hearts is not on flop.
No, it's ace not on flop. The ace.
tuning into the conversation, but ST won't be steaming now.
Is it in the... I don't know. Yeah, 应该是 ace.
Dan, by the way, dealing with this rather well unclear what
盲注，他20个盲注，他
was in store for him had we actually played out that
Right, Joe, I've seen worse.
first iteration of the flop. Looking back at it, by the way, it was an 8, 9, 10. So would have been top pair versus top 2, but we don't know how things would have shaken out. But Divorce, always a class act, and it seems always a fixture deep in a short deck event. Can go no further here. Collecting 6th place money, $146,000, as the remains of his stack is collected by ST Wang, who narrows the gap between himself and Tan Xuan. Those two have been back and forth at the top of the leaderboard as China reigns supreme here in the 50K short deck, $192,000. Now, the on-tap payout, $248,000 if you sneak into the top 4, 56K hop. Suited 1 gapper. ST, luxuries of a big stack, looking to play pots. In particular, absent Tan Xuan.
How much is the pot?
Ivy marking himself present, courtesy of Queen 10 off.
还没有出来。
460.
Let's see, Jay gonna pounce with the ace-x offsuit on the button. This is the type of hand that you would bluff with and fold through more resistance. That'll do it. Nicely done.
Break time?
No.
Good activation there.
It just looks...
It looks
Michael's
like we
got
have
a
30
good
minutes
nose
left,
for
right?
those spots, by the way. Not the first time that we've seen him just pick a good spot.
I'm going to say he is very well aware, given that he flew out just to play short deck.
Jack 10 is close. It's difficult. I mean, you don't lose much with a chip leader.
Yeah. If it's one of us calls, then we're just...
And sometimes it's nice to bust people, you know. It's like, depends who you are.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I think it's a bigger problem if like one of you two calls with that
The problem with 10 is that you're not out of position. It can jam into you as well. It's better when you're out of position. You just have to block sucks a lot.
It's kind of interesting to hear Danny Tang and Michael Jang kind of discussing strategy.
Openly at a final table, by the way, where it would seem that sharing any newfound insights with somebody would be very much to your disadvantage.
And it kind of seems like the questions come from one side, mainly Danny.
I mean, I guess you could always misinform someone. Just lean over and be like, hey, psst, hot tip, Jack 6 is the nuts.
It's the new thing. You know, there's a bad beat progressive jackpot if you can win Jack 6. Tan's like, what'd you say?
New Triton wrinkle. No, I'm for real. Shh, don't say anything. I don't want the other guys to know, but I want you to know.
Yeah, you get to choose who you eliminate if you happen to get it. No matter the stack.
The decimator. Meanwhile, Ivy's ace 6 took us to 250. Zhang, again, finding activation with the baby-suited ace. This is very much akin to the solver baby-suited wheel ace in long deck. 2 10s for Danny on the button, giving him a headache.
I'm going to guess this should be a fold. Sure, 10s is ahead, but the thing is Ivy is raising and Michael is re-raising pot. So Danny has to fear 2 opponents in this spot. It's a little bit different if it's like limp than pot. And then maybe he can re-pop 10s, but seems pretty standard there. With 2 10s, once again. Michael is chipping up. Comfortably in third now.
So another example of good timing, earning Zhang uncontested chips.
You have ace jack suited again? Hard to call there, because you can call behind.
Wait, isn't Danny supposed to tell him he had 2 10s? He's just going to follow through with, yeah, I did have ace jack.
I mean,
it's a one-sided information reveal.
He didn't ask for the info, did he?
True.
It's one thing if you ask a man for what he had, and then he volunteers it, and then he asks you, and you just give him the silent treatment.
How much is pot? Pot.
Danny has found one. 480. Rates to be a commitment. I don't think Queen 8 suited is something that Tan wants to sign the dotted line with, but he is going to make the call. This is light.
How much does he not like Danny Tang for him to call in this spot? Oh my.
You know, Tan is a heartbreaker, and it's Danny's cardiac health on the line here. King, Queen, 7. He is open-ended, monotone texture. Neither player with the flush draw, and Tan's queens are in the lead.
Danny just has to jam the open and straight draw. He might be able to get this Queen 8 down, to be honest. Man, if Tan calls with a Queen here, no backup. He's an animal.
I have the worst possible hand I should maybe have here.
He's going to be mad when he sees Queen 8.
Without a club too. Queen 8. No club is good. 我们要 A 还是9 ？A 9，我都不知道希望谁赢。
665. Call it 725. Call it Tan Xuan still in the lead on the turn in a 2.6 million chip pot as Danny gives the rail the update. Ace, Jack, 10-9. It all works for Danny, and instead the 6 is what awaits him.
Wow, what a hand from Tan Xuan.
Incredible. And just like that, the reigning Ivan Liao Player of the Year award winner is sent packing. Not far behind, Daniel DeVoris, unable to do anything there. $192,000. And maybe, if we still have the receipt for that particular stuffed animal, to visit to the store to pick a different one. As Danny's girlfriend and Lun Lun will exit the rail as their man exits the arena. Didn't really manage to get anything going at any point, Randy.
He did nothing wrong with the Jack 10 in that spot. His man just said, no, I'm not going to let you get this one through.
Well, getting showered by Tan Xuan is almost a rite of passage in these short deck streets, it would seem, and something that several people in this field have become involuntarily familiarized with. As Ivy raises and takes it. Fighting on four-handed now. $248,000 secured. Seems like the camera needs to be secured. What's going on there?
I think it was Danny. He was like
just raging, just throwing cameras around. There we are. It doesn't seem like our man's having a seizure.
Huh? And just like that, we just had, what, back-to-back eliminations?
Yeah, the pay jump now, Randy, is, call it 80,000, 78 to be exact, between fourth and third.
I put 60 in.
Couple kings for Phil. Easy pot pre-flop.
There it is, riding somewhat on the wall, and I'm not so sure that 7-8 off is going to be a candidate. Look at that.
He loves kind of interactive Phil Ivy.
I almost think there's nobody he'd rather have at the table to do battle with. And for that matter, ST and he have, you know, built up a little bit of a friendly rivalry. Five titles for Phil Ivy, 2 titles for Tan Xuan, yet to win their first are ST Wang and Michael Zhang.
Yeah, based on what I've observed of Tan Xuan, it feels like if he could choose an opponent, he would choose Phil Ivy just for the glory of taking him down in heads up. Still, though, a big uphill battle for Ivy, who is the shortest stack onto this hand. Look at ST. Over limping ace king. Feels there's more value in inducing from the short stacks than getting in a big conflict with the chip leader, Tan Xuan.
Note, by the way, if we do induce one of those short stacks and Tan gets caught in the crossfire, we can all of a sudden wake up and put Tan in the blender.
Good point. And maybe even just get a huge overlay from Tan, who calls and folds.
No such luck so far as Ivy hops in with a dusty 9-6 off. Flypaper effects of limp pots being underscored. Queen 6, happy to see 3. 480 for amigos. Ace, queen, queen. Trips for the button, and trouble potentially for ST, and for that matter, maybe Tan Xuan, who thinks that this is his board to speak first with, sitting on nothing more than a Broadway gutty. And sure enough, looks like chips are being reached for. 120. Surprised by the lead into 3?
I think it's fine off of his big chip lead. He just takes it down on the flop quite a bit. He has a gut shot to the straight. He expects some ace X's to lay down that don't have good kickers. And once Michael Zhang gets involved with queen 6, I'm going to assume that both Tan Xuan and ST are going to be very fearful. They're up against a queen. Because Michael shouldn't be overcalling that often with like an ace rag with this action.
So 3 parties take the 7 of spades as Ivy bowed out. Surely now Tan knows somebody's got medicine here.
Just from a combos point of view, if you're holding a straight draw and you got called in 2 spots, someone's got to have it.
That's the assumption, and it's a safe one. So we see him hit the brakes. Now ST trying to figure out what lurks on the button. Check seems nice.
I think there's a chance SC doesn't even put a single more chip into this pot. He has really great reads.
Yeah, he's had pretty solid sniff to this point.
Michael gonna charge some straight draws. Small bet.
Also, a little bit of mindful that maybe somebody with a bigger queen could be involved.
Look at ST. I told you, he just snapped, check folded. He knew what to do the second Michael got overcalled.
No hesitation whatsoever for two guys that don't lack adhesion in ST and Tan Xuan. Read their man perfectly there. And for Michael Zhang, that pickup there places him north of 3 million, 3.6. Ivy beginning to lag back at an uncomfortable distance.
Break.
Does Michael want to play out of position against Tan Xuan in the cutoff versus button situation? He's gonna try. We'll see you later, ST.
Yeah, he and Phil going to take the break early. Tan checks back the Jack-8. Last hand of the level. Queen, Queen 9. Michael connects. Gutter for Tan.
It's a very small bet. Jack overcards a 9, which is good for additional outs potentially. Wouldn't really expect Tan to fold. So he goes with call.
Another 180 in there. Now it's 9's full for Michael. Board double pairing is unpleasant for Tan.
This is a mandatory check spot for Michael. He never gets called by worse, but he can induce from straight draws that missed.
Sure enough, he doesn't take very long to check, nor does Tan to check back. Ace on the end, no improvements for Xuan.
I think checking here still is pretty solid for Michael. Trying to induce from missed straight draws. He unblocks Jack 10, Jack 8. So he is going to bet. I guess he's targeting ace-X. Otherwise, wouldn't make much sense. And Tan's out.
I think he was leaving before he actually folded. That's how disinterested he was in that one. So 400K returned along with some new friends to Michael Zhang, who late surged in the frame to place himself at the 50 ante mark when we come back to play 80 and 160. Tan Xuan still at the top of the leaderboard as we come back to the desk. Ali and Randy with you. And we called it the Tan Xuan show, but he had some co-stars in ST Wang and even Michael Zhang there late.
Yeah, you know, and well, obviously we want to see like the guy who's willing to splash all the time get some resistance, and they're not going to make it easy for Tan Chuen, but Tan Chuen still has the solid lead. He is still in control of this final table of 4 remaining. So far, I've been thoroughly entertained.
$248,000 locked up, still over $700,000 in the title available as 2 of the final 4 look to taste glory for the first time. I'm going to check out. Henry Kilbane's going to check back in 10 minutes' time. We're going to resume coverage of this $50,000 short deck final table. Stay close.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just 1 click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Too good. Jacks, maybe it hits the muck, but queens is the cutoff. Side call for Wai Chan.
Long gone are the Jack-10 suited days of fist pumping and just shoveling all the chips in there, even as a third party to this action. As we see the fold from Ivy and the collision between ace-queen and 2 queens. Wai Chan hoping not to be the first casualty of this final table. But as it stands, help is needed in a 4.9 million chip collision.
Wow, that's not bad for Wai Chan.
No, not at all. He adds to the aces he sought on this Jack-10 8 board, where kings would give him Broadway. And of course, he can chop with a 9. 7 isn't the one, as now just 1 card remains. A pull at 7 outs to keep his seat. Can the Malaysian make it happen? No, the queen on the end, and it's top set versus 1 pair.
Yeah, you got it. 2.6 maybe.
So the GG's on a wrap at the table there, as it appeared that Wai Chan wasn't even necessarily certain that he was covered.
Yeah, I would say that spot is pretty standard for ace queen. He saw multiple limps, get a better price to try to take it down of ace queen, but just a bit committed once he potted it against ST.
Well, the prize pool is going to commit $118,000 of itself to the Wai Chan fund.
对我来讲很多了，对吧？ 对我来讲是1/3了。
Adding to his $11.6 million in career Triton earnings. Coming into this one, notching his 4th cash of the festival at his first final table. It had been a bit of a dry spell in terms of the short deck streets. Last short deck cash came 2019 Montenegro, but back in form in the 6+ lane is Chan. leaving behind. Jack 9 suited. Nope. Ace Jack off, plus boss stack.
This is a yep. Probably just gonna raise. 2-player stack behind him, who has position. Oh, he's gonna limp it. The deuce 3 of short deck. 7-6. It is suited.
It looks so much prettier than deuce 3, but you're absolutely right, Randy. Ivy with the 7 deuce of short deck. On the button, so surrounded by dust bunnies. Tan looks up at ace queen 10. Top pair, Broadway gutter, but note. Flush draw for ST. Ivy with the gutter as well.
Looks like a good spot for ace jack to look for clarity. 2 blacks. Flush draw is going to definitely continue. These are the 2 big stacks of the tournament, so they have less reason to raise the flop and get it in marginally. Semi-plus, play more passively.
So Ivy bowing out as ST will take a pull and find himself a pair of 7s.
No. What time is it? No.
This is where short deck IQs come into play, Randy. The 1-pair hands on these textured boards.
They're hard to navigate. It's very unclear whether your opponent is just playing a bit more pot control with like some 2 pairs. Like, it's not unreasonable for ST to have like ace 10, queen 10. So
Yeah, it does help that Tan has the jack in terms of blocking the nuts. Let's see if pair plus flush draw motivates ST. Wow. And this is risk appetite that I feel like we haven't really observed of late from him.
Yeah, he knows the pair of 7s is unlikely to win at showdown. He's hoping he can shed pair gut shot, especially like the non-top pair gut shots. Tan's not going to feel great about this, but his draw is to a nut straight. It's a little bit on the smaller side where it's not the end of the world if he calls a bet. So we are going to play a river card, nearly 2 million chips in the pot.
1 more black. 1 more black. Hey.
550. As Tan makes a big call in the face of the big bet, and ST finds himself trip 7s. Maybe. I mean, we counterfeited queen 10 just now. Ace 10 we chop with. There is a price I think that Tan would pay here. I don't know exactly how much it is, Randy. That's such a seemingly clean run out.
It's a very good run out, especially for ST. Like, he can safely value bet against ace 10, ace queen, ace king. It's so disguised. You would think the 7x is never in either player's range. ST just needs to be careful not to get too greedy, to get some hero folds out of Tan Xuan. It's hard to find that magical number.
800,000 is what he's coming.
Well, very warm welcome back to continuing coverage of event number 19. It is, of course, the 50K short deck Ante-Only. Randy, explain it to me like I'm 5. Who's been running over this table? What's the storyline so far since we got down to 7?
Well, it's been the start of final table chip leader Tan Xuan, still at the top. He's been aggressive. He's been involved in every single pot, limping. Players are been a little bit cautious because he's been willing to splash around. But, you know, ST Wong currently in second has been putting some resistance, been trying to attack at key times, and sitting comfy in second with 77 antes.
And without naming any names, I was out there speaking to some people, and the respect that the players have for ST Wong as well, the conversation of who are the top short deck players in the world, his name gets brought up by people behind closed doors, and I have to wonder, you know, when you have someone like Ivy on 25 antes, is Wong going to abide to the ICM kind of laws, if you will, when you have Tan and chip leader and Ivy down on 25? Or is he just going to leverage the fact that he's comfortable pre-flop, he believes in himself post-flop, and he's willing to just either die by the sword, go out in fourth, or play a chip lead pot against Tan and then perhaps go on and win this one?
I mean, I'm not so sure he's going to step that out of line to try to get involved, right? Still, we have to respect the ICM, but he is certainly capable.
Well, let's throw it down. We've got 4 left. It is Tan Xuan looking for his 3rd Triton trophy. It would be another short deck title going his way after picking one up here in Jeju last year. But he's got some very tough competition, of course. In the 5-time champion, Phil Ivey, Michael Zhang, and ST Wang. All guaranteed $248,000. Playing for $708,000 and the trophy. So, on a ladder of $78,000, getting to that stage of the tournament now, Randy, where it really is meaningful relative to the buy-in. You get to 3rd, you lock up 3-2-6, then it's a near $200,000 ladder between 3rd and 2nd, and then another near $200,000 ladder between 2nd and 1st. Total prize pool of $2.25 million.
Yeah, so ICM is very relevant at this point because of the bigger pay jumps with 4 remaining. So we should see Michael Zhang, who's currently in 3rd, kind of wait out Ivy a bit, just choose key spots to chip up, but not get too out of line.
You say that, Randy, but the reality, the harsh reality, sometimes with this format, unlike Hold'em, where you can wait an orbit and only have to put money in when you're in the big blind, here, every hand you have to put in an ante. And it's like, okay, well, you can be patient, but how long can one actually be patient for without blinding down themselves, right?
True.
Well, kings all round for the lads.
720.
Also worth mentioning, we do have the final event, event number 20, the 25K short deck. 19 entries so far.
This is disrespect with King 8 offsuit.
See if Wang just really does lock in.
How much can pot?
There we go. That's what I wanted to hear, Randy.
Yeah.
How much can I pot? He knows that Ivy and Zhang are going to be trying to limp in, see a cheap flop, and he knows that Tan's going to pick up on this. So is it a case of, well, I know that he knows that they know, So if he's going to bully them pre, there we go.
222, right?
Is he? Oh, he's just getting confirmation.
Yeah, this could play out in several ways. Like, he probably is between repopping and call. He does go for repop, and there we go. He just knows that Tanchman has so much raised folds. It's a great read.
Obviously, Tan
Now
unable to do anything. This is going to posture a bit, but only a few seconds.
差点就直接 call 了。
Beautiful pickup for ST Wang. We've been impressed with him, Randy, from the start.
Yeah,
That's the 2022 hoodie? 2020.
我没关系，打出来肯定很大了。
Is that from Vietnam, I want to say, when they first came out?
I can't remember which stop it was, but that's one of my favorite hoodies. Yeah, 2022.
For AC?
Producer James just letting us know that those hoodies were introduced in Cyprus 2023. So I think it was in honor of the 2022 season.
Ace Jack for ST into the muck, which is great news for Michael Zhang.
What just happened there, Randy? Can you break that one down in a simple way? What's the idea behind the Ace-Jack fold?
He expects Michael's pre-flop raising range to be tighter than Tan Chuen because Michael is comfy in third. He technically should be playing a tighter range because Ivy's only sitting on 20 antes, so he didn't really want to get in a marginal spot where he re-raises and then he has to force commit because of how many chips are already in the pot.
Randy Lou, ladies and gentlemen, in the booth with myself, Henry Kilbane for this one. Playing down to a champion. And then from there, we'll be picking up coverage of event number 20. I hope this one goes on for a while. We've got the characters for it, Randy. We got the players that we'd want four-handed.
Have the best out there, right? Like, this is great. Tan Chuen, Phil Ivy, Michael Zhang, ST. You know, Ivy's won 4 short deck titles.
4
out of his 5 titles.
That's insane. It makes sense. It really does. Like, if you think back to the Macau days, and if you think back to when short deck started taking off, Ivy was there, Zhang was there, Tan was there, Boss was there, Jason. All of these guys were playing it from the start. 640 in the middle. King, Jack, 7. Wang actually has the best piece with middle pair.
It's not a piece he's going to be proud of with the king out there. Ivy's going to step out. Seems like that's just going to win it.
It does indeed.
There we go.
Surprised by that?
I mean, I think it's a reasonable bet with his hand because he expects only a king X to continue or open-ended straight draws. It's obviously a little bit risky because if that bet doesn't get through, then it really puts him in a bad spot in terms of ante's next hand. Not bad. 10-9 suited.
Michael gets out of there. Oh boy.
That's the hand that can easily 3-bet pot.
Tan is going to be getting this in against Ivy. And Ivy's going to be flipping for his tournament life on the hunt for title number 6. Ivy knows these spots well. Knows once he's potted that he is committed. You can see flipping against Ace King. Here we go.
Yeah, he doesn't expect Tan to repop with hands that dominate his 10-9, so he quickly calls it off.
Well, how about top 2 for Phil Ivey? Now an 81% favorite with 2 cards to come. Make that 75% favorite. Tan's turned top pair. He's looking for an ace, king, or an 8. He's calling for an 8. Doesn't find it. Ivy up to 4.5 million.
And Tan Xuan has cut down to 5 million in chips. We've got a match now.
Just what the doctor ordered, Randy. Would be disappointed if we just had this kind of like runaway chip leader final table over in an hour to wrap up the series. The fans want Ivy. We want Ivy. Well, problems for Tan, perhaps. So he now has the chip leader on his direct left. Can really cause him problems.
This is the first time Tan has relinquished the chip lead at this final table.
As expected, Randy, the fans are going absolutely wild in the chat.
Thank you.
Game on.
Glasses on. Here we go. Business time. A suited ace might press pre-flop. Oh, Tan Xuan's got aces. He's going to seek vengeance.
Fortunately for Zhang, just came with call. Might have been committed. No nonsense. Just folds. Tan picks up the antes. Always nice when you have a couple of completes in front of you as well. You get that little extra bit of dead money out there.
Little bonus. And you're never too safe with aces in short deck.
Short deck. Did you see that aces hand with Haxton yesterday? That was put out on our Instagram.
Against Ding Biao. That was brutal. 10-9-8, 10-10.
It was so crazy because I was practically calling for Paxton's dismissal from, you know, the tournament. And Kevin, right on cue, he said, look, Henry, 7% is 7%. I was like, no, Kevin, come on. You know, Ding's got the straight. Ike's out of here. And then on the turn, pairs the board, goes from 7% to 14%. And on the river, Another 10, running 10s.
Short deck's got the short deck run out sometimes, you know?
It's just scripted. Ivy checks his button option. See if Tan uninterested. It's a great card for Tan. See if he actually bets this with, you know, no gut shots, wants to deny equity against like a queen 8, an 8-9. You know, just 2 random cards. Yeah, I really love that he's found this bet.
Nicely done. Rebuilding slowly.
Yeah, less than 10 antes between himself and Wang now. He's managed to pull back a little bit.
Couple queens for Tan Xuan. He's gonna go pot.
6.
Michael Jang's got a couple 10s. He's got position. It's a very difficult hand to play post flop. Gonna try to use that positional advantage and see if he can find a way to turn this one into a win.
1.28 in the middle. SPR around 2.5 as he flops middle set.
Hits it.
And he loves this, right, Randy, because the ace is there and he's just praying that Tan has an ace-king and ace-queen.
Most of the time, Tan actually does have the ace. He potted it first to act. Whether he's got ace-king, ace-queen, or some kind of blocker effects, like it's just a good board for Michael.
$450.
So around third pot from Mikey. Wow, look at this. Tan wants to see a turn card.
Doesn't believe.
Looking for like a jack or a diamond, the queen being the obvious out. The king does give him that inside straight draw, but one does have to ask the question of whether or not Zhang's going to give him a chance to even realize that equity.
It feels like no chance Michael's going to let this one check through. His hand is still often the best hand. He needs to charge gut shots. Two-tone texture. There's already 2.18 into the pot, and he's got 2.6 back.
Just full pot. Deny as much equity as possible.
Sure. Yeah, he just needs to bet the size to make sure some equity isn't getting the right price to chase. He could even just jam. It's no limit post flop.
Feels like having the Queen of Diamonds, Queen of Hearts is kind of working against us. Blocking hands like Queen 9 of Diamonds, Queen 9 of Hearts.
I just don't think Tan's ever considered calling. Just getting the count.
2-5.
It's a bit too crazy to
他不
call.
跟我拖，他要拖他。How much pot? They have 2-5。他不一定有这么多啊，pot 里面还可以 all in 的，翻牌后可以 all in。哦，翻牌后可以 all in 是吧？
可以告诉你，你要自己
操你妈，没时间排了。
No more time banks apparently for Tan.
Yeah, so because it's
不
known
是，我以为
post
只能
flop,
翻牌后只能打破里面。
cannot request the pot size.
翻牌后随便打。
谁勾啊？
No complaints from Zhang.
你有 A 吗？
So he takes that one down. Well, massive shout out to the official timekeeper of the Triton Super High Roller Series is, of course, Jacob & Co. Randy, there's a player at this table with that custom Jacob & Co. Triton X collaborative timepiece that can only be won in a main event, and it was won in this very card room, March 19th of 2024, when Tan Xuan took down the 50k short deck main, snagged himself a title, 922,000, and that collaborative Jacob & Co. timepiece. You cannot buy those pieces, Randy.
Cannot.
They have to be earned. Wow, how the mighty have fallen. Dan was up to 8.7. He's now down to 4.7. He's now third in chips. Four-way affair.
Family pot.
Potential trouble brewing when four hands see a flop in short deck. A lot of collisions. Comes ace, king, 7. ST limped up front. Probably feels like this is a board that hits him more than the players behind.
Yeah, he might just lead out on this texture. And he's the chip leader, so he gets a little bit more folds from his opponents. It's a solid top pair for Ivy.
He's not going anywhere. Gets rid of Mikey. Does Tan want to spite pill one off here?
It would be a bit disguised if he was to hit it. And because ST's range is a bit uncapped on this texture, if he was to chase and hit it, he might still get paid off big against 2-pair plus.
There you go. Flicks in the call. He's looking for an 8. Doesn't find it. But does now have 2-pair and trip outs that are live. 35% of the equity. Why do I feel like Tan's going to find a way to win this pot?
I don't know, it's pretty hard to rep this board on the button.
He has to be specifically repping 7s, 6, 8, maybe an ace 9, ace 7.
Yeah, but even ace 7 might not be slam dunk betting the turn. It's hard to say.
5 seconds.
Oh my word, Randy.
He's going to try to represent the...
He's going to make us
straight,
eat our words.
2-pair. Does this just win it?
Is it exclusively the straight that he's repping with this sizing, or can he add other hands to his value range?
I think ace 9 is the biggest candidate, and pocket 7s. Ace 7 maybe, I could see it. King 7's kind of unlikely to want to bet.
I agree.
Yeah, Tan, if he had 8-6, he'd bet big.
5 seconds.
This is a very key decision for Ivy, who lays down the best hand. That pot was just stolen.
The power of position. We knew the float was coming, and it wasn't just to spike the 8. He knew there was going to be an option to potentially steal it on certain runouts. That turn card was giving Tan enough to steal it away from Ivy's top pair. Practically tied for the chip lead again. Sixes in the hijack.
How much is pot?
You always hate to hear that question when you are the limper. ST might just pop this one pre. Expecting a lot of takedowns.
Especially with the offsuit variant.
Such a nicely executed ace-x offsuit raise on the button. It's the main hand that stabs, that isn't willing to commit.
Since that Ivy double, he's lost some back. Back to 4th in chips, 45 antes. ST Wang first joined us in Jeju 2019. Mainly played short deck, flicked in 1 no limit hold'em, 6 max. Joined us in London as well. Played the no limit hold'em main, a couple of short deck events. Came 12th recently. At the Triton Million in Paradise. 865,000. It's been a rough trip for him here in Jeju. 0 for 6. But loving his position, of course, with 4 left in this 50k, having locked up 248,000.
Michael with the best hand. Checks it over. Would say Ivy rates to hit this board the most in general on the button. 7-6 is a bit non-existent for undergun and hijack in terms of V-pips.
Seven pairs the turn. Same kind of story here, Randy.
Yeah, Michael needs to be wary of the 7 that could easily be in Ivy's range. And his kicker is not that good. Doesn't want to inflate. Queen got there.
How does he do it?
Well, I mean, if people are fearing you and give you more free turns and rivers, it starts to add up. Maybe a little value betting coming from Tan, targeting the jack. Probably would have heard from a 7x from Ivy on the turn.
No fears of kicker problems with the queen. Zhang was perhaps trapping like an ace-queen pre-flop.
Tan is not one that fears. He causes fear to other players. This man just gets paid.
Chi just takes one on the chin. Knows that he's up against Tan Xuan. Has to click the call button there.
With these couple pots going Tan Xuan's way, he's actually leveled out with ST.
There's a pot.
Ivy's time to pounce on these limps with ace jack. He's shortest. He's got about 43 antes.
Doesn't come with full pot, which is somewhat surprising.
So that's going to give these limpers a better price in considering to continue. Which I'm not sure you really want with ace jack, but we'll see. Then yeah, there definitely is a difference where maybe ST is looking to fold against full pot. But for 440 more, I can see King Queen coming along.
Red, blue, S. Red, blue, and S. Red, blue, and S.
Red Bull on ice, the request from Tan. Going to be here a while.
Okay, let's take it to post flop. 1.52 million.
SPR less than 2. We could see chips go flying in.
Red,
Wang's flopped best. Ivy with a Broadway draw.
red, blue.
Wow. So he limp calls pre-flop, then out of position overbet jams top pair queen kicker. Ivy, he's got to be confused why ST is all of a sudden speaking up now rather than going for check raise all in. And we take ace king out of ST's range. That hand would just repop it pre. Is king queen really doing this? Maybe that's his thought process. Beats queen jack. 10x wouldn't make any sense to all of a sudden ask for it all.
Also, need to figure out if perhaps we're ahead of some stuff.
Queen
Like
jack, right?
Queen jack, jack 9 suited, although Ivy's got that jack of diamonds.
Yeah, the jack 9's hard to figure out if ST's calling that pre. If there's just not supposed to be that many kings, and sometimes the king actually checks and, you know, gets it in, gets a c bet. puzzling, the Ivy. Why so much?
Me?
Ivy needs to ask, is he ever afraid of ace queen? Maybe ace queen just pops it pre-flop as well. So then what's left?
It's also a future game. Wow.
Oh my god, he calls.
Flipped in the one chip call. Did Wang just call him for ace jack as well?
He did.
That's just next level, man.
That's spooky.
He just knows after the tank that that's the hand that is tanking.
直接发一个 K 就搞定了嘛，它一个方块。
Maybe this is just standard. And to people like us, it's baffling. But to these short deck pros, the money's always going in. One card away from losing Ivy. Ace or a queen needed. Does not get there. Wang boats up.
Wow. Ivy went with the soul read, and he was wrong. And SD called his hand perfectly. Ace Jack? Yep. We lose the GOAT.
We do indeed. He's out in fourth. Gonna head to the cash desk and pick up $248,000 for his efforts. No sixth title here for Ivy. He was looking for his fifth short deck title. But unfortunately, putting on the cape and falling short of victory here after running into ST Wang. She'll be jumping straight into event number 20, the 25k short deck. We're seeing more of the GOAT, but for now, three-handed play.
Pot is now 600, right?
10 million for Wang, 6 million for Tan, 4 million for Zhang.
Eh, 你有个 turn back 给了？
给了吗？
你 turn back
我给了吗？
没给吗？我靠，你这个turn back！我靠，你这竞争对手我还能包容你这个人？对对，我给你记得清清楚楚。
没必要啊！
我他妈剩一个 turn back 了，我靠！
Trying to get ST's time banks in
我想想，
to
我
the
那个牌
middle.
我不知道 call 不 call 你，但是我会想的，没时间了，我算了。
你有什么 KQ 啊？
一对皮蛋，你这个牌只能推着我一对皮蛋的，没牌了。哦，70个。
So we got two of China's best short deck players versus Michael Zhang, one of the best short deck players as well. This is gonna be a good three-handed battle.
Yeah, this is elite. This really is elite. And these guys have played hundreds, if not thousands, of hours against each other.
其实还好了，我相当于在网页那里多一些了嘛，那个死钱。
So that's Red Bull on the rocks.
That's what he ordered. I thought he said red blue. So I thought he was ordering the sugar-free Red Bull. I wonder if that's what he meant. You know the
Yeah,
light blue
I
one?
know what you're saying, but I think it was just Red Bull. Wow. You see that?
Yeah, I checked it.
So yeah, I'm talking to myself.
He's just like, this guy's trapping me. Tan really just buys himself free flops, turns, and rivers.
I don't know if
his
it's
image.
it's as straightforward, right, as this guy's trapping me, but also it's just nice to protect your checking range as well, mixing in some strong hands like this, keeping in hands that potentially fold, like Queen 9, Queen 10, although I don't think Queen 10 is limp folding.
It definitely is interesting. ST now in the spot where he probably has to call flop bet with ace queen. Seems like the nut no pair. Ace of clubs.
Tan boats up.
It's actually a pretty good card for ST despite not pairing.
Does pick up extra outs. 6 would chop it. 10, ace or queen needed to win it.
That's 400,000.
It's incredible.
I'm not sure if the hand's over yet.
I don't think it is. We have ace queen, we're so underwrapped. Ace queen is massive in this spot.
And it's not supposed to be that many 6X's in Tan's range and have it still bet, so call once again. Onto the river card, which is a king. Obviously that's bad for Tan Chuen. But I guess everything is a bad card. It would always overcard the 6.
How many king X does Wang really have in his range though?
Would have to be what? King X of clubs, right? Some kind of flush draw that could still improve. That would beat a full house. A little block bet.
This guy is so good. He just knows exactly where he's at. He knows he's up against an ace.
Yeah, he's priced it precisely against ace high. I mean, obviously a great price he's being laid. It kind of feels like Tan Chuen is value betting a hand like it is, or like 7s, 8s, 9s that went to limp the cutoff. I could see that taking this line as well.
He might just be the greatest gambler of all time.
He's the god of gamblers.
ST makes a very disciplined fold there. Serves himself 300k.
No more refill the 10 bank. Even the hands up.
Is there a refill on
We can everybody 5.
我卖给你，卖给你。哎，没有那么便宜啊。黑的，一个黑的，一个黑的，我给你4个。
Michael trying to sell some time banks.
合适吧？应该合适。
What's the price that Tan would pay for time banks right now?
At this stage of the tournament, I mean, it's got to be really valuable, right? Zhang gets a walk. Trying to think which seat I'd rather be in.
Probably doesn't make that much of a difference three-handed.
Tan knuckling back with the queen 10 in position. That's C3. That's all Michael Zhang. Top two pair. Gonna slide it on over to Tan, try and give him some rope to do something crazy with 6x and 8x.
Yeah, I think Michael knows that Tan Xuan likes to try to represent boards that rate to hit the button check through range. So this turn card, I'm going to expect Michael to continue to check because it pot controls a bit, but also allows Tan to potentially rep the 8, which he try to pick off. But no, he is going to do the betting himself, so I guess it's the end here. Does Tan got a gut shot?
Tan is drawing live. As we've seen time and time again, you invite him to the rodeo, he's normally willing to go a few rounds. Just lets it go. So a quick dealer change. 90 antes, plays 65, plays 47. So Wang with just shy of half the chips in play. Of course, we can see a massive dent can be made by both Zhang and Tan. Should either of them double up through ST?
Kind of feels like this stage at three-handed does get a little grindy with deep stacks. See Tan Xuan trying to protect his limping range. It's mainly because the first two players act pre-flop have to be out of position against the button, so they have a lot of reasons to just limp. And also with less players remaining in the tournament, the pot size pre-flop that you can pot it to is smaller, so the player on the button can just call more pot raises pre.
Against this size, ace, king, the king of spades.
It's not easy. He's gonna try to see one more.
Just be cooked, right?
Could be.
Just easily be up against 7 6s, 7-6, jack 6.
You know, Tan's a guy that sees the sign that says "Do not enter," and he's like, still goes in. You know.
Yeah, those scare houses. Those amusement parks. Yeah, Wang just knows exactly where he's at. Get value from ace highs.
Could be some worse jacks lingering as well. it's a slight downsize bet as well in the turn. So he's like, all right, take it.
Wang's pulling away. Up to 9.7 million now. ST's largest cash coming in that Triton million in Paradise. $865,000. He's already locked up his largest cash ever at a Triton, a full Triton schedule, I should say. His only other cash coming in the 100k main in Jeju last year for 190,000. Get the feeling he's here for the cash games, Randy.
This is the side action, side hustle.
Wang's got the best of it. But again, one of those kind of pieces that isn't necessarily thrilled about playing a big pot or putting more chips in the middle.
Yeah, Queen Jack, Ace Jack, similar hand composition. It is going to be the earlier position player that's trying to rep that king a bit. There's a chance he just sheds ST right now, as ST is sandwiched between Michael and Tan Xuan. Gonna guess ST Wong doesn't expect the Jack to be betting too often. He does lay down the best hand. Once again, Tan Xuan picking up another small pot.
Next break 2个小时，
没有 break 了。
That's what they're playing for.
一会儿再一个红牛。
Triton Poker Trophy. Hard to get your hands on. Especially now with the field sizes getting so big. Just looking over on the Triton Poker Plus app. Our suspicions have been confirmed. Randy, ST Wang is in pretty much every every cash game invitational.
Oh yeah, he plays more than one episode as well. He plays like the whole week long.
Yeah. No, it's pretty incredible.
Nice call there by Tan Xuan. Unfortunately for him, he's gotten outdrawn by the Jack 7. $200K bet, targeting 2 pairs.
Just keeping my finger on the pulse of event number 20. At 25K, Jason Kuhn. Currently chip leader.
So lots of limping, not too much raising is what I've observed so far, three-handed in terms of pre-flop.
Yeah, there hasn't really been any significant shift. Couple of small pots between Tan and Wang, but other than that, nothing to write home about.
Tan's doing quite well in these small pots, getting the better hands to fold.
How many hours sleep do you think he's on?
Same could be said for ST. Like, these two guys, I'm sure, grinding on the side quite a bit. But I guess Tan Chuan's needs a little bit more sleep, given he did request the Red Bull with ice earlier.
Maybe that's the secret. Maybe that's what keeps him going.
So if you want to take him down, you cut off his supply of Red Bull.
他们让我们休息，我也挺累的。
不是，你们去休息，我一个人。
哦，是吗？好吧。
你们可以早点睡觉，我不累。
那么担心我们？
因为我看你们都很困，没必要吧？
要不我先顶一下你们，你们也可以去休息。
太开心了。
Any translations, Randy?
Man, I can't bluff this one, can I?
Are you bluffing the last one? about, about the time banks?
Yeah, I'm always bluffing every single translation. Did you not figure that one out yet?
I thought that was part of the bit. Really has been a bit of a stalemate. No one really stepping out to go after it in their defense from a card distribution point of view. Has just been close to bottom of range dealt all round.
Yeah, and I'm thinking the reason they're not attacking pre-flop is actually tethered to the number of players remaining. When there's 5, 6, 7, you know, when you make it pot, it's so big that people can't defend. But here, isolating with weakish hands, like, you can't make it that big, and they're more incentivized to call, especially the button who has position. So I think that's why we're watching a lot of limp pots at the moment. Like 10 can't make it big enough to dissuade a lot of ST's range cutoff versus button.
So much pot control on display. Gut shot no good for Tan. Give SD the highest straight. Looking for a cowboy and a cowboy only.
No.
Dan happy to just check this one down.
什么是 K6方块？ K 还只有 K6了嘛？还什么牌？你在侮辱我的智商！我操！不，万一不同化的呢？
你有 nut low， 你是 nut low，
他不知道
赢不了，能分钱。也赢不了，分钱。
King Queen suited for Tan Chuan. Going to continue the limping game.
We are getting a translation in the chat from John. Apparently Mike's said, is anyone tired? We can go and rest if you want. and if we're allowed. And ST Wang responded with, nah, you go and rest.
Okay, is this an accurate translation?
I
or
believe
just
it.
a guess,
No,
guess
that,
as well?
that sounds very, very legit. I mean, Mike probably well aware that we've been playing nosebleed stakes until the early hours of this morning.
160,000.
The blinds will be going up shortly. 125k, 250k. No significant shift so far. Wang again, just limping with the ace queen.
Well, finally, someone speaks up pre-flop. Bad timing, though, because ST has a hand that can certainly just repot it pre against the 46 antes of Michael Jang.
Repot.
Mike with a raise fold. Perhaps going to kick himself a bit. Opting to ISO. So just peeling one and seeing a flop.
你看我都不加钱的，掐自己加自己的，胆子大还加钱。
When it comes to these pre-flop decisions, Randy, I doubt there are many more qualified in the world than that young man.
A9都我最终几个人我不会拿这么差的了，我打出都是 AQQ， 不相信。
Just feels like Tan is handcuffed at the moment, unable to play the game he normally plays.
Yeah, it feels like Tan can really play his best when there's more players around. For now, though, I mean, he is still winning a lot of these small pots. They just don't add up too much.
Next hand up or this hand?
This one. New level. 125 to 50.
There you go, blinds going up. 125, 250.
How much can I pot?
It's 750 the first pot.
750?
The first pot, yeah. 6 times 125. 6 times this, yeah. 750, right?
ST's gonna chuckle. Tan doesn't know how to calculate the pot. He's just like, I just play it.
He's just used to playing huge, no limit, deep stacked short deck for millions of dollars. Not this pre-flop stuff. ST's gonna stab out here.
310,000.
Top pair, that can come along in position. Tan can't really chase that gut shot. as his out might give a bigger straight.
What is it
Queen
you
jack.
like to call them, Randy? Tainted outs?
Yes. It's a good card for Michael. Picks up a gut shot.
Yeah, versus call on the flop. Wang just correctly recognizing this is a hand to shut down with. Does beat some stuff, specifically Queen Jack, as we would have likely heard from Ace Jack and Ace Queen. Clean run out for Zhang. Played pot control on the turn.
Not much reason for Queen 10 to want to bet this river card. Feels like a very nice check to side based on sizing. Even Michael might not be looking to value bet the king if he doesn't think that many 10x's is supposed to bet, or even call river bet. If he does bet though, he'll bet small.
Exactly that, Randy. 425 and no nonsense from Wang.
Yeah, so if a 10's not even considering calling for that small bet, there's no worse hand calls.
对，被偷了。他们都鸡的。
先偷。你还说
咱们叫什么？咱们7。很多鸡
Just
的。
not even giving Mikey credit for like a 9-7, 8-7.
I mean, those hands might not need to bet. They can show down against Queen Jack, Jack 9. Or misses.
Oh, yeah.
Couple of limps in front of him.
How many pots? 875. 870. 这么多钱，有点贵。先问我看看我们什么反应，对吧？Check.
A lot of cards being shared here between these three. And look at this.
Worst hand betting.
Michael Zhang finding the bet on the Queen 7-6. I wonder if this has anything to do with backdoor equity. Just like when we do get called, we just pick up equity on any 8, 9, 10, Jack, King, Ace.
Yeah, and he also expects that 7 and 6x are never calling a bet, so it's just, do they have a queen? There's no flush draws out there, so less things that can continue. Kind of looks like a one and done spot.
No.
Yeah, I missed you.
Oh,
yeah. It happened last time. He dealt 4 cards on the flop. Wow, 这么多十，这么多个。我埋伏他先。
Sounds like we need to get a new deck.
我的牌可能最差的嘛。
Okay. That's how things stand. 76 plays 45, plays 41. Got a great question in the chat from Stajek asking when we're going to be in Montenegro. 13th of May is when we're heading out there. That's when event number 1 will be kicking off all the way through until the 27th of May. Late spring, early summer, whatever you want to call it. Maestro Casino. Incredible place.
Getting a little sad that this is coming to an end today.
Shout out to Jose as well. Showing a lot of love for the production, commentary and players. Thank you very much for keeping us company, ladies and gents, over the last few weeks. Feels like that's the first ISO from Wang.
Did have aces.
Maybe needs to mix it up a little bit. So.
Ace king. Curious to see if he raises or just tries to trap Michael.
750.
Raise 750,000.
Oh my.
Simple hand for both.
Mikey with the free roll.
Finally a clash.
How much is repot?
2625.
Yeah, this is always going to get it in pre. Ace king, ace king.
Cool. Same hand.
Good luck, boys.
Yeah.
Jang just knew.
I mean, he's happy to get it in.
I have you
Just like
dominated.
Chop it.
Same hand.
raise
Jang,
what-
slight
what
equity
pot?
favorite. Does have
Oh,
2
那
live
个
flush draws.
我中文不太好。
有2能花嘛？
对，对，我1%。
红红红。呀，
哦，不错，没有。
Free roll.
Red's possible.
For Wang. 4% at the
还有
time.
我以为你说拿2个方块没有。
4% is 4%, as Kevin would say.
Oh, is he going to get there?
Would be a dirty way to do it.
所谓咯，爱咋
All
咋
in
地
pre-flop
咯
with the same hand. To find the free rolled flush in short deck is tough to do, but it is possible. Wang will do it 18% of the time to get us heads up here.
Nope.
Always a sweat.
That was very scary.
Change? He gets the extra 25?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot that you have.
Yeah, yeah.
So
He gets the extra out of position, right? So he gets 15 and he gives me a 25.
yeah, so give me 25.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so we were playing with top 5.
I mean, they should be gone. They're not giving us a break, so.
That was a sweaty one, Randy.
是不是你装位啊？我不爱你。
I mean, you can't do him dirty like that. Ace king versus ace king. Not even suited pre.
Do you think his heart rate spiked on the turn?
Of course.
Come on, lucky.
You say, of course. The man lives and breathes meditation and Tai Chi. He's as zen as they come.
25000。哎呀，哎，跟刚才一样的。也得个10万出来，啥意思啊？我忘了。
Zhang completes.
Queen 6 offsuit. That's trash.
How many?
Tang and Tan are
7.
tied now. The bottom of the chip counts. Wang has half the chips in play.
Wow. He can't help himself. He sees 2 limps in front of him. Downs the ace 10. This is out of line.
Yeah, Wang's really kind of locked it up a little bit. Just waiting for one of these two to slip up. Doesn't want to get involved out of position with a marginal ace 10.
Oh, Michael Jang might not be convinced just yet.
Just use the time bank pre-flop.
I guess he's more likely to limp call than limp pot just because he overlimped. So less likely he's got traps in his range. So we have Queen 6 offsuit versus King Jack. 2 million for the pot. Oh my god, did he just hit 2 pair?
The dealer has somehow found the most action-inducing flop. Queen 10-6 rainbow, top and bottom for Tan. Note the equities though. And even with 2 pair, just up against the open-ender, Zhang still has 46% equity. 2 cards to come.
There is a chance Michael comes in with check raise all in, depending on sizing, of course. If he feels like he can fold out, maybe like an ace jack, ace king, maybe. That was a splashy bet.
That was something we haven't seen from Tan up until now.
All in.
Okay, here we go. All of a sudden, chips are in there.
Zhang taking the check jam spot just as Randy predicted. If Tan loses this, by the way, he's down to 1 ante. Or 1 button ante, I should say. Zhang looking for an ace or a 9. We saw 1 ace folded. All in brought to you by WPT Global to get us heads up. Tan looking to just hold. It's the 10 on the turn.
Oh man, kings are good.
Now add 3 more outs. Ace, king, 9 needed for Zhang. Tan needs to fade, which he does.
Wow.
Jack of spades completes the run out. Just going to make it official with the dealer count, but does look like Tan had Michael covered. Tan just saying it was nice playing with you.
Yeah.
Michael Zhang only shows up for the short deck.
Yeah, cover.
Tan pointing up to the screen. So hey, you don't need to count it. No need for the SOPs. You know, just look at the board. But Zhang, like I said, only shows up for the short deck stuff. Unfortunately, unable to clinch his first title here in the 50K, but has to be happy with his 3rd place run and 326,000 for his efforts. Now taking him up to north of $3 million in Triton earnings. Well, Randy, you probably could have picked these 2 before the start of the final table as we welcome you back to the break desk, Tan Xuan and ST Wang, to make it heads up. We've mentioned time and time again over on the Triton Poker Plus app the catalog of nosebleed cash game content that we have featuring these 2 who have just played hundreds, if not thousands of hours of short deck, but typically in a cash game environment, nonetheless finding themselves here heads up in this pre-flop, post, whatever. Tan was, you know, he's confused by some of the stuff that was going on, but he's here, heads up.
Yeah, both of these guys are very well-versed in short deck. I'm curious to see how they approach the pot limit pre-flop heads-up match. This is a very different animal that I imagine both don't have as much experience in, but it is very deep. Average stack is 81 antes for this one.
Well, keep close. We're going to step away just for 5 minutes while we set up the stage for what is likely to be an epic heads-up battle between these 2 short deck titans. We'll see you in about 5.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Trusted online poker is back in the US with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Too rich at 800. Pot laying over 3-1.
It feels like he's getting milked in this spot.
I mean, he blocks the jack. As we said, ace 10 we chop with. I don't know whether or not ST would be barreling that hand, let alone queen 10.
We don't chop with ace 10.
Oh, forgive me. That's right. That doesn't get counterfeited. Apologies. The queen 10, though, has been counterfeited. We do chop with any of the other ace-X other than ace-king and, of course, ace-queen.
I think ST bets here with ace-jack, so Tan should never expect to call and chop with another ace. I think ST would just take the free showdown against like a king-queen, queen-jack.
More often than not, I feel as though when Tan gets to the business of verbalizing his speculations about his opponent's hands, he tends to find the fold.
I think his gut knows it should probably fold, but he is curious by nature.
Well, that curiosity would prove costly and would create a massive power shift here. Multiple banks being used. What are the bluffs, Randy? What do we beat with ace-jack as played? Remember, this one was limped by Tan and ST. Ivy was aboard. A 200K lead on the ace-queen 10 board from the ace-jack with ace of spades was called by ST. Then a check brought on the 550 on the turn, which we call and now face after checking 800 with running sevens.
Jack 9 comes to mind. Would make the most sense.
But again, the inconvenience of the jack in hand, especially where the blocker effects are more pronounced, is problematic in terms of our prospects for calling.
Yeah, if it's some pair gut shot turns into a bluff, it's often like Jack 10, Queen Jack. The King Queen doesn't do it as much because it has more showdown value. On the turn, that is. I just think he's beat here so often that... Yeah, this is the right play, Tan. Well done.
Well, better to burn through time banks than 800,000 more chips, but still versus a 9.
So steaming.
Oh no.
I hit that flop.
ST.
I guess the
No,
last
I
flop
call,
is
yeah.
better for ST,
I
but this
was
one's still good.
pair flush draw. Oh,
Yeah, he's saying he had pair and a flush draw last time around, although this is with the assumption, I think, that the ace was the 4th card that shouldn't have been on the board.
flush draw with club.
This is still okay. 不知道怎么发那个牌 We don't know
就
how
是
that.
多发了张红桃9嘛。
不一定。What was the last flop?
为啥他去跟
I don't even know
他
what it
Well, the stage has been set for what is hopefully going to be an epic heads-up showdown between two of the, just the best short deck players of all time. Tan Xuan squaring off against ST Wang. And Randy, it's practically tied. 8 ante difference in heads-up short deck is as close as it. Thank you. Yeah, as close as it gets. With that pot limit pre-flop kind of strategy that we were discussing here off air, are we just going to expect to see a lot of low balling, and is this going to take just a massive cooler in order to get this wrapped up?
Yep, so because we're playing pot limit pre-flop, and I'm pretty sure the player first stack is out of position.
Yeah.
That player doesn't have much reason to open raise into the opponent. So it should be a lot of small ball poker at the moment. It's going to come down to who's going to steal a little bit more of these small pots, and then eventually there will be a big hand. So it's going to be very grindy, but these two know how to play long hours, of course.
Well, they're both guaranteed 512,000 for their efforts. They're playing for 708,000, and of course that coveted Triton trophy. Tan Xuan looking for his 3rd as we take a look at his Triton earnings. Over 10 million in earnings, 2 titles, 20 cashes. His last title coming here in this very room, like I said, on the 19th of March last year, where he took down the short deck main, picked up that custom Jacob & Co. timepiece that you can see there in his profile picture. So he knows how to get it done here in Jeju, and he has a very tough opponent in ST Wang to get through if he's going to claim victory here and pick up his 3rd title. Let's throw it down to the main stage once more as these two duke it out for what we can only hope is an epic back and forth on the final day of the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series here in Shinhwa World. Jeju Island. 10.6 million plays 9.6. And at this stack depth, in this format, one would have to assume that we're going to be here for a long time.
Yeah, I'm foreshadowing this is going to be the best short deck heads-up match we're going to get this week. Super deep stacks, and to see Tan Xuan at the end. That's why you watch short deck. This guy is very creative. Now it is pot limit pre-flop, but post-flop is no limit hold'em, so chips can fly in at any moment.
So he action first, right? If he links, then I can raise to 1 million, right? Okay, I got it.
So they're just getting clarification on the amount that they can raise in different scenarios.
Okay, so the cutoff is actually in a really bad spot. It's you have to act out of position pre-flop and post-flop, whereas in traditional heads-up no limit hold'em, the first to act is in, he gets to be in position post-flop.
Oh my word.
We could lose chips on his flop over ST.
10-10-7. Ace-10 against 10-6. How has the dealer fanned this flop off? For those of you just joining us, we are live. Second to last event of the series. And the heads-up match could be over hand number 1. Now, unlikely, obviously, that no one's actually sat here with the nuts. Wang with kicker issues.
And obviously super deep as well.
No deal made, by the way. People asking about a deal. These two will not be making a deal.
They would never make a deal.
I promise you that. For 200,000, they might ask to play for more on the side.
Very reasonable.
Yeah. It's like, oh, hey, dude, we're heads up. You know, 200K in the trophy. How about we add $1 million to this match? Eight-9 does complete. Value to be extracted now from hands like Jack-9, Jack-8. Perhaps peeled one off.
Yeah, you see him size down, trying to get these hands that are drawing very slim, the pair of straight draws to continue. It's fortunate for ST as does have trip 10s, he doesn't have to face a bigger bet.
They will carve it up on a 7 or a jack, as the dealer makes me eat my words.
Now there should be caution from both players, especially Tan Xuan. He's out of position. Unless he wants to go block against 8-9.
Tan able to absorb aggression here by checking, giving SD some rope. And it's just
Gonna get
gonna
snapped off?
Yeah, snap cool. Thank you very much for playing.
You see Tan's not happy about it, but he will be relieved when cards are shown.
Carve it up, chaps.
He's also disappointed that that river card saved ST. Kicker was very relevant for the trip 10s. This is a good comment in the chat. OD Rex saying maybe they're making a deal to do winner takes all. They just like play for double price.
I mean, if there
Someone
were
comes
ever,
home with 0 now.
Yeah, if there were ever two candidates to do something that crazy, these would be the guys.
Yeah, so they're playing for just under 200,000 from what we see. Yeah, they made it winner take all. It's a $1.2 million heads-up match versus 0. I don't think they took it to that degree.
I've really enjoyed engaging with some of the Triton poker fans this trip, Randy. As always, some rogue chat, some questionable banter, but for the most part, fun and engaging. Any questions, of course, do fire them our way. We always try our best to get back to you in real time if we can.
I mean, chat might as well tell us who they want to win this match or who they think will win. Stacks are very level. Let us know.
I will say as well, keep a close eye
1 million.
on our Instagram page,
Cannot raise one.
because we've got some fun stuff. It's going to be announced in the very close future.
625.
跟那红牛加冰。
JT saying all you need is 3 good hands and you can just win like that. That is also true. We have seen the likes of Ding Biao yesterday was second in chips with, what was it, 12, 13 left. That's 2 million when average stack was like 800k, and then all of a sudden he was just he didn't even wait for the river card to be dealt. He had already unmiked and he was just out of there. He was over it. He was very over it. Ben saying Tan's the better underdog. Better player, sorry. Better underdog.
Better underdog.
The better player, go underdog one. Listen, guys, I'm not sure. I'm really not. I mean, like I said, you head over to our library. ST is out here playing 1K, 2K, 4K. The highest stakes. And he is, I don't want to spoil too much, but he is the big winner in a couple of sessions. Devil's flop.
Mm-hmm. Feel like the devil speaks to Tan Xuan a little bit more.
Yeah, he's going to have the most traps here in the form of pocket pairs.
And there's not much ST can do about this. Even if he suspects, he doesn't represent much of a hand himself.
Is that the devil on Wang's shoulder there? Just whispering to perhaps float with the 10 high. He did eventually think better of it.
We're doing Red Bull again? You already destroyed one.
Bro, that's 2 in 1 hour, yeah. I think Wang needs 1.
What if Wang just extends this match as long as possible so that Tan Xuan just has 1 too many Red Bulls? He gets antsy. Advantage to ST. Kicker is strong. Buck 25. Gonna get a peel from King High with the backdoor clubs. So ST is between value betting against the 10 or checking to try to induce from gut shot like Queen Jack that might stab. Surely there's some floats if King 8 of clubs is in there.
Was a weaker 10x ever like bet a little bit for protection?
Probably not. You don't really want to inflate against better kickers as much. Now we can go for value against a worse 10, given he's got the nut kicker.
Feels like having the king is bad here. Blocking some of the hands you'd want ST to have, like King Jack.
He really
King
is
Queen.
destroying that Red Bull.
Can we get him one more?
You into energy drinks at all?
No, not really.
What's that little red bottle that's, there was an energy drink a lot of people were consuming at one point.
Here,
Red and
during
black?
this trip?
No, not this trip, but just feel like it was coming around.
Red and black. Red and black.
4 hour energy, is that a thing?
Four energy?
4 hour or something hour energy?
Maybe.
No.
Maybe.
Yeah, I wasn't really into the energy drinks either.
Producer James saying perhaps it's called 5 hour energy.
Oh, 4 hours is a cheaper brand. You get 20% off if you buy the 4 hour energy.
I've experimented, dabbled with some energy inducing kind of supplements, but I've never really found something that I'm like, wow, that's it.
I was never into the flavor of Red Bull. It tastes like Skittles, kind of.
I like the taste of Red Bull.
You do?
Yeah, I do like the taste of Red Bull.
Do you think he likes the taste of Red Bull?
I got a funny feeling he has shares in the company Red Bull.
I'm just waiting for him to order the next one.
Yeah, that's a good betting market.
How many?
How many Red Bulls is Tan going to get through before we crown a champion?
$10-7 takes the lead against the 2 7s. Not going to stop ST from betting. Immediately, not a great spot for 10-7 with this texture. Wow, what a turn card for Tan.
Tan really called with bottom pair?
Kind of seems like ST and Tan's got a different approach to how to play like the weak pairs in this heads-up match. I think I've seen ST fold like bottom pair on speculative boards. Because Tan is like, I'm going to take this into position.
He's just that confident in his post-flop edge. His ability to outmaneuver everyone. Blinds going up. A slight separation between the two. Let's be honest. It really is just as close as it gets when it comes to heads-up battles.
Okay.
So I'm just checking over on the Triton Poker Plus app. They are on that final break. So late reg will be closing. Just 5 minutes time, up to 28 runners in that one.
700.
Makita
700.
on the outside looking in. And still
I mean,
no Artem.
Yes.
Took down the 30k. And we haven't seen him since.
How much I can pour? 2,300,000. 2,300,000?
SC is like, no, I don't want to hear you ask that question. Ill time raise with Jack 6 of clubs.
$2 million for. 2 million for.
Punished.
It's like the one time I isolate, you know, he re-raises me.
It feels like it legit is the first time he's isolated, even like three-handed, other than that aces hand earlier.
Yeah, so with the new blind levels, they do come around a little bit quicker because we are heads up, so 25-minute levels now. Reduction in time. Was a similar-ish board earlier where ST had 2 7s not too long ago and he stabbed, doing the same thing with 6s. Once again, it's not going to work.
It's the first time we've had a sizable gap between the two. It's looking likely to be even wider now, assuming that Tan wins this pot.
Yeah, it just seems like the way this heads-up match is going is tons of small pots. Tan is a little bit more aggressive. He's chipping away slowly against ST.
That's exactly what he wants to do, right?
Yeah. I think this, especially this pre-flop pot limit, it rates to favor the more aggressive player. They're forced to take it post-flop, and ST is burning chips here of 2 6s. Hoping to take it down, but Tan's never going to fold the straight.
$1.8. 1.8.
1.8 million, and Wang perhaps feeling the squeeze now.
Ante-Only is making it huge. He doesn't expect something other than a straight to call, so this gives him some chance that ST folds a chop for 10. He has a diamond blocker to the flush. Also leaves him an out to kind of get away from his hand in case somehow ST was to repop it.
12.8 million plays 7.8. 5 million chip difference now between the two. As Tan, one of Short Deck's elite, has pulled away. And if you'd like to become elite yourself, I highly recommend heading over to the #1 learning app for poker players. I am, of course, talking about none other than GTO Wizard. Get involved in those giveaways on socials, Instagram, X. Win yourself a 1-year elite subscription. Check out all of their cash game content, ICM stuff, as well as some of the free videos that Aspen Jorstad puts out. Cannot recommend it enough. Oh, finally. A little something for Wang. Flops the nuts. Tan has backdoors.
250.
Yeah, Tan has enough to continue. Got shot, 2 overs, small bet. Oh, I guess he's just done. Okay. He had pretty sick timing. His ST just flopped the joint.
Feels like Tan is playing on his terms, Randy. He wants to be the one dictating the size of the pots. Uninterested in floating with a gut shot out of position against an opponent that's been, you know, somewhat reluctant to put chips in the middle, so why go chasing?
Yeah, this is a game where position's pretty important. The out of position player is just at a huge disadvantage. And you have to couple that with pre-flop having to limp out of position too.
6?
Tan's thinking about
60 more.
potting.
Yeah, bottom of range.
We
Jack
saw
six.
ST pot the Jack 6 earlier.
6?
So total 750, 750, right?
Yep.
Well, it seems like the 2 times the Jack 6 is attacked, it's going to get re-raised.
2,550,000.
Much?
2,550,000.
25?
25.
Jack 6 no good. Once again.
Listen, we're not just playing heads up for 200k here. Well, officially we are. But there might be a Jack 6 bounty. An actual cash value. Jack 6 bounty. What is it normally? Like 5k, 10k in those games you cover?
I mean, normally it's relative to the ante a bit. I'm not so sure at the moment what it would be. But clearly it wasn't enough for them to just, yeah, let's get it in pre.
Take a stab here with the jacks. ST really getting dealt bottom of range, isn't he?
Yeah, he
Feels
hasn't
like
been
it.
really been given the cards to kind of fight back a bit, which rates to favor the more aggressive player, Dan Chuen.
Yeah, it really seems like he's unable to do anything. Let's check out that 25k, event number 20. So they're still on break.
很多了。
Okay, they're still on break. There's 3 minutes left before the break is over and done with.
They're pausing the game, waiting for this one to finish so they can get 2 more entries.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
No, I don't think there's no way. This could take a long time. And it's already, what, 9 p.m. local?
That's crazy that it's 9 p.m. local time. It feels like 11 a.m.
Probably feels like 11 a.m. for Tan Xuan. Jack 6 has been an auto ISO from the button. It's been 100% rate for both players.
Doesn't show it. And again, even in this spot here, where Wang has aces, Tan just has a limp fold. Not even like a king jack, queen 10 that would want to see 3.
Yeah, it takes a special recipe to kind of get some chips flowing.
15啊，15万。效果不是一样的，不一样。
Oh, they've got another entry in that. It's Michael Zhang.
Okay.
Max late regging, 30 seconds left. Makita hasn't re-entered. Surely he's going to re-enter.
Makita just took one bullet and just flew out. He's like, screw this.
He's just over it. He's had enough.
So you said the other champion didn't show up?
No, and you know the funny thing is I saw him show up today. I want to say around 3:30. And I was like, oh, okay. He's going to jump in from the start. And he just had some free food.
Nice. Max value.
And went off.
There we go.
didn't enter. So
that's okay.
Clearly he planned on playing because, well,
did he?
Well, I think he did because he wouldn't still be here, right? Like he wouldn't be here for the last 2 days. But
oh, you're saying
I'm saying
you mean he
because
would
he
have booked
won.
his flight out earlier.
Yeah, but because he won, I'm just assuming that he's like, you know what, this is as good as it's going to get. I got the result I wanted. Thank you very much, Triton.
I'm pretty sure he was also thinking, if I win another trophy, it puts me over the baggage limit, weight limit, right?
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Especially from this part of the world, you're looking at like like 150, 200.
I think it goes up with the second bag, you know. So ST stepped the flop with the gut shot, called by open-ended straight draw. Round of checks. Well, who's going to bet on the river? They're going to win the pot. I don't think Tan Xuan is looking to check down 10-9 if it gets over to him. It's going to be very difficult for ST to even bet check back. Bet with the queen 9, especially on that board pairing 8, which could easily hit 10. You can just throw anything, Tan. You can win this pot. Oh, queen high. That's great for ST.
Tan gives up.
It seems like Tan just felt like he was up against a pair of aces that's pot controlling.
We close the registration for that tournament just to give you an option. I know you're very deep.
Yeah.
If you want, you can register, and then every 20 minutes I'm taking the antes of your stack. It's up to you. Or you just carrying on and
just carry on. Just
买
pass,
怎么买呢
pass.
Just to let you know. Thank you very much.
烧盲。要不再打吗？再打。什么时候开始啊？现在开始买。
Yeah, but it's like the stack is in place, the same. So you're losing ante every hand.
明白没？
It's just for information, just to let you know. I know you're very deep in this.
没法买，只有20个盲注啊。
20个盲注在烧啊！
Okay, Randy, so if I'm right in saying tournament director Luke Vivaldi's come over and said, look, lads, we're about to close late reg in event number 20, and we wouldn't want you guys to miss out. Here's the option. Don't need to take it. Don't feel obliged to take it. But what we can do is we can put your stack in play in 20 minutes time, basically, is what he's saying. So that gives them 20 minutes to, you know, potentially get this heads up over and done with, and then they can jump straight into the 25k. I believe that's right.
It could be that. If it wasn't exactly along those lines, then it's they're blinding out, but their stack's not in play, and they'll get less chips. I'm not sure which one it was.
Okay, yeah.
Regardless, though, ST kind of quickly rejected the idea because the likelihood of them not blinding out is very low, because I don't really foresee this match ending in 20 minutes.
Yeah, I agree. So late reg is over and done with in that 25k, event number 20. It's Jason Kuhn chip leading. Makita did re-enter, got a fresh stack, as did Michael Zhang with that max late reg. Wai Leong Chan re-entered, Artur Martiroshin re-entered. So, 20 players in that one. Or 20 players left, I should say. $775k in the prize pool.
Okay, a little action happening here. 8-7 of clubs. Straight flush draw. So, like, if Tan Xuan hits... Oh, never mind. I was gonna say, is it considered a steel wheel if you wrap around to the ace?
Yeah, man. I mean, let's do it. We got to come up with some new terms for short deck. You know, we got the backdoor Bangkok in PLO. Got loads of stuff. We need to come up with some short deck terms.
Yeah, PLO's got a lot of code names. What do we have here? Straight versus straight?
Yeah, we got
ST on the climb.
Unfortunate run out for 10. Block. Snap. Wang's done a good job at pulling this back a little bit, and that's the first time I think I've ever seen a kind of grimace from Tan. Do you think that was in regards to his bet, or do you think that was more in regards to the ace-queen that he was shown?
I think it's a little bit of everything.
You can see he's maybe annoyed at that one.
I think it's also, if you look on the flop, Jack 9-6, 2 clubs, he was performing so good against ace queen, and you know his opponent kind of got there.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, really, how did you pull that one out of the hat? Play a small pot.
660。
上头了。
Do you know? You probably don't know what it means, but do you know what Santo means? You just heard ST ask Tan there.
No, go on.
It means tilt in Chinese.
Okay.
Yeah, it's something about your head, like, you know.
Santo.
So he asked Tan there the second he raised, like, oh, tilting, like, just raising some garbage. But obviously he had the goods there.
Randy, I feel like you're gaslighting me now. So which part is it? You are our in-house translator?
That's the only one I can translate because it was a very small bit of Chinese I had to translate.
Okay.
You know, if it was a few more words added in there, it would have been lost.
Sure.
There you go. You're welcome. I don't know how to say you're welcome in Chinese.
I'm sure we got plenty of people in the room that can help us translate if need be.
No. 700.
Raise it on up. I heard a little rumor today about some cash game action, Randy.
That's all you're going to give to the chat?
Well, I know last year you covered, was it the Jeju cash game? There was a Montenegro cash festival, like a Triton cash festival. Where else did you cover? There was one more, I feel like.
Well, there have been 2 Triton cash game invitationals, right? Those are week-long festivals. I did one, Rasty did one with Ali. There have been a lot of footage on the side that's been recorded. I'm pretty sure there has been footage captured here in Jeju because I've been into the room, I've seen cameras set up. Have done some voiceovers for multiple cash games that happened previous Jeju festival though, so those should be released sometime after this festival ends.
Okay.
They're ready to be launched out. So do follow Triton Poker on YouTube, the app, things like this. They'll let you know when that's released. Socials, very easy decision to do. It's a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, I agree. I believe the tournament schedule for Montenegro is going to be released any day now. And then, yeah, hopefully some of these cash game invitationals are going to be announced in the not too distant future as well.
Yep.
Do you ever get second-hand embarrassment when you're like walking through the Triton stops? And obviously you've done all of the cash game stuff. So you've watched and commentated on hundreds of hours of like 1K, 2K, 4K. And you've seen people punt for 6 figures, sometimes 7-figure pots. And you're just walking through and someone that you commentated on that you've seen lose like $1 million pot, you just kind of like bump into them in the hallway and you're like, oh. Oh. How's it going, mate?
Remember that hand you punted? How do you feel about that? Oh, you'll get the results of the hand soon for every one of you. Nah. Most players at those stakes are very comfortable playing for those amounts. They can withstand the swings.
Practically tied here.
I mean, ST's been stabbing these types of boards with complete whiffs, so no reason not to do it with value. Strong kicker.
700.
He's actually gone with the overbet. Changing it up a bit. Tan looks tired.
Huh?
Okay, guys, lines up now. 200 and 400 now.
Blinds up again.
2-4?
25-minute levels with heads-up play.
If he limp, how much I can raise?
It will be an extra 800.
800.
I raise
If you bet, it will be 1,000.
1,000.
Let's just get it in, boys.
1 million.
1 million, sorry,
I raise 1 million.
Yes.
He raise 8
1 million as well, that's 800.
也是100是吧？两边都是100。OK。
Is there a chance Tan Xuan doesn't know how to calculate the pot?
Well, I mean, you did point out correctly that this is a format that perhaps, you know, they're not all too used to.
ST pulls ahead on this flop. Not really an amazing texture. That is nice for Tan Xuan. Picks up the flush draw to go along with his gut shot. He's got visions of a big pot, doesn't he? Let's start with a bet. Would love to find a flush over full house situation. And ST lays down the pair of 8s. But these two definitely have a different approach. I feel like if Tan had the pair of 8s, he wouldn't have let go. As ST tries to stay away from marginal situations against a very aggressive opponent.
See if there's any drama in event number 20. Nothing yet, actually. No eliminations thus far.
Let's be honest, Henry, you're just looking to see whose festival is officially over. Because there's no more tournaments being played, right?
That's right, man. Wow. Pour one out. Pour one out for whoever goes out first in that one. It's looking likely to be Biao Ding, actually. He's just got 9 antes. Although, listen, we know, short deck, those insane spin-ups do happen.
I think Biao's festival has been alright. Seen some deep runs from by him.
Yeah, second place in that PLO main, of course.
Won't be the end of the world if he goes down.
What else did he have?
He made a deep run in the mystery bounty.
He did?
40k, right?
Yeah, came 6th. He followed that up with a 7th place finish in the 150k. Yeah, a few cashes here.
是吗？你也没什么直接 fold 的，已经 fold 了3把了，啊，是吗？那你运气不好。
Oh, well, thanks, Randy. We've lost a few players in that 10-second exchange that you and I just had. Howard Trang out first in 20th, getting his final chips in with Ace-King against Jason Koon's Ace-Queen. Jason rivered straight. Pretty brutal fashion there for Howard. And Biao Ding unable to spin. He's out of there as well. Queen 10 no good against Kiat Lee's Ace-King. And Stephen Chidwick out in the same hand. So Jason Koon chip leader in that one. Kiat Lee second. So what's in third? We're going to be picking up coverage in that one, don't you worry.
Could have something develop here. It is top pair. Strong kicker with a gut shot versus the nut gut shot for ST. Certainly won't be folding this flop. Blank turn.
People asking for aces into aces and for someone to one card flush. You guys are sick. Y'all saying we should play rock, paper, scissors. Me and Randy. I'm fairly sure there's a clip of us playing rock, paper, scissors. Do you remember in Cyprus when we were trying to figure out
who does the extra shift?
Fairly sure I won that one.
You did. And it seems like Tan's going to win this pot as he brings in an overbet of 1.5 million. There we go.
That was the Eastern European regional semi-finalist in the Rock, Paper, Scissors Championship 2017.
Serious?
It was so annoying because you only made money if you reached the finals. But, you know, had I reached the finals, I would have been able to head on over to Jacob & Co.'s website, browse for a few watches, perhaps even click the purchase button, especially on that one on the left. That bad boy. Show up in a tuxedo to any poker event, automatically get invited to the VIP cash games. Massive shout out to our official timekeeper, Jacob & Co. Their Instagram page is incredible, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, they've got this new
700.
They've got this, it's called the Casino Tourbillon Baguette. Randy, it's one of your favorites. The roulette, the functioning roulette wheel. Look at that bad boy.
That's clean. So there's a green or no green?
There is a green, but only one green.
Okay.
But I'm going to message them and see if they want to
make it symmetrical.
Double zero for the real degens like you.
No.
Yeah, I think that's my favorite one. One of my favorite ones. Wonder if Jacob spends time in Vegas.
The Jacob & Co.
Yeah, the Jacob from Jacob & Co.
Amazing flop for ST. Pair to nut flush draw. ST makes the nuts. And Tan Xuan actually has a heart in hand with a gut shot. So he might even just stab. Usually he has outs. Question now for ST, does he want to build a pot and raise, given how deep they are?
I think the reality is There's just so many bluffs here in the range. Limped pot. Ace, king, jack, check, check. You're in position. Just let Tan, you know, improve to a straight if he's bluffing with some random queen 9, 10 9.
He's getting a little greedy with this raise. It's not gonna pay off for him. It's just so hard to resist with deep stacks. Like, well, what if Tan Chuan just slow playing some ace king ace jack pre-flop, or has like a queen of hearts?
Yeah, I'm being a bit results oriented here. He's just trying to check the temperature of the room. Find out now whether Tan's got a legit piece, and if he does, we can just play a big pot on the river.
What 鬼东西？16啊
I didn't say.
No.
Up to you.
Huh? Didn't say. No change. Her queen.
So a little flash, change of card for Tan Chuan. 10s versus king 6 diamonds. Oh, trip 6s. There we go. Tan's looking to build a pot, starting with a foundation bet of 250k.
Such an annoying spot for Wang because he knows it's a board that Tan is supposed to bet. He's gonna have a range advantage.
Wow, he actually picks up a lot of equity with the heart. So any heart, any 10 for ST could take the lead. And it's a card that's going to get him into trouble because he's going to want to call at least one more against trip 6s.
Sunfire.
750,000.
I don't really see ST folding at the moment.
Is that Dan on the rail? Looks like it.
Shining Dan?
Yeah. Who do you think he's rooting for?
Actually, I have no idea. Maybe both.
I was just waiting for a cash game. He's like, come on, lads. Hurry up. Sizable pot brewing. 2.8 out there. Wang has a pretty sick hand to bluff raise with. That's if Tan gives him the opportunity.
I don't really see Tan slowing down with trip 6s and heads up. You know, it's very wide ranges. It seems like the straights I got there seems very unlikely because that would mean that ST had check called the flop with like king 10. Just don't really see that happening. 2 million and a snap fold from ST. That one's definitely going to create some separation between the two now. One of the more sizable pots of this heads-up match.
换个6来了，我操！换个反快6。
200 train.
Man, I wanted to see the bluff jam. Tens with the 10 of hearts. Come on. Maybe probably like Jack 10-0 with the 10 of hearts is a better candidate, right? You just want to be blocking Jack 6 and
It's kind of funny to block Jack 6, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
I think it didn't cross his mind. It was just like, oh, I missed. Because he folded so fast. Little gut shot. Let's see if Tan can further pull away for a little bit.
sorry for randomly laughing, Randy. Inf in the chat said that there hasn't been a 5 on the flop in like forever. That's true. There hasn't. Hasn't been a 5. There hasn't been a 4. There hasn't been a 3, and there hasn't been a deuce. Unfortunately.
The thing is, you don't know if he's trolling or not.
That's why it's such a great comment. I absolutely love it.
ST going for the limp re-raise of ace queen suited. King 9 won't be obliging, I imagine. Yep. Check through. Pre. Top pair versus second pair. Seen ST actually bet an ace king board with a slight overbet. Similar texture. Let's see if he goes along with that again. Yeah, same kind of game plan. His hand's very nutted. Nice release from the middle pair. Don't want to play a guessing game. Well, Henry, thanks for embarrassing the comment in chat. He actually legitimately thought there was no 5.
Still the greatest comment we've had. Doubling down on the bit as well. I'm impressed. Commitment to trolling.
Sorry. Me?
These two hands could collide on certain board textures.
These two definitely could if it comes in that range. Two suited connectors. Decent advantage for Tan Xuan, and that is the board texture where they don't collide.
God damn it, Randy.
Do have the monotone flop. The tuxedo flop. Little sprinkle. Pair of 7's gonna do it.
Luke saying, Henry, some short deck heads up when you return. Luke, I don't know who you are, bro. I feel, well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I do. I know you live in Phuket. I've seen you make some comments. Do we know each other?
Oh, is he asking you for heads up for rolls?
I mean, everyone's asking me for heads up for rolls, obviously, because they know I'm a whale. So,
But
I respect the hustle.
They don't challenge you to heads up for rolls in rock, paper, scissors, though.
That's true. Again, I reached the semi-finals of the Eastern European Championship in 2017. And it was one of those, like, you know, you pay a reg fee, and winner gets like 80% of the prize pool, and like runner-up gets like 20%. It was just like a fun little, you know. But yeah, I mean, what can I say? Out of like 3,000 people,
3,000 people, and you made it to the semifinals.
Yeah, I came third.
You got $0.
Zero.
How much was first?
And you know the annoying thing as well is now what I would do is if you reach the semis where it's just like if you lose you go home empty-handed and if you win you're guaranteed money, it's just like swap 20%.
Sure.
Like hey mate, we've gotten through 3,000 people. Let's just swap 25% and you know, good luck.
I would love to see you try to ask for a swap in this Tan Xuan on the other side. Like, no.
That's true.
He's like, let's play rock, paper, scissors.
Honestly, if
Best of one.
If you asked Tan for a swap, it would just give him more fuel. It would light him up even more. Because he'd be like, yeah, this guy's scared.
It probably makes him attack you even more. So that means you hustled me when you wanted to play rock, paper, scissors.
Why?
You knew you had advantage.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I do apologize.
Little pot brewing up here. Then pot pre-flop. Tan Xuan bet 250k on the flop with the gut shot against top pair. Tan picks up a club draw, but he just check folds. Gap's being closed once again.
Oh, I know who Luke is. He said, I'm your PLO nemesis. Okay. I know who it is. Hope you're doing well, mate. Get some golf in when we get back. Need to get some golf in. Recently started playing pickleball, Randy.
Yeah,
Great
like
sport.
pickleball. Pickleball's
Yeah?
good. Yeah.
Dude, Montenegro, bring a racket, man.
They got pickleball courts?
Yeah, let's do it.
I think they just have the tennis courts going on.
That's all right, man. We'll go play some pickle. Yeah, pickle's fun. I was really against it for years as well.
Until you tried it?
Yeah, a couple of Vegas friends. Hold on, because Tan's flopped the joint. Unfortunately for Tan, Wang's got nothing. But yeah. My Vegas friends were trying to get me into it during the series. I was like, I would rather watch paint dry. How
Wow.
dare you try and get me to play pickleball when tennis exists? I was being a bit of a snob.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. And then I played it for the first time 3 weeks ago. Fell in love.
Love at first sight. Good news for Tan Xuan is he's induced a bet from ST. He's got bottom pair. Probably going to raise this one. Well, he's just trying to end it now. 4 million. He's like, all right, ST, I hope you got 2 pair plus. And we just run it.
玩就玩大一点。
Lim Casey's hand. I can't wait for the Cash Game Invitational 3. I rewatched Series 1 and 2 thrice.
That's commitment.
That is commitment. I respect it. So recap from this final table so far. Came in with 7. 7 places paid. It was Waleong Chan out first for 118,000. Then Daniel Dvoris picked up 146,000. Danny Tang was on the hunt for title number 6. He bowed out in 5th for 192k, as was Phil Ivey, by the way. He was looking for his 5th short deck Triton trophy and his 6th overall. He bowed out in 4th, and then most recently Michael Zhang out in 3rd in a rather peculiar spot. Couldn't get there with the open-ender against Tan's top and bottom. And since then, just had a bit of a snail-paced heads-up match.
Yeah, I think it's just the nature of short deck heads up. It rates to play this way. It's not like this cast of character is not willing to fire away, but it's so, just being out of position. It's really hard to navigate pre-flop and post. Like if the button was, if the player whose first act gets to play in position post flop, they're more likely to raise pre.
Now I'm looking over in that 25k. Ike Haxon is overwhelming chip leader, Randy. He has 2.3 million, average stack of 715. 13 players left, 5 paid in that one.
That sounds like what Ding Biao did in one of the earlier tournaments.
1-2.
All right, let's raise it up and steal.
This blind level, I think they can feel the pinch. You know, you play a single raise pot with a C-bet, a couple of those don't go your way, and all of a sudden you're in the danger zone. 49 antes, plays 32. Dropping like flies in event number 20. The series is officially over for Stephen Chidwick, Nikita Badziakowski, So Watts, Artur Martirosyan, Waliong Chan, Danny Tang. GG's, gents.
See them in Montenegro.
I'm just going to say it. Zero sugar Coca-Cola tastes dust compared to just normal Coca-Cola, man. Never again will you see me drinking this stuff. What a disappointment.
This could be disappointing for ST. The sevens is not too bad on 996.
$350.
350,000, but
Tan's been itching to play a big pot. Is there more value in raising? Trying to get value from straight draws or like some slow played pocket pairs in the cutoff.
$1-2.
1,200,000, but
I didn't even see his lips move. I heard the 1.2 and I saw the chips get cut out. SD with sevens, you know, blocking hands that we want Tan to have, right?
1.3.
Right. He's going to come along. He's had enough of Tan just pushing chips in post flop.
Is that Boss in the background?
Looks like these two still playing.
Well, hang on, because Boss is walking over.
Oh, seriously?
It's because Boss is still in that 25k, by the way. 10 left. Quads for Tan. Is this showers, Randy? Is this it?
I don't know if it's showers per se, but I guess it kind of depends on the river card. For now, though, Tan Xuan, I don't think he necessarily needs to bet this on the turn because he still gets lots of chips against slow played overpairs, like Jacks plus, if he just checks it through. But now, if he does check, he can induce bets from the straight draws that he was trying to get value from on the flop, like 8-7, 8-10, 10-7. They would feel a need to try to steal the 3.4 in the middle. Yeah, I like that check a lot.
Well, 10-8, 10-7 was some of the bluff combos that we alluded to. They do now beat pocket sevens.
Yeah, I would say this is a below average card for ST because for him to have called that raise on a flop, he wants to keep the 10-8, 10-7 honest. Those hands would have a bigger full house. Dan could value bet very healthy in this spot. ST has a lot of full houses. Jacks plus, he could have the 10 sometimes. ST could have bet called with like the 10-8.
Does he just ask for all of it?
He could potentially. I don't think it's unreasonable. At least several million. An overbet is fine too. I guess the question is what bluffs he could represent.
400. 4 million.
So there is the overbet. He's not asked for all of it.
But it's a ton of chips. Tan Xuan got in that bet on a buzzer beater.
What does Wang even beat here? I mean, just a complete airball?
Yeah, I don't think he beats much when the 10 comes in.
Sevens is like the worst hand you could have.
That's true. Believe it or not, he'd rather have King 6 to
right
block some 7x combos.
Something like, yeah, Ace 7.
But the 10 is a terrible card to hero call on because 10 could technically value bet a 10 as played. We're just sizing, trying to get paid off by 6.
Does let it go. Randy, this is the largest gap we've had between the two. Heads up. Tan's just been grinding away.
Still though, a nice fold from ST. Preserves his stack a bit. More than 2-to-1 chip lead for Tan Xuan. Just leaning.
He really is. Title number 3 there right in front of him.
1 million.
1 million?
1 million. Okay.
He's jack against 8-7. Tan just gets a walk.
We are getting to that tipping point. Can Tan just press a little bit more and close this one out? There's been no momentum for ST. Acceptable flop for 2 10s. 1 overcard.
Yeah, Tan's feeling it a bit now. 80% pot.
Yeah, we're just King 8 high. ST lays down the best hand. He's really running away with it.
Yeah, Tan.
It's a beast.
Tan can sense it. Title number 3. He's feeling good about his game. Quick dealer change. 13 minutes left on the clock at this level, just 80 antes in play. Kind of as shallow as it gets, right? I mean, 25 antes, what's that the equivalent of? Like 8 big blinds or so? It feels pretty shallow.
That shallow. It's hard to say because we got pot limit pre heads up.
That's true.
Out of position. Like, I think there's still plenty of room to kind of wiggle a bit.
Yeah,
like we said, 8 big blinds and heads up, no limit. Like, we know they're gonna in within 5 hands or so, you know. Could have a little bit of a clash here. 4 to a well flush.
A little bit. Perhaps a
Especially
lot.
from that raise, huh?
Yeah, this is one of the first times I've really seen SD just come out with the raise from the cutoff. There you have it. Tan's happy to just play for it all. He wants to play for it all.
Okay, this could be the one.
I'm trying to think of a flop where it's
4 million.
not the one, Randy. Like, I guess ace 7 or something where where
maybe.
Wang's like, okay, queen high hits the mark.
250.
So we have almost half the chips in play. In the middle already. Not to state the obvious, but this is a key pot. And we have found the flop, Randy. The flop that
pretty
Wang
bad board.
just cannot continue on.
So there's what, quarter pot remaining?
要么你推，要么我推嘛。
I mean, technically, he has 35% equity against King Jack. Like, can he? We knew what Tan Xuan was going to do.
Such a boss.
He calls. Here we go.
I'm surprised by this, Randy. I mean, I feel like SD could be dead.
一刻解千愁。
It could just be up against queens, kings, aces.
Well, he made the right call given the actual equities of the hand and what he was being laid, so 35% time.
A king would seal it.
红桃 K。
Ace changes nothing. Tan, 1 card away from lifting his 3rd Triton trophy. Just needs to fade a Messi or a Mamacita, and he will be lifting gold.
Oh yes， 漂亮！操你妈的！
Oh, wow.
Tan celebrating for his opponent.
Wang spikes the 6 outer.
Who's got the lead now, Henry?
185.
Oh,
185.
What's this? I want to say the first time this heads-up match. 8 would have dropped it.
本来就是50-50的跑马，是吧？他什么总会打光了嘛。
And Esti is just knackered as well, you can tell. Not even smiling or any kind of emotion.
He's a non-emotional player. Dan just has to laugh it off and continue to do what he was doing.
It's super chilled. They've been grinding until the early hours. They're going to grind some more. BP saying Lord Tan is so advanced that short deck he celebrates when his opponent wins just to keep himself pumped up.
Oh my god, ST might just win the tournament here, potentially.
You really think so? You think Ace-8 finds his way in the middle?
I'm just saying, he's a little steamy. He just lost the last hand. Depends on how he plays it, and he opened with a raise.
The fans are calling for another Red Bull.
We know ST's going to repop queens.
Repop.
Raise 4,250,000.
How much?
4,250,000.
4 million
And 250.
and 250. Okay, gamble.
Gamble, gamble. Oh my god, here we are. Back-to-back all-ins.
Gamble.
Does gamble mean all-in?
Yeah.
Okay, they figured it out.
Okay, all right. Gamble is the new all-in, Randy. From now on, if I ever want to be all-in, that's how I'm going to announce myself. Gamble.
过吧，他妈的，今天的跑马意思赢，给我赢1次了。
ST now has Tan all-in for his tournament life. With 5 cards to come. And it's an ace-high flop.
Ace. We flipping the lead back over to Tan Xuan.
This is going to be the biggest lead he's had so far. Gamble announced pre-flop.
哦，这个很舒服啊。
Wang looking for a lady on the river once more. Doesn't find it.
Not this time.
一人一次过。
Tan with a monster double up. That is incredible. Incredible content.
6-5.
Gamble.
The confrontation of the dealer.
7-3-5.
I said gamble.
I love how the dealer was like, I'm sorry, Tan, you put chips in, that's just the call. And Tan's just like, no, gamble. That's just, that clearly means all in.
All those chips sliding over to Tan Xuan. Trying to get that 3rd title. Thank you.
I really hope people start using that.
I think only Tan Xuan can use the gamble.
No, I mean the fans. I don't mean at Tritons. I want to see it around the world. I want to be in card rooms in South America, okay? And players are just like, okay, gamble. Fantastic stuff. For the trophy, no less.
I think he's going to close it out soon.
Dad loves it.
He's almost there.
He absolutely loves it. Biao Ding in the background. Probably waiting for a cash game. Wait for these boys to wrap it up.
Kings. Contemplating a different size, maybe? rather than full pot.
700.
700?
Yeah.
Raise 700,000?
Yeah, you see him make it a little bit smaller, trying to entice Tanchuan to come along, given he's only got 20 antes remaining.
Fold.
61 antes.
Okay, yeah.
Plays 20. Heads up battle for $196,000. That's the difference between first and second. But of course, for these two, the money really is just. I mean, I don't want to say nothing, Randy, but compared to the stakes they play in the cash games, it's all about the trophy here and the bragging rights.
Yeah, I agree. You know, because they're going to have to hear about who won the trophy for the rest of the cash games.
Exactly. You know there's going to be some like nasty $500,000 pot.
Hello.
They get to the river and Tan's just like, yo, do you remember that time I beat you heads up for a trophy?
What?
And then just like 4x pot jams. Or vice versa. Wang's just going to be like, hey Tan, remember how I stopped you from winning your third Triton trophy? Next level trash talking.
This hand could just pot it pre. There we go.
Tan with bottom of range. So, still 10 left in that 25k short deck. Mike Haxton, still chip leader, but no longer the kind of runaway chip leader situation that he was at one point. He has 2.2 million. Kiat Lee has 1.8 million. Michael Zhang is currently sat in third with 10 left. 5 places paid in that one. Jason Kuhn on short stack. Paul Pua, he's also over there. Phil Ivy's in as well.
Gonna be another pot raise from ST with ace jack.
Pot. 1,250,000.
He's clawing back a little bit.
Yeah, the blinds are big. So up to 6.8.
He no look call.
No look call, is that what he just said?
Yeah. Wow, 长得一眼呢。
Wow, I think I just heard we're going up to 300, 600.
You're right.
That's insane. Means ST is down to what, 20, 23 antes?
First pot is 1.5 million.
22 antes. We've already had 2 all-ins. for the title. Shorter stack. Doubling up on both occasions.
Tan Xuan gonna pot Queen 10. King 9 for ST, who has position. Seems to be on the fence. He just re-raised pot once again.
Gamble announced from Tan.
Wow. Pure coin flip.
This is for 2/3 of the chips in play for SD to retake the chip lead. He had Tan all in for his tournament life just a few hands ago to close it out with the queens against ace-8. Couldn't hold. Can he hold now? Tan calling for a 10. Doesn't find it. But can only be dead on a 9 turn. Everything else would keep him live. Including that card.
Very live.
ST praying for a board pair. Tan looking for a king, queen, 10 or an 8 to find victory here in the 50k short deck Ante-Only for his 3rd Triton trophy. Can he find it? He can, Randy.
That's it.
He's improved to the nut straight.
Yeah.
Just another day in the office for arguably the best short deck player of all time. Tan Xuan picks up Triton title number 3, Randy. Picked up the 2nd one here in this very card room exactly 1 year ago in the short deck main. And now just takes down the 50k short deck for 708,000 handshakes between himself and our runner-up, ST Wang. As Luca Vivaldi comes over to obviously congratulate our champion. Producer James exchanging a fist bump there, as is Luca. Do you reckon there are any Jack 6 bounties during that heads-up match, Randy? There's some side betting going on.
We'll never know.
There's some smug exchanges there afterwards between the two. Love to see it. There are your payouts from that final table. It was a star-studded affair, as one would expect in the 50k short decks, as we welcome you back to the break desk. Was it ever in doubt? Let's be honest.
For me, it wasn't. You know, I felt like Tan Xuan performed the best at this final table. He absolutely dominated in heads up, and for me, I firmly believe that he is the best short deck player I've ever
agree.
seen.
I really have to agree with you, and I think you speak to the other elite short deck players out there, and his name gets brought up. And you know, we mentioned where we feel like the game originated from. He was there from the start, playing nosebleed cash games. The guy has hundreds, thousands of hours of short deck experience, and it really shows, especially when you get to heads up and there's nowhere to hide. He just navigated some of those spots to perfection.
And that's why he's so dangerous. And like, he's relentless. You know, he gets paid off. He knows how to get away. I just always want to see Tan Xuan at a final table in short deck.
Well, unfortunately, we're not going to see him at the final table of event number 20, the 25k, because late reg was closed, of course, during that heads-up match. They're down to 9. Is Ike Haxton, Randy, is the curse finally going to be broken? Is he finally going to pick up that first Triton title? His name always mentioned whenever it comes to some of the best players without a Triton trophy. So yeah, don't go too far. We're going to throw it down to Ali. He's going to have a word with our champion, Tan Xuan, taking down his 3rd title here, and then you're going to be saying goodbye. Kevin's going to be joining me for more coverage here in Jeju. We'll see you very shortly.
Well, strip the deuces through the fives out of the deck, and this man right here, your champion, he's as scary as they come. Allow me to introduce not just Tan Xuan, your champion, but our brand new COO, Kathy Zhao, who's going to be on hand to help translate our post-game interview here. And my first question is, how on earth, given that you have 10 final tables and now your third Triton title, everyone coming in short deck, are you so successful at this game?
Because I like this game, very like.
Answering in English. Kathy, what are you doing here?
I'm not even needed here.
Well, what do you like so much? Why do you like short deck so much?
为什么这么喜欢短牌？
比较很刺激，很让人那个思考。
It's very exciting and makes me think.
Well, one guy that seemed to be making you think a little bit here at the final table was the man you battled heads up, ST Wang. It seemed as though Tan and ST were the two getting after each other the whole time as we played today. What was it like battling ST?
ST 肯定是让您思考了很久，您跟他交手感觉如何呢？
He's a very good player. I win him too hard. He's very good. Yeah.
All right. Well.
Translation is not needed.
Yeah, translation not needed. Kathy, though, you're doing great with the mic, by the way. All right, my last question is, Tan, you almost never miss a Triton festival, always nearby. What is it that keeps you coming back to Triton? What do you love so much about this series?
Because Triton, 它的赛事结构，所有的一切是做的，在豪客赛里面是世界上最好的。
It's the festival schedule and the structure is the best that any high stakes poker can offer in the entire world.
And the world best player were coming. I like to play with them, and the boss Paul, Rich, Young, is very good. So every time I will go.
Well, you may think Triton's the best, but Triton now officially is making you the best. For the second straight year, the man who's won the 50K, let's bring out Luca. Familiar process, another trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, Tan Xuan, 708,000 and his third Triton title here in the 50K short deck.
Oh, fantastic recap video there as we saw our champion Tan Xuan taking down the 50K. And again, I know we just said it with Randy, and I'm going to say it with you as well, Kevin. He might just be the greatest short deck player of all time.
When I was watching him play leading up to that final table, I was so impressed with like each individual decision that Tan was making, and I was in shock a little bit at how far ahead he seemed in understanding certain spots.
Yeah.
Like, obviously he's there having fun. Obviously maybe even being comfortable and having fun helps in some regard in a game like that.
The scary part is how close the equities run in that game, and you think, okay, how is it possible to have that big of an edge? But here he is, third Triton trophy, taking down the 50K. Now, final event of the series. Always bittersweet to say that, but it is the final event of the series, the 25K short deck. Got Phil Ivey in the mix, Ike Haxton. Let's just throw it down for a little 25K short deck action, because we've got some of the best short deck players here with us as, Ike Haxton leads the field. He's looking for his first trophy. Ivy looking for his 6th, fresh off that final table of the 50K. Jason Kuhn looking for number 11 if he can make it. We got the likes of Haxton, Van Krevelen, Ivy, and Ko Chung at this table. We got Kuhn, Winfred Yu, Lun Lun, Michael Zhang, and Kiat Lee. So some serious storylines developing here. I mean, Lee, part of the Malaysian contingent, also one of those players whose name is brought up as, you know, one of the best on tour without a trophy. Ike's found a very peculiar bet here.
Yeah, this is kind of a delayed stab in position. Sorry, delayed stab out of position. Limp check. Cut off verse button. Checks through on the flop. Ike may be expecting RVK to be pretty aggressive on the flop with hands that he loses to. Certainly a few hands he was losing to on the turn, and now the Jack-6 pulls ahead on this river.
I mean, this for me is what I don't like about betting the King-7 on the turn, is there are just so many draws available. It feels like you end up playing a guessing game on most rivers. I guess there are some hands you get to fold, but I can't really think of many.
Yeah, I don't know that we fold out anything better, but we might fold out a gut shot. Just like ace-10. I don't even know if ace-10 folds. They might not. Certainly expecting value, but that unprotected little peel, no, we're just going to show this one down. These two players, by the way, number 1 and number 3 in chips. 9 left, 6 pay. So some caution is to be expected.
Yeah, Rene, a short deck pro. Showed up for the first time in Madrid. Played all the short decks there. And then we didn't see him for a couple of years. Showed up to Jeju last year. Strong result, 3rd in the short deck main for 428,000. Now here he is. Didn't play the 50K, by the way. Just the 30K and the 25K. Oh no, sorry, that's not true. I apologize. He did play the 50K. What am I talking about? Just the app
45.
hasn't included it yet because it only just finished. I was going to say that'd be a bit weird. Although what I do find weird is today, saying to Randy around 4 or 5 p.m. I saw Artem in the lobby.
Oh.
In the casino.
Yeah.
Getting some free food.
Just hanging around.
Just hanging around. Didn't play the 50K. Didn't
resting
play this.
on his laurels.
Yeah, didn't play this. So, I mean, I'm assuming that his initial plan was to play both the 50K and this 25K, given that he's still here. So clearly he didn't have like an early flight or something. But yeah, he's just enjoying his victory.
Maybe he had a number in mind. Like if I win 300K this trip,
yeah,
that's a great trip.
That's great.
And he just out of the gate won 450, was it? So
Yeah.
he's just like, all right.
I could see it.
Bag it up.
Sure. I like that. I need to start doing that more often.
And you don't want to go out on winners till, you know, acting like the 50K doesn't matter. Maybe he felt it coming. It's like, oh, I'm going to donate 200K back.
I'll tell you what wouldn't be a donation. Subscribing to GTO Wizard, the #1 learning app for poker players. Start crushing now. I really cannot recommend it enough. Whether it's 6 max cash games, full ring cash games that you're trying to, you know, prep for if you're playing live poker, or perhaps you're trying to work your way up the ranks of online and live MTTs. Got some amazing ICM stuff over there. You can just run drills all day, different ICM scenarios. Really sharpen that blade.
Don't forget heads up.
Let's reach the final table first, and then worry about that.
Fair enough.
Wow, Chung with a beautiful development there. Just folded round to Ivy, and then he gets the pot with a Jack-10. Takes it down pre. Really annoying for Rene. I mean, I guess the good news is that he has position on Haxton, but still never comfortable having the chip leader at your table, especially four-handed.
Interesting spot for these two limpers. RVK limped in with king-queen off first. Ivy came along with the ace-10 suited, and now CK is committing with his queens and just 20 antes, not even. Looks like RVK just isolates here. Forces Ivy out of the way.
Run it.
I'd hear a Tan Chuan interview.
Chung's tournament life. I hear that round of applause, of course. The champion from the 50K. That's a pretty looking flop for Chung. 2 cards to come. Oh. Wow.
Yikes.
King of Spades just pings off on the turn. Chung left drawing to 1 out. And just like that, he's out of there. I guess the silver lining be that he would have been out of there against Ivy as well, because Ivy would have got it in with the ace-10 had Rene not come along. So it was like he was just destined to depart in 9th. So then there were 8. 6 places paid in this.
I was just a button. What? Probably.
8 left. Jason Kuhn on short stack duties.
Wait or no?
He's got just
They paused the
18
clock, so I'm
antes.
guessing, yeah.
There are 5 players.
Yeah, so we're just going to get someone brought over from table 1. So rebalance. And then we're going to be going hand for hand on the final table bubble. So we've got 2 bubbles. The final table bubble, then we'll have the final table of 7. But one of those 7 players is going to be going home empty-handed.
How much you have?
I need to count
This one
Yeah.
only pays 6.
1, 2, 1, 5, 1, 6. Like 1750. 175.
175. Thank you.
Around.
trouble for Ivy.
Yeah, fortunately for Ivy, it's a limped pot. So there's only 60K in there to start. But these are a couple of pretty big hands nonetheless.
Especially three-handed. As Winfred has only just joined us. A silver lining for Ivy is that he blocks some of the hands you'd want Rene to have, like a Queen 9, Queen 10 that perhaps is being aggressive. Understandably not folding this one just yet. Bad turn.
Feels like it could be good in some ways and bad in others. Good news is the added equity we would have against bluffs if RVK were bluffing on the flop, but there might even be, like, would he ever raise an 8x hand as a bluff on the flop? It seems plausible to me, so there might be some extra value bets now in RVK's range. That's just 80K.
$400 out there. Does it feel thin to ask for all of it? I mean, in my mind, it doesn't. You beat Ace King.
Yeah.
You beat King Queen. Sure. There are some traps that you're obviously just dead against. You do now lose to aces. This 8 of hearts on the turn.
Oh, really good. Really good removal on those traps as well when we have the king and the jack. Mostly worried about top full houses.
If Ivy clicks the call button, he is out of here. He's out of here in 8th on the final table bubble. The thing is as well is Ivy knows that Rene is a short deck pro and has the ability to just pull a savage bluff on him.
Yeah, and it's limp check pre-flop as well. So hands as weak as 9-7 offsuit, 10-7 offsuit, all potentially arriving here. Question is just, does he take this line? Because we know there can be some full houses that include the 8. Maybe even just 3 of a kind.
Yeah, that's also bad news for Ivy, right? Is that 8 on the turn does... Wow, what a fold. That's not an easy fold to make.
I agree. That hand started quite short to get away from basically your best top pair on a blank run out.
Fair play. Phil Ivy just showcasing why he's one of the best short deck players. With 4 short deck trophies to his name.
7.
They busted one guy. Oh, 8 players. Okay.
So, hand for hand is starting. 8 players left. We'll keep you looped in.
See them racking up the chips, so I thought.
Oh yeah, no, they're moving to the other TV table.
On the other table, Ike Haxton, tournament chip leader. First in chips, has second in chips. Rene Van Crevelen at this table. Over on the blue table, Kiat Lee bossing it up. He's in the hunt for his first Triton title. In fact, there are a few players here Ike Haxton, RVK, Lun Lun, Kiat Lee, Michael Zhang. All looking for their first Triton trophy. Do the math on that one for me, please, Kev. 5 of 8 players looking for their first.
That's the math.
Is
Or you
that
want that in percentages.
Yeah.
It's 62.5% of the remaining field.
I knew there was a reason why we hired you.
There you go.
62.5% of the time, we're going to be crowning a first-time Triton champion.
Well, hold on. I mean, if we want to get real specific with the math, we've got to include their chip counts, their relative percentages of winning the tournament.
Can we replace this guy?
We're not just flipping for the title, Henry. I mean,
is there anyone else?
They're playing poker.
See, you started off great there, coming with the 62.5%.
So did you. I mean, it just...
Jason's looking for title number 11. Ivy's looking for number 6. Winfred Yu is looking for number 3. But the 2 names that I really want to point out are Ike Haxton and Kat Lee, because they are names that are often brought up in conversation when we scroll through, you know, the leaderboards of titles. Ike's name is always just like, how has this guy not got a trophy?
I was looking through his cash list the other day because he has 49 of them. He's number 3 in Triton history. And there's, I mean, these tournaments are small enough that every single finish he has is like 15th place or better.
Yeah.
There's only a handful of, you know, 20th, 30th in recent events where the fields have grown and no limit, but 5th, 6th, 3rd, 6th, 8th, 3rd, just to name a chunk of them. I mean, he's at final tables all the time. Just on the wrong side of distribution, one would think.
Yeah, we were talking about him last night, weren't we? Just like, how has this guy not lifted a trophy? He's got over 13.5 million in Triton earnings, as you said, 49 cashes. And he's had a decent-ish series here. 5 cashes, this being his 6th. So he's had some runs. Monte Carlo came 2nd in the 25k. Again, just knocking on the door of that first Triton title, but just unable to get it done in heads-up matches. 0 for 6. Kat Lee, on the other hand, when we talk about his record, over 11 million in Triton earnings, he also has an insane number of cashes, 32 cashes.
Wow.
And again, you scroll through that Triton track record, it's a bit spicy.
Yeah.
A lot of crossbars. 2nd in the 30k in Montenegro. 3rd here in the 20k in Jeju last year. London, 2nd place in the 60k short deck main, and 4th in the 25k. Again, like you said, comes down to 1 or 2 key hands, 4-handed, 5-handed.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, final table bubble
45
of the final tournament of the series. It is the 25k short deck event number 20. 264,000 for first. And then we will be sending everyone home for the next 6 weeks, 7 weeks, call it 8 weeks between now and Montenegro. Ike's raised it up with the ace-7 of diamonds. Ivy with an interesting call on the button. I guess when we're this short, we're just meant to...
Yeah, that's a statement defend.
Just lets it go.
I'll be honest, when he folds that flop so quickly, it makes me wonder if the card was displayed incorrectly, but...
I would be very surprised.
Small chance.
I would say close to 0.
That it was incorrect.
Correct, yeah. I've been doing this for 3 years at Triton, and I don't think I've ever seen
Fair
the
enough.
wrong card displayed.
Fair enough.
Because it would mean that the chip in the card would have to be wrong. And that's just not possible.
Yeah, that would be very unusual.
Yeah.
45.
But admittedly, unusual sequence of plays. We call the button, make a pair, and then we're out of there.
So Ike bumping it up, four-handed with the jacks. Winfried Yu has big slick on the button. He's currently 4th in chips. He said pot. We are 2 off the money.
Yeah, jacks is a pretty big hand, but we're not expecting Winfried to get after it in this bubble situation with something super marginal. Ike does just put it in, though. He's prepared to run it. It's going to be a flip in this instance.
Okay, well, out of nowhere, a monster all-in confrontation between Ike Haxton and Winfried Yu. Winfried looking for his 3rd title, and if he can convert this ace-king, he'll be up to 1.7 million. He'll move up to 3rd in chips. He'll really put himself in a fantastic spot to actually close this one out as Ike flops a full house. Queen, queen, jack. Winfried needs an ace-king or a queen to be drawing live. He's dead on the turn. No time wasted by the dealer. We have a runaway chip leader situation. We're down to the last final table of the series as Ike runs it against Winfried, flops the full house and turns him dead. That is, of course, music to the ears of the likes of Phil Ivey and Jason Kuhn, who are on short stack duties. That just came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I was expecting, like, you know, Jason to be perhaps just forced with, you know, an NE2 kind of spot to get us down to the FT, but instead just a pre-flop collision between 1st and 4th in chips to get us down there as we welcome you back to the break desk. Kevin Rabichow alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Ike Haxton, 3.3 million, and when you look over at this final table layout, he is a runaway chip leader, has almost 2.5 tournament average. So, I mean, he's got average stack for like 3 left.
Yeah, this is an extremely top-heavy distribution we're looking at right now. The 3 players above average with heaps. Everyone 4th through 7th very much in danger with 50 antes or less. And you mentioned Jason Kuhn maybe, you know, expected to be at risk sooner than Winfried just now. That's got to be on his mind going into the final 7.
So what is the expectation from just like a ICM and game theory approach with 7 left, the runaway chip leader dynamic with that incredible short stack of Jason Kuhn? Are we just expecting to see Haxton pot pre-flop with like close to range?
It's quite possible, yeah. With the pot limit pre-flop limitation, the most, you know, if he's only risking 4 antes or whatever it would be at a full 7-handed table, a bit more, it's not a big downside for him, and there's not a lot that can go wrong if someone 3-bets him. So the 50 big blind stacks kind of just expected to fold a ton, maybe occasionally pot committing, but yeah, I mean, until Jason's put at risk or Ivy with 27 antes, I expect to see Ike play almost every hand.
Yeah, so the likes of Lunlun, who's currently in 4th, Michael Zhang, who is in 5th, really just handcuffed until Jason either, you know, spins up those 11 antes or is out there empty-handed in 7th. And if the latter does happen, everyone will be guaranteed 54,000. That is the min cash here in this one. Top prize of 264,000, of course, that coveted Triton trophy, where we can, clearly see, 5 of the 7 players all on the hunt for their first piece of gold here at the Triton Series. You and I are going to step aside for just a couple of minutes. Don't go too far. When we return, we have the final, I was about to say the final table of the Jeju Series here. We'll see you very shortly.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Trusted online poker is back in the US with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Final table of the final event of the series here in Jeju is the 25k short deck, and the table has been populated over on the Triton Poker Plus app. I want to take a quick sneak peek at the seat draw, because we talk about variance time and time again in poker. Let's talk about who's got a good seat against the chip leader who we're expecting to just bully. What do you see here? What stands out to you, Kevin? Haxton in seat 7.
Yeah, the short stacks, let's say, to the right of Haxton, so Lun Loon, Jason Kuhn, Phil Ivey, these are players who, if they enter the pot, Ike is usually just sitting there in wait, ready to act in some way. They have to be so selective about entering the pot in the first place because of the threat of running into Ike. So this is, presumably, a difficult spot for them to play, if that's the seating arrangement, but the players who were after Ike there, so I'm thinking of Michael Zhang before the graphic updated, he's going to have a chance to react to whatever Ike does, and that's an advantageous spot for a medium stack to be able to see what the chip leader does, 6 out of 7 orientations of the hand before you have to think about putting chips into the pot.
Yeah, it did look like Zhang has 2nd and 3rd in chips on his direct left, so if there ever was a world in which Ike doesn't do something pre-flop and it opens the door for Zhang to activate, he does need to be mindful. He's got covering stacks behind him, and like we just mentioned, would be a disaster for him to be eliminated in 7th place short of the money when you have Jason Kuhn on just 12 antes, which, just quick math again, is what, like 5 big blinds or so?
Yeah, we're using, maybe 2.5 as our multiplier at a 6-handed table. This is a 7-handed table, so even a little bit more antes in there, even slightly less. Yeah, this might be worth 4 or 5 big blinds if you're thinking in big blind ante.
Now, of course, storylines, as always. Ivy, again, final table here in a short deck, looking for his 5th title in a short deck event, his 6th overall. But we're looking at some of the first timers: Ike Haxton, RVK, Kiat Lee, Lun Lun, Michael Zhang, all looking to lift a piece of Triton hardware for the first time. They have 2 of the GOATs at their table to get through. The good news is that the 2 GOATs, 10-time champion Jason Kuhn has 12 antes. 5-time Triton champion Phil Ivey has 27. Stone Bubble. Get some over-unders in the chat. Guesses as to how long you think this one's going to take.
One hand.
Oh, looking at this. It certainly feels that way. Zhang has trapped the kings from +1.
Oh.
What is the dealer's just like, hang on, guys,
Yeah.
let's just play for it all. And you would expect Lee to try and push and attack the limps from Zhang.
You would, but this is a pretty risky proposition from Kiat. Everyone at the table still left to act other than Zhang. I think that's a really sharp just get away from Jack's fold for RVK. There's so much that could go wrong here.
Of course, when Zhang does limp from +1 and Haxon's already folded, it does open the door for some sword fighting. Everyone's like, well, the chip lead is out of there. Let's play a big pot.
I think Lun Lun has folded this ace-9 suited because Jason's just burned a time bank.
I agree. I believe he has.
What is? How much is it?
Jason says
Wow.
run it with the mystery hand on the stone bubble. Do apologize, just waiting for the graphics to update. We've already seen one ace folded from London. We saw the jacks folded as well. Michael.
Single table bubbles, by the way, are quite interesting. Because traditionally we're used to the players at this table thinking about, well, what's going on at that other table? Where are the other short stacks in the field? Who am I trying to outlast? But here, just everything's right in front of everybody. We know we're waiting out Jason. We know that's generally how we get through to the money. So all the information available to all the players. I do like these dynamics.
Okay, so just to reiterate, Lee's raised, Lunlun's already folded. Jason's all in, but we don't know what Jason has.
Yeah, and Jason, I believe, well, he started this hand with 175K. So this is a call for less
So
after he's already posted the ante.
Yeah, that's right. So he's in there with the 10s.
So action not reopened. Zhang just calls with the kings. So we're going to take a flop with a empty side pot here between Kiat and Zhang.
540 in the middle. And well, fortunately for Zhang, did not put it in pre. Lee's found one of the two outs.
This is an interesting flat, by the way. Dynamic of playing the bubble, perhaps. Zhang knows he can get away on ace-high boards.
Oh shit! All right.
I'm very happy.
Can I show? Can I keep it down for the sweat and slow roll if I get there?
I prefer not to.
Probably not. You can have them. There you go.
I mean, I wish I could.
Let's chop it up.
I wish I could have this much fun on a stone bubble at the end of a series, no less.
Oh baby, and you had queens with no heart.
That's a
All right.
a kings with a heart.
Oh, with a heart. Fuck. Guess I'll just take a 10 of diamonds. Wow. I'm liking hearing all this. Sounds like
Jax is okay.
a lot of 10s in the deck. Hey, on! Oh yeah, baby.
You
guys, have safe
I hope
calls.
Jason
I
is
don't
cool.
see you
See you
guys.
next trip. It makes me incentivize the goal.
Oh, you have kings?
Yeah.
Kings?
Yeah.
GG's.
I can't jam that.
Jason
It's
Kuhn.
good because I get three-way and then
A rough series for him.
You can, but
here in Jeju. Kicked things off with what looked like a run in the 15K. First event of the series. Came 10th in that one. A final table bubble.
If I raise, I'd have to just fold.
Then just bricked everything up to the 100K PLO. Was all in for his tournament life with the best hand, with 14 left in that 100K. Got 5 outed against Vogelsang. I remember that hand clearly. 30K, final tabled for 134,000 of 5th place, and then here, last day of the series, stone bubble.
Yeah.
Happens to the best, eh?
Yeah. One of those statement finishes, you know, if you're thinking to yourself, well, this was just, how could this get worse?
Yeah.
I guess we'll play the one more event, maybe my best game, and you just go out in 7th with no hope. 6 pay.
Tournament poker, you know, the variance is just brutal, even to the 10-time champions such as Jason Kuhn. However, do have to obviously now focus our attention on the fact that we're in the money. Phil Ivey still in the mix, although he is short stacked with 25 antes. He's looking for that 6th title. But if Ivy is to depart, we're going to be crowning ourselves a first-time champion. Ike Caxton looking for his, Kiat Lee also looking for his, RVK, Lunlun, Michael Zhang, all looking to lift a Triton trophy for the first time in this 25K, and obviously the $264,000 that comes with it. We're going to do a quick turnaround here in the booth. I'm going to jump out. Ali Najad is going to jump in and join Kevin for more continuing coverage of this 25K. We'll see you very shortly.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
And welcome back after a brief pause to the final table officially with 6 players, all of whom are in the money here in this final Triton event. Drawing the curtain on the Jeju Festival, Ali Najad back in the booth alongside Kevin Rabichow, and we did see a disappointing punctuation point on the festival just before the break, Kevin, for Jason Kuhn.
Yeah, we did, and I was just debriefing that hand with Henry as we stepped aside for a moment there. I mean, really fortunate turn of events for Michael Zhang. He just limps with the 2 kings. Kiat isolates the ace-king. Jason's in there with 10s, and he's able to get away somehow. If he just opens that pot, we might see a different bubble, and we might see Jason still in the hunt for title number 11 right now.
Yeah, it is pretty peculiar how the sliding doors moments en route to final tables, en route to money bubbles, and for that matter, at any given time in a poker tournament do unveil themselves. Phil Ivey will unveil himself as the short stack, 25 antes. After the departure of Jason, he is down there in 6th. Ike Caxton up at the top, 3.3, and Henry mentioned that we could have ourselves first-time Triton title winners. There are 5 of 6 of those available here, Ivy being the lone exception, sitting on 5 titles, which is good for second, a tie across multiple people behind the mighty Jason Kuhn, who will not be claiming number 11. Let's get a look really quickly at these payouts. $54,000, that is what you're guaranteed. The hop is $16,000, ever so modestly here in this 25K, if you can make it to the top 5. And then the rungs broaden as we work our way all the way towards the eventual $264,000 winner here. And, well, average stack, 1.6 million. In terms of depth, this strikes me, if you're above the average stack right now, Kevin, as a really nice setup to make a very deep run in a challenge for the trophy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, pretty big gap between 3rd and 4th here. There's scenarios where we're just playing for top 3 very quickly. There's scenarios where one of these shorter stacks gets a chance to spin it up and compete, but yeah, you'd expect those top 3 spots pretty comfortable for the moment.
Yeah, story of the haves and the have-nots. What we've got is the GPI Tournament Director of the Year standing by to bring out your final 6.
First of all, let me steal 30 seconds of your time. We're on the last introduction for the final table. Event number 20, the last event here in Jeju. I would just like to thanks our host, wonderful host, Landing Casino here in Jeju, all our sponsor, the Triton family, F&B, security, production, producer James, everybody, the trackers, dealers, supervisor, everybody that works so hard to make this happen. Thank you so much. And now, without further ado, the last final table, we're in the money, 6 remaining. Seat number 1 from the UK with 575,000. Please welcome Michael Zhang.
Michael, 2.7 million in career Triton earnings, a short deck specialist, failed to cash in the 30K, skipped the 50, and here he is in the money.
In seat number 2, his favorite number from Malaysia with 2.3 million. Please welcome Kiat Lee.
Oh, Luca with the little needle, just given how many second-place finishes Kiat Lee has. He doesn't want yet another as he seeks title number 1 and additions to his 11.2 in earnings.
Seat number 3 with 1.9 million from the Netherlands. Please welcome René van Krevelen.
Another short deck sniper also failed to cash the 30K. Here he is, having remedied that. This is his 3rd career Triton cash.
Our seat number 5 from Malaysia with 745,000. Please put your hand together for Lun Lun.
Cash number 20 for Lun Lun, and back-to-back final tables in short deck after finishing 4th in the 30K, looking to add to his over 3 million in career Triton earnings.
In seat number 7 from the US with 380,000. Please welcome Phil Ivy.
He knows what it takes to be a winner. 4 of his 5 Triton titles coming in short deck. Will a 6th be his today?
And last but not least, our chip leader in seat number 8 with 3.3 million. Please welcome Ike Axton.
Much like Kiat Lee, it is so astounding that this man on 49 cashes coming into this has yet to win a title. Could today be the day for the $13.8 million earner?
We still have 50 minutes remaining of Ante 15,000, button Ante 30,000. I wish you all the very best of luck. Don, shuffle up and deal, please.
Thank you, Luca. In particular for leaving the commentators out of that thank you diatribe. These things will be noted. Producer James got a shout out. Did you hear Producer James get a shout out?
I was happy to hear Producer James get a shout out. I don't know about you.
I was until...
I'm not salty about it at all.
We were skipped. But, you know, to be fair, I've skipped Luca in some spots during those interviews. Is you got to look at the chip counts and the money here. Brought to you by WPT Global and GTO Wizard. Is someone on the team prophesizing that Lun Lun is going to have his demise in 5th? Are they sending us subliminal messages out here?
That's how it feels. Let's hope not for his case.
Okay, we get it, guys. we can lose the payouts now.
It's been a long trip, you know.
There it is. Tanks are running a little bit empty, you're right, as we are just 5 bust outs and a champ away from winding things down here in Jeju.
Ready? 90?
Please, 90,000. Fold.
Lun, ace, king. Raise and take it. It would be difficult for him to bust in 5th with 6 remaining. Granted, a double bust out could have happened, but now I'm just holding my breath, wondering if Graphic Stradamus back in the production tent is perhaps sending us a message. Well, our message to those of you that are watching our streams, and pun intended, with respect to employing the word watch, is to take note of our official timekeepers here at the Triton Poker Series at Jacob & Co. I'd love to show you some of what it is that they're capable of, but in the event that we don't have the visuals, there they are. Well, I guess now that we have them, I can't really preface within the event we don't have the visuals, but Epic X collaborative timepieces along with so much more on offer from the fine craftsmen over at Jacob & Co. Genève as we come back to this titleless craftsman, Kiat Lee. It's staggering how many second place finishes he has, and we've talked a little bit at times about whether or not he gets down there and feels like this is where it all comes apart, you know, just psychological doom switching and whatnot. Getting ahead of ourselves, obviously. No idea where Kiat is going to wind up, but second in chips right now. 161 antes after that King-Jack picks him up. He is poised. Going to have to contend with that man there, Haxton, who also shockingly has yet to win a title. This is 50th cash.
I do know from experience also how, you know, the folks who have won titles will talk to you when you've gotten that number of seconds. Fortunately, it took me, I think, 5 or 6 seconds to get a first in any live event. The needles are probably pretty relentless.
I mean, it's got to sting a little bit, right? RVK, Jack 10 suited. We've seen Zhang activate with suited aces on multiple occasions. Granted, watching him here at the final table, maybe he has different ideas in the money.
Yeah, I also suspect you're just not so excited to attack that first position limp. RVK relatively uncapped here.
Mindful of the trappers. Middle pair and a gutter. Best of what's around on a King-Jack 9 board.
You will try to clear some equity. Successful.
Oh, give them to me. I think I can.
Oh, you have to show your hand if he. Oh. That's pretty sick. Sick way to see a C-bet. That's freaking sneaky, Akia.
Well, that would be. That'd be a friendly little angle to pull.
You're just being friendly. Or you?
Michael agrees.
No.
Well, it's funny, we were speculating with 7 left for how long Ike would be allowed to open every hand from every position. We got 1 hand on the money bubble, and immediately that commanding position slips away. Still useful at the final table, of course.
King Queen cut off limp. And RVK asking questions of Kiat.
Yeah, that trashy in position raise.
10-7 offsuit. I don't think the limps with the king-queen were designed to simply concede to aggression. As you do see Kiat hang in.
135, correct?
Oh boy. Gut shot straight draw versus trip tens. As you wouldn't be blamed for thinking that RVK is clairvoyant.
Yeah, this is a pretty ugly spot. They are playing quite deep. So you wouldn't expect a lot of fast playing for big amounts out of Kiat, but certainly expect. Oh.
Yeah, you know what?
That's an interesting choice.
I would have gone down that same path with you.
I was halfway to saying, here comes the bet.
Yeah.
And he checks behind.
Board does double pair.
Some respect, perhaps, for the types of hands that RVK thinks Kiat will be limp calling. Maybe pretty dense around like the Queen, Jack, 10, 9 type cards.
Well, obviously there's the other element of it as well, which is simply that we make sure Kiat doesn't go anywhere.
Sure, yeah. Allow him to improve to second best or bluff at us. Not bluffing on the 9, though. King, Queen probably feeling like it has some showdown value. For 110. Got 2 overs and a gut shot. Gets away from it. That's a nice fold. Maybe even some concerns were dominated by ace-king or ace-queen, making like a little protection bet there.
And also perceptions that credibility would be lacking if we did try to activate.
Yeah, I suppose check raise is the other path forward, but very dicey.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that path doesn't have warning signs at the trailhead.
Yeah.
Pocket tens. Paxton. Early limp. RVK, Queen 8 offsuit, slipping into range.
Yeah, I've seen players approach the cutoff fairly loose. A little surprised once Ike's in the pot, but just taking pot odds for what they are.
Tens, still the best hand on this ace-8-6 board. Lun Lun does have a gut shot to the 9. Now with Haxton being early, having limped and then checking, you do see a lot of this in these three-way affairs that include the button from these cutoff limpers that decide I can target the button here, not concerned as much about Ike. But this board texture is also the type where we're a little bit worried about, yeah, the button range. And one might have thought that Lun Lun would hang in there with the ability to represent something like 7-9 very credibly.
Yeah.
Down the streets, as well as just the immediate gutter and a pair value.
I agree on the board texture, Ali. It looks very, you know, either cutoff or button favored. All the low cards connecting in some way. I think with Lun Lun specifically, I remember at his previous short deck final table, seeing him very avoidant of confrontations when there was another stack who could maybe go out earlier. And I'm looking at the leaderboard, Phil Ivey on 320K, Michael Zhang on 485. I think this is what's leading to that caution.
Yeah, I think he is a somewhat ICM mindful entity out here. Note that he would have made himself the 9 high straight. Haxton did call the 45K. Goes check, check, and front door flush completes in jack form. Second overcard to the 2 10s.
Interesting run out to me. We'll see if Ike believes that he has showdown value with his 2 10s against hands like this.
Telling the story of 10-7 or Queen 10 would seem very ambitious. Maybe we convince ourselves we have spades and stick something into this 225 if we're looking to convert the 10s into the bluff.
Yeah.
Not sure how much showdown he thinks that they have. There could certainly be some ace-X combos in range for RVK.
I would think usually if Ike was considering bluffing a hand of this strength, it would be for some huge size, like really claiming to have the top of the range, or even check raise bluffing, potentially, to make the same claim. If we bet too small, we risk just getting called by every better hand. Interesting. Half pot. So this stands to reason that Ike thinks he can fold out an ace, certainly a jack for this size.
I could see one of these small sets maybe looking for value, convinced that 7x is not afoot, and the flush draws, well, we know they're tough to come by. Sort of a blocky, mergy line in terms of value.
Yeah, maybe saying we have ace-9 or ace-jack even.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, Queen 8 isn't interested.
Yeah.
But even though it was a bet with the best hand, it still was a bluff in Ike's mind. Maybe in some strange world, someone clicks call and it was accidental value, as it would have been on that occasion. But nice from Ike. What do you think is the harder pivot, Kevin? And I know this is subjective and a bit ambiguous, but going from long deck to short deck or going from PLO to short deck? Where do you feel like the concepts carry over more readily?
Yeah, it's interesting. There's so much overlap I'm seeing with PLO.
I agree.
In short deck, it feels more transferable, especially with the pot limit pre-flop wrinkle.
Yeah, well, that's just a very natural on-the-nose factor. But I think it's the card removal factor where you have so much information by virtue of having 4 cards in your hand in PLO, but then also you have more information not because you have so many cards in your hand, but there are so fewer cards left in the stub.
Yeah, I think the close equities, the pot limit nature, the blockers like you talked about, I think a pot limit Omaha player would transition more smoothly. I think a no-limit hold'em player like myself would have the harder move there.
Yeah, it takes quite a bit to condition yourself away from long deck sensibilities to get yourself into a short deck frame of mind. The big one for me, and I can't even imagine how many hands that were winners were thrown away or how many oversights there were with regard to the ace playing as a 5. When we were first here in this booth, it was so difficult to recognize that.
Yeah, spotting the low straight and also like adapting your strategy around the possibility of making the low straight. It has more implications than even just reading the board, right?
Lun Lun reading King Queen and then writing 105 into his script. Ivy chewing pretty hard on this King Jack.
Oh boy.
Ace King suited for Haxton with deli meat in the sandwich.
You have to think he's going to 3-bet, and this gets weird for Ivy. Lunloon, you would think, can get away from this one, especially once the shorter stacked Ivy gets involved behind. And if that is what happens, now there's just so many chips in the pot. And we know how close the equities run for any hands. Yeah, Ivy does just decide, okay, there's too much out there now. Let's run it.
So Loon, the fire starter, ducks out and leaves Ivy in a burning building.
I have king, queen. Really? Yeah. Everyone have king.
Running game. No one ace.
Innocently, Loon advising of this, by the way.
No one diamonds.
I don't think it's too harmful to let on that the king is in the muck in his hand as we see the nut flush draw for Haxton. Jacks for Ivy and the ace on the turn. The outs come off of Haxton's side of the screen. And they number far fewer on the river. Just 2 to be exact for Ivy, and instead nut flush for Ike Haxton. And title number 6 is going to have to wait for Phil Ivy, as 6th is the best that he can manage.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. Like, the idea is if he goes with it, you're going to fold? Yeah.
Well, a couple of veteran goats engaged in the post-mortem. The mortem coming with $54,000 for Phil Ivy to add to his career Triton total of 15 million plus. And with his departure, the field enjoys a $16,000 pay ladder, a cleared path, and a guarantee that whomever it is that plants the flag in this one will be a first-time Triton title winner. Nice little wrinkle as the storylines take shape in the early going here in this 25K. Ali Najad alongside Kevin Rabichow as we bring you back from a brief stanza, if you will, scheduled break for the players right now. And, well, for Phil Ivy, you kind of overheard the little dialogue, but it seems as though Lun's in there. I'm not.
Yeah.
And then you get to shower him. But as it stands, he's the man that's headed for the lockers.
Yeah, it seems that Ike agreed he had an interesting spot there. Has to just kind of go with it once Lunloon gets out of the way. It's always fun to hear those little chats between players with so much experience and so many accolades to know, like, oh yeah, they're just kind of figuring out stuff as they go too. Sometimes they're actually just thinking about spots as they come. It's a cool little moment.
Yeah, most definitely, and plenty of moments still remain as 5 continue to fight on here at this final table. Kevin and I will step aside briefly, but we'll be back in about 10 with more from the FT.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, antes, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
perception, I think that the ace was the fourth card that shouldn't have been on the board.
Flush draw with club.
This is still okay.
不知道怎么发那个牌。
We don't know
就
how
是
that.
多发了张红桃9嘛。不一定。
What was the last flop?
为啥他去跟
I don't even know what the last flop was.
Ace was in the door.
Ace was door, yeah.
Ace was door card.
Oh, so no ace. Yeah.
The last flop.
Ace was definitely door, yeah.
Oh, that's in.
没有收 Steam。
For divorce.
好一点。
And Steam. No more.
By the way,
No more Steam.
wow, he ended up making the straight, by the way. I confess I was
9 of hearts, that's not on flop.
No, it's ace not on flop. The ace.
tuning into
Good.
the conversation, but ST won't be steaming now.
Is it in the? I don't know. Yeah, English ace.
Dan, by the way, dealing with this rather well unclear what
盲注，他20个盲注，他
was in store for him had we actually played out that
Right, Joe. I've seen worse.
first iteration of the flop. Looking back at it, by the way, it was an 8, 9, 10. So would have been top pair versus top 2, but we don't know how things would have shaken out. But Divorce, always a class act, and it seems always a fixture deep in a short deck event. Can go no further here. Collecting 6th place money, $146,000. I mean,
It's a one-sided information reveal.
he didn't ask for the info, did he?
True.
It's one thing if you ask a man for what he had and then he volunteers it and then he asks you and you just give him the silent treatment.
How much is pot? Pot.
Danny has found one for 80. Rates to be a commitment. I don't think Queen 8 suited is something that Tan wants to sign the dotted line with, but he is going to make the call. This is light.
How much does he not like Danny Tang for him to call in this spot? Oh my.
You know, Tan is a heartbreaker, and it's Danny's cardiac health on the line here. King, Queen, 7. He is open-ended, monotone texture. Neither player with the flush draw, and Tan's queens are in the lead.
Danny just has to jam the open and straight draw. He might be able to get this Queen 8 down, to be honest. Man, if Tan calls with a Queen here, no backup. He's an animal.
I have the worst possible hand I should maybe have here.
He's going to be mad when he sees Queen 8.
Without a club too. Queen 8. No club is good. 我们要 A 还是9 ？A 9，我都不知道希望谁赢。
665. Call it 725. Call it Tan Xuan still in the lead on the turn in a 2.6 million chip pot as Danny gives the rail the update. Ace, Jack, 10, 9. It all works for Danny, and instead the 6 is what awaits him.
Wow, what a hand from Tan Xuan.
Incredible. And just like that, the reigning Ivan Liao Player of the Year award winner is sent packing. Not far behind, Daniel DeVoris, unable to do anything there. $192,000. And maybe, if we still have the receipt for that particular stuffed animal, to visit to the store to pick a different one. As Danny's girlfriend and Lun Lun will exit the rail as their man exits the arena. Didn't really manage to get anything going at any point, Randy.
He did nothing wrong with the Jack 10 in that spot. His man just said, no, I'm not going to let you get this one through.
Well, getting showered by Tan Xuan is almost a right.
Not bad. 10-9 suited.
Michael gets out of there. Oh, boy.
That's the hand that can easily 3-bet pot.
Tan is going to be getting this in against Ivy. And Ivy's going to be flipping for his tournament life on the hunt for title number 6. Ivy knows these spots well. Knows once he's potted that he is committed. You can see flipping against ace-king. Here we go.
Yeah, he doesn't expect Tan to repop with hands that dominate his 10-9, so he quickly calls it off.
Well, how about top 2 for Phil Ivey? Now an 81% favorite with 2 cards to come. Make that 75% favorite. Tan's turned top pair. He's looking for an ace-king or an 8. Calling for an 8. Doesn't find it. Ivy up to 4.5 million.
And Tan Xuan has cut down to 5 million in chips. We've got a match now.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Couple queens for Tan Xuan. He's gonna go pot.
6.
Michael Jang's got a couple 10s. He's got position. It's a very difficult hand to play post flop. Gonna try to use that positional advantage and see if he can find a way to turn this one into a win.
1.28 in the middle. SPR around 2.5 as he flops middle set.
Hits it.
And he loves this, right, Randy, because the ace is there and he's just praying that Tan has an ace-king and ace-queen.
Most of the time, Tan actually does have the ace. He potted it first to act. Whether he's got ace-king, ace-queen, or some kind of blocker effects, like it's just a good board for Michael.
And welcome back to the final throws from Jeju. Triton Poker Super High Roller Series winding down. 25K short deck final table. Phil Ivey just busted before the break. Ali Najad, Kevin Rabichow, far from busted, but perhaps a little bit worn down. Alongside everybody who has been here. Very enthusiastic, however, to get this one to the finish line. Let's jump inside the Triton Poker Plus app, Coach, for a look. Zhang on the shorty. Ike Caxton up there, 197 antes up top. There will be a new winner. And if I expand this FT right now, and you look at the lay of the land, Kevin, who's in a good spot here? Who's in a bad spot in terms of being able to either spin it up or being able to continue to fly away with it?
Well, it's kind of interesting. You know, there's not many great seats, let's say, that can happen for the 2 medium stacks in this setup. And the short stacks as well, just kind of the way that it has to go when we're 5-handed is the short stacks have to put money in at some point sooner than later, and the 2 medium stacks have to avoid Ike Caxton right now. Now, that's going to be particularly tricky for RVK because he's going to be open, you know, his late position opens are on Ike's button. And Kiat a little bit earlier, so maybe not dealing with that, but it's really no better. I don't know that there's a particularly great seat to have when it's a loose game. Ike gets to play a lot of hands from every position. You just kind of have to respect the setup no matter what it is because of the chip counts.
Now, short deck has that phenomenon, much like I feel like PLO does when we get further down, shorter and shorter, where things tend to tense up and seize a little bit. And I don't think it's all ICM and tournament related.
Yeah, I mean, part of it, which you're referring to, is that there's less dead money going in there. We're going to post fewer antes, but I think, you know, there's just so many different approaches to ICM, and a lot of players just kind of start to get tense because they see how close the trophy is, and they see how important the pay jumps are, and, you know, whatever their understanding is, it's just a sign of how meaningful these spots are to all the players.
And everybody returning to the arena is a sign that it's time to get the cards back in the air. From the Landing Casino at Jeju Shinhwa World, Club WPT Gold, our sponsors in part, as GTO Wizard brings you the glimpse at the chip counts. Walk through them as we returned from the break. No title number 6 for the 6th place finisher, Phil Ivey. Title number 1 for one of those 5. Who will it be? The 2 that perhaps we are most surprised don't have a title are the men that run 1-2. But a massive chasm between Haxton and Lee. Can't describe the jump from 5th to 4th as a massive chasm, but we're starting to close in on a full buy-in. We'll break that ground between 4th and 3rd, that ladder over $25K. Total prize pool of $775,000. And that's not a small feat considering the niche nature of short deck, as well as the fact that far fewer people are still roaming the halls here in Landing. Many have already made their way either to vacations, to unwind, back home, perhaps even other tournament series in this part of the world. A lot of folks targeting Japan as a way station en route back.
Still both of our short deck snipers remaining, Michael Zhang and RVK. We saw a little bit of the flair that RVK brings to short deck in that
I can do some.
hand a little while ago with the 10-7 against Kiat. Raising the button and checking back 3 of a kind, so looking forward to seeing more pots with him involved.
Looking good.
Raise and take there to get the frame underway. For Haxton, luxuries that I would imagine he's going to be exploiting and abusing for that matter. Working his way further and further away from Kiat Lee. Ace-King now for Haxton. And, you know, when the big chip leader that we expect is going to have the highest VPIP actually gets dealt in, things get dangerous. Do you see Kiat Lee and RVK running neck and neck in midfield there, distant second and third, as being willing to get after Ike and maybe kind of volley and put the pressure back on him?
I do think they're deep enough that you can do things like what Kiat's doing right now, just call raises on the button, maybe limp in and try and see a flop for cheap. Certainly they can get involved. What I don't expect to see a lot of is, let's say, pot 3-betting with marginal hands, raising flops with anything shy of the nuts. This kind of stuff that might threaten all 2 million.
Yeah, the tragedy is always that conversation you're having with yourself en route to the payout desk if there's an ICM implosion. Top pair turns into top 2 pair after Ike does not follow through with the ace-king. Kiat does pick up a Broadway gutty.
Yeah, curious check from Ike. I wonder if he just perceives Kiat to have an overall stronger range than usual because of the final table spot they're playing.
180.
180,000 bucks.
No interest for the gut shot against
Nah.
such a large bet.
180 and take it. Well, an overdue shout out to those that are not only in the YouTube chat here for this final event of several throughout the course of the past 18 days, but those in particular, whether they're out there listening right now or not, who have joined us for the bulk, if not the entire run. Several names have been here on a daily and nightly basis. Our gratitude to you for helping to support the project, and we'd be even more grateful if you would do us the honor of clicking like and or subscribe out there in YouTube land. Small price to pay, if we can even call it that, in exchange for free of charge, bringing you the finest in poker streaming entertainment. Call me in the chat, by the way, says, I'm off to PokerStars to play the short deck game now. Call me if you think that just watching an hour or two of this is going to sort you out. You know, caution.
Nothing wrong with a little recreational short deck.
And apparently nothing wrong with a little ace-7 offsuit as Zhang speaks loudly. Full pot. He, in terms of my memory on the run to the money and beyond it, has been the guy that has found the most spots pre-flop to either re-raise and take or just open and take. It almost seems like a sort of a specialty, if I can even call it that, identifying those situations specifically. And by the way, how valuable a skill that is.
Yeah.
Some of it, I'm sure, just comes from a little bit of good timing.
Yeah, and I'm sure with experience in the game, there's just some uncomfortable plays that could be made. Things happening on the margins that less experienced players are like, I just never do that. But once you get into the weeds, get a little more confident in your strategy, you can do stuff like this.
Haxton's queens are ready. Or Kiat Lee's tens.
Yeah, an awkward spot when one of the short stacks is on the button as well. Lunloon in there. Kiat, of course, has a good hand and wants to play it, but this competing incentive where it's like, well, if I fold, maybe Lunloon plays the pot, and there's a better chance that he busts.
Top set for Kiat Lee on a 7-9-10 board. Now, interestingly, I don't know how much assignment Haxton will provide to Kiat Lee for this portion of the deck, but holding two queens, we do interfere with a great many of the combos that we would think would be candidates to flat. So we do have to reevaluate where it is that Kiat Lee is in this pot. So you see the check.
Yeah, fewer queen jacks, fewer king queens when we have this hand. And even if Kiat has two jacks, it's got a lot of equity on this flop, so I expect to see Haxton proceeding cautiously. And how about Kiat as well, just checking behind top set.
And filling up here on a turn that pairs the 7. We don't expect a 7 to be involved in Kiat's pre-flop flatting range. And if some of the 9-10 is just counterfeited, this could be an opportunity for the queens, although unclear how much pride will be shown, if any, after the check back. It's not so much kings and aces that we're worried about, of course. And maybe we're not worried at all, understandably, given that Haxton has bet 210 into 240. Kiat Lee loves to see it.
Yeah, I think we still expect Kiat to have hands like 10-9 suited, Jack-10 suited, maybe stuff like Ace-10 suited. So there's a lot of value to be had for the queens if we rule out some of the strongest stuff like this. And even if Kiat does occasionally have a trap like this, there's still probably value to get.
Jack on the end, as Kiat was very happy to flatten, perhaps coax another barrel out of Haxton. Is he going to throw some weight around here? 4-liner. Again, we don't really expect an 8 to be in range, much less that 7.
Yeah. I wonder if Ike ever even bets small for value on the end, trying to get those Jack 10s or 10 9s to put in a little extra. Even the occasional King Jack or Queen Jack has made top pair.
Yeah, I was thinking about Ace Jack, King Jack, Queen Jack, but obviously interfering with the Queen Jack, so maybe more the former two could be targeted.
Feels like there is value to get. Ike always very deliberate and thinking about sizing and overall strategy. Taking a little extra time here.
5 seconds. Check.
Does check. Kiat now has the same problem to solve. How much is my hand worth? What are we targeting? The overpairs do feel reasonable. The river jack feels reasonable. Some bluff that made top pair.
350.
Bet 250,000.
Goes for half pot. And now that we've checked, the Queen of Clubs looking like not a great card, if there are any good ones really in terms of allowing bluffs. It's so hard to have air here on the end. Do we have to find a bluff here as Kiat with something as strong as a 10? Ike gives him credit for it.
So a check call of the 350,000 is a delightful result there for Kiat Lee. Credit to him, by the way. It does feel like he dialed up a perfect sort of number to keep those queens interested enough. See Zheng inquiring.
Yep.
Zheng probably thinking if he gets jammed on there, it's just always jacks full. You must have really seen some stuff happen at the cash game tables if that's immediately what comes to mind when you're watching someone value bet second nut full house on the end.
I mean,
just thinking about all the ways they can be beat.
The short deck is actually just a ghost story. That's all it is. I mean, it's just beat replete. That's what the game is, you know. In No Limit, beats are super notable on account of how infrequent they are when they're savage. But here it's just garden variety, par for the course kind of thing that you need to accept and grow accustomed to, as the acceptance of Ace-King for RVK comes with a rejection of the limp.
Definitely much more.
I think 180.
180.
Yeah, 180 sounds right to me.
180 is good.
180?
That's more than you put 25 too much. 180.
Paused upon Haxton's ace-7 off.
He might be thinking about a 3-bet bluff with this raggedy ace.
Well, that's all he ended up doing, but it did seem to be on his mind.
I mean, Rene, one of the players he can apply max pressure to in this moment, 2 very short stacks. Same sort of setup we spoke about before the final 5 got underway.
Yeah, well, don't forget Kiat was in there as well. Another guy that isn't looking to tussle with him.
Yeah.
Even though the gap has been narrowed considerably from where it was prior to the last exchange.
I think we would have seen Ike do that sometimes. Maybe a little bit of randomization happening.
Come on, Ike. Have a look.
Ace-10. Pot declared.
Same hand.
No 6, please. No 6, please.
Is Lun Lun singing the No 6 Please song?
I don't mind getting in. I don't want to sleep.
Yeah. So many sixes.
I think he was.
Super six later.
What's Super 6?
Baccarat, 1 pay 15. If you win with banger with 6 points.
Oh wow. If you win what?
If you win with banger,
Yeah.
with 6 points.
All right.
Have to be 6.
Apparently Lun Lun has been down the Baccarat roads. The Super 6 bet being described. I've always come to understand any of those bets, those ain't in your best interests.
No.
You keep the money away from those bets.
That's my understanding as well.
Yeah, Royal Match, Blackjack, Tiger, Push, whatever, you know, stay away.
Yeah.
If there's an animal and a phenomenon associated with the game that's improbable and you think, you know, just don't stick your chips on that. But do stick your chips on Ace King. This is healthy practice.
I've given it some thought from the hijack. Kiatley looming behind on the button.
You know, it's funny. I'm a little bit surprised at the Ace-10 3-bet just because this is not the stack that, that you're going to be able to push around. Kiat, with raise and 3-bet in front of him, looks down at these two kings. Obviously, with Lun having committed 160 of 325 to the pot already, Kevin, you can rest assured more often than not when you fold, just the rest is getting in there for Lun Lun, and yet he steps into the arena.
Keep up. Good luck. Thank you.
Yeah, Kiat just calling here because some disaster things could happen if he were to commit to going all in for 2.4 million.
Yeah, I'm not going to describe this as disaster. It's only another 185, which he was always braced for from Lun Lun as he moves all in.
17 Sunday.
Now, with a raise to 160 and then the 3-bet to 300, this 485 reopen the action for Ike?
Yeah, I do believe Ike took some extra time on that initial raise, making sure that the action would stay open. It was only 140 extra, so this is 185 extra. He wisely gets out of the way. He understands Kiat's hand is quite strong.
Yeah, just because he flats doesn't mean that he isn't way up in range, as Lun Lun is learning. A little GG being issued. This is short deck, though. That said, this is not a great spot.
Probably. Probably.
It seems likely.
Yeah.
Monotone Jack 7-6. On the hunt for the ace and staying there is Lun. As we know, Haxton having folded ace-10 means it's an actual two-outer.
Probably not.
And it's not there. So Lun Lun will not be earning his first ever Triton title. 5th place finish. Cash number 20 for him. Fresh off of the 4th place finish in the 30K before this. Nothing to hang his head about, although perhaps frustrated to yet again be falling short of a Triton trophy. But to help stave off that frustration, how about $70,000 in the back pocket, my friend? Leaving behind 4 to do battle for $89,000, and the next pay ladder will be greater than a buy-in.
But it still seemed like really strong, though.
It did.
It did. Still like Queen's plus, I would say. Go.
You go. Jackpot.
And pass.
Do I have to keep change?
No.
A little bit of a spicy open from Kiat. Cut off first button. After winning that pot, Kiat is slightly ahead of Ike for the chip lead.
What was the pot? 140?
Hmm?
There's the state of affairs upon the departure of Lun Lun, brought to you by BetACR. Michael Zhang, 18 antes, way down there all alone. And obviously, with Kiat Lee now moving ahead of Ike Haxton, perhaps he gets to place the cuffs upon the former sheriff, as well as RVK.
Yeah, definitely major pressure on RVK for the next little while. It is challenging, though, to put 100 antes into the pot quickly. Just four-handed, pot limit pre. They can still play some flops.
More likely you haven't forgotten it. I guess. Give it if you feel like it is. I think you did use a time right.
I for sure used one. I'm unsure if they collected it or not. Do you know?
I just sat down.
Yeah, I know. But are you able to verify that?
10 seconds.
90?
90,000.
Well, Kiata's definitely coming in with an adjusted game plan after having taken over that chip lead. That light open from the cutoff was not a one-off. Jack-8 offsuit from the hijack. Ike on the button.
RVK sliding in there, and boy, Zhang loves to see this.
Offsuit ace, squeeze opportunity.
He doesn't necessarily love Haxton asking what pot is, as he'd much sooner have these three C3 and potentially get into a pile-up.
Does make sense with this kind of holding. Don't know how often we want to be 3-betting overall, but it seems very comfortable to 3-bet this kind of hand and then just get away if too much action comes back to us.
$360.
360,000. Fold. Fold.
Nice find.
360 more. Take it, sir. As even Kiat forced to concede. His hand light. RVK's would have liked to take a little peek, but situational awareness out of those two camps, something we can come to expect. And for that matter, it isn't as though Ike and Zhang lack such things. Ace queen now.
Raise 90,000.
First in for 90.
Nope. Fold.
Prompt exits elsewhere. Re-rack.
Oh yeah,
You know, even Tan Xuan and ST Wong, who squared off heads up with Xuan eventually winning the title in that 50K just prior to our coverage of this one here on the day. Action players, Tan certainly more than anybody else it would seem, they got involved in a fairly protracted heads-up battle, and even they were cobblers as we got down to three-handed, four-handed. You know, it wasn't just recklessness that ruled the day.
Yeah, I did notice in the 30K heads up,
Yeah, so I paid the right amount.
having those smaller amount of antes out there really did limit the confrontations, more snug pre-flop play happening.
Yeah, I mean, some of it is simple economics, of course. The rewards diminished, but the risks are still there. I'm really curious to understand, for those that are playing short deck and doing so as specialists, the likes of RVK and Michael Zhang, as we know, Kiat and Ike are front and center for long deck, as well as PLO. Where are they putting together their reps? Now, granted, I know the game is available online, but are there live opportunities?
Yeah, I had heard,
140.
you know, of course it was played in Macau in the past.
Right.
Maybe Hong Kong and mainland China as well, but less popular lately, from what I understood.
Yeah, it seems like there is some ebb and flow. I, for one, was really surprised, not by this 140 from Zhang's Ace-King, of course, but by the enthusiasm for pot limit Omaha that came from the Chinese delegation here in Jeju, who rolled very deep and performed very well.
You can use it. You can use it. I really want to bust you, so
But I just wouldn't have imagined that that game would have come into favor.
I spoke briefly with one of our Chinese language commentators who came in just for the PLO. And he's a bit of a PLO cash player himself.
Okay.
And he indicated that there is a regular game in Macau. I think he said at the Venetian.
A pot limit Omaha game?
Yeah, a pot limit Omaha game.
Okay.
Fairly big action, so.
I mean, the game definitely lends itself to an action junkie.
Is this screen on the right updating correctly, or one of the screens? They say different things.
No, it's the same.
Because they're showing the blinds is up, but we're still playing the next level. We're still playing the 20 level. This is 25-50.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
So wait, the antes are correct?
For this hand, we're playing this one. Yeah. The next hand will.
The stacks are correct.
Oh, yeah.
The board is currently dividing by the next blend level.
Ace-King. $90 to go. King-Jack could stay interested here. Kiat covers. The only player that does. In terms of Ike's perspective, running second in chips, not too far behind. He does defend. Off to the flop we go. 220 in the middle. King 9-7. This is a problem for Haxton. Top pair, but outkicked. Jack Dangler could prove useful.
Large bet from Kiat here. Just over the size of the pot. It's going to give Ike cause for concern pretty much immediately. Of course, we could be up against a bluff, but don't think we expect anything weaker than King-Jack to ever ask this much of us for value.
And just an opportunity to remind those that are new to this particular format, let alone game. It is Pot Limit Omaha pre-flop, but post-flop, no limits to the betting. So the overbet available to Kiat and being embraced here. This is really looking to clear equity in a solid manner. Is King-Jack ever a fold? Just given the unattractiveness of the sizing and kind of the sorts of hands that maybe we presume would be inclined to come with this bet. It isn't just simply air.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me because I'm also thinking about what we're drawing to potentially, and if we were to improve to 2-pair on the jack, well, now we're concerned about 10-8 and Queen 10 having completed. So there's really no, to think of it sort of in pot limit Omaha terms. If we know we're bluff catching and we know equities run close, we'd at least like to have a chance to improve to the nuts in some way, and it's so difficult for King Jack to do that on this board.
Gut shot straight draw acquisition here for Haxton after the big call. And Kiat concerned a little bit about what sorts of hands might have been involved here as a call for the 240. 10 Jack certainly comes to mind as a double gutter unblocked by the Ace King.
Jack 10 certainly a big part of Ike's range, given the action. Kind of weird spot with King Jack.
680.
Wow, this is Ike just immediately taking the Jack, recognizing the Jack 10 importance, and he just bluffed Ace King with the next worst top pair.
Yeah.
That's an incredible find.
I mean, the benefit of position and obviously the presence of the Jack in hand, as well as the deference being shown on the turn by Kiat, who had so much pride pre and post flop until that point, all coming together to allow Haxton to activate with the worst hand, taking some chips that look a little bit familiar. Back from Kiat. 25K ante now, 50 on the button. Every 4 hands will cost 125,000.
Updated.
Come get it, boys. Come get it, Ike.
Zhang on the button here.
Okay. Pop.
Inviting action.
Raise 175,000.
Oh, that just goes in.
Cool.
Ace. Good ace.
So Zhang
Bad ace.
found the moment, but unfortunately it's one where he is dominated by Haxton's ace jack as 200 becomes 430. Haxton never walking away.
No.
But Zhang.
Renee was like, no.
Renee
Rates to be taking a walk.
Win more than I do.
That's interesting. I don't know if you caught that from Mike. I think Renee wants me to win more than I do. Obviously, the pay ladder would be secured, but the loss of that super short stack from Zhang changes ICM dynamics that are being leveraged by the ball stack of Haxton at present. Ace, Queen, 7. And you hear the boys saying it's a choppable board. For the time being, though, it is Haxton's.
Queen is just the nuts. The nut worst.
Oh, boy.
The nut worst. Still the queen.
How about a 9 as Michael wrestles back the lead? Queen or a jack would be his undoing. Is it going to be a tease? Is it a game of ping pong post flop? No, it is not. And so Zhang
4 or 5.
4 or 5.
managing to get very lucky to win that one all to himself.
4 or 5.
Do you want to try our battle cry in spots like that? Do you know the one I'm referring to? It's the acronym would be SDL. I think you can surmise what the SD stands for.
Ah.
Do you know what the L stands for?
La.
Do you want to try it on? Kevin, just one time, just see how it feels. Just
I mean, how? You gonna count me in?
I didn't realize this was like a bike ride with training wheels on it for the first time, but as a proud papa, sure. 3, 2, 1.
Short deck la.
Oh, nice. I would extend the la a little bit just for added effect, but that was a good, great first attempt.
Thanks.
You didn't end up skinning your knees. You know, you didn't end up in traffic. It just wheeled right away.
Felt good.
You know, it's funny because when people say it, someone's feeling pretty bad out there. But you heard Ike say, you know, there are upshots. to keeping Zhang around. He's got still 36 antes. Has a very clear short stack. The snacking, though, on Haxton's stack leaves him just mildly north of Kiat Lee.
You help me look at your card.
Yeah, I understand. It's a good strategy.
Oh, they're just having fun out there. As Kiat suggesting that his good friend Danny on the rail is going to try to spy Ike's cards. Look at him going extra deep with the squeeze now. No need, of course.
That would take.
What were you saying?
Had he not brought like binoculars or something, the distance to be able to see the cards.
I mean, a spyglass would have been excellent. Just
yeah,
you know what I
if
mean?
he showed up with a little like extendable,
like a Jack Sparrow special.
That'd be great.
Ace Jack here. Kiat Lee special. 175 if you do. RVK on the button. Queen 9 suited. Not top shelf liquor, but let's see if he wants to take a swig. All right.
Does seem like a sticky customer in position.
Gonna maybe try to get drunk on some moonshine. King 10-6 for Lee. A gutter, same story for RVK. Oh, and that's always sweet relief when you follow through for that 250 and it's over without any sweat. Luke in the chat suggesting that the next time he's on a rail, he's going to wear a monocle. Just to... Isn't that like the Monopoly man rocks that? I think that's the only...
Oh, yeah, what's his name?
He has a name?
Pennyworth or something.
Oh, really?
I think he has.
Producer James, do you know the name of the Monopoly man? I'm sure someone in the chat does.
Maybe just check the stack size because the stack size
Rich
should be
Uncle
correct.
Pennybags?
Does anyone know?
Is that true? That feels
Yeah.
maybe in the neighborhood, just given you said something penny something, Kevin.
Yeah, I feel like there's a, the name is old-timey and makes it very clear that he's wealthy.
If the name is old-timey, consider a monocle. When's the last time you saw someone wearing that on a day other than Halloween? At this point, it's just a costume.
No, it looks like it's good. Yeah. Yeah.
Producer James just nailed it, by the way. Rich Uncle Pennybags. Good memory. Or were you playing Monopoly this week?
He definitely wasn't playing Monopoly this week.
That's correct, yeah.
But sometimes I got to look over. That one came in briskly enough that I'm not going to allege Google search keystrokes. But you do have to keep an eye on him. Search history would reveal these things, by the way, unless he's gone with the quick clear. Which, if I had to guess, Producer James knows exactly where that setting is. Michael with King 10 of diamonds. He's under the limp setting, and Kiat isn't having any of it. Queen 10 suited, taking us up. And with no hesitation whatsoever, Michael simply concedes. Well, Adrian in the chat is asking, why do they keep looking up? It isn't for divine intervention, Adrian. There are monitors that are attached to a rig for the lighting here at our feature tables, and those monitors do provide a wealth of information to the players that are there. Things like payouts, average stack, how many chips are in front of everybody here at a final table, that being the most pertinent detail. How long left in the level, what the antes are at. Things that help guide, as Ace-Queen has helped guide 115 forward from Kiat this time, and another Ace-Queen suited for RVK. A spot over.
And RVK's chip position has changed somewhat notably after Zhang doubled with the ace-9. So I'm not surprised to see him now willing to activate the ace-queen suited against a chip lead open. He's just a lot closer to the bottom of the leaderboard relatively, and needs to be willing to fight for chips. Wow, Kiat.
He just rips. Asking RVK for all of it. Renee ready. And this one does rate to be a chop, of course. Something silly could break out flush-wise.
Kiat calling for one of his 2 flush draws.
I had 2 clubs. Good for action.
Axton has removed an
No,
irrelevant
just 2
suit.
clubs, so more hearts, diamonds, and spades left in the deck for you guys.
Will things get sweaty?
I'm drawing this.
Backdoor spades.
You know.
4% free roll. And that is dashed on the turn. So an irrelevant river delivered. And the pot will be carved.
Both now. Yeah, you both got the nut low. Ike, what are you doing? You're going to put me in second.
Yeah, I can win. I beat those 2 hands, yeah.
Yeah, unless you have the same hand. Funny. Ace-queen, high, nut low. Really short deck. You just get in with Jack 10. Pot. Just any other hand. Just have ace-8 suited.
Dusty diamonds into the bin. Suited 1 capper. Far more serviceable, in particular when you're sitting deep, although Kiat is the man on the button that covers. Ike politely limping. Zhang with a soft bark.
Sure, it looked like Zhang was thinking about a bluff raise there.
Kiat, by the way, just asked what pot is with this Jack-7 offsuit.
Perhaps he's thinking about the bluff raise.
Well, might he be thinking that Zhang would be more inclined to simply raise the Haxton limp than to try to trap him on the button? I think Michael's slippery enough that there'll be a little bit of balance with respect to his trapping hands in that respect. And how about this? Very imbalanced flop. Full house for Haxton. Kiat with a gutter that he doesn't rate to be particularly proud of.
Just the min for Ike. You almost get suspicious when the bet size is this small.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're just out with the gut shot.
Anyone begging for me to stick around, my poker player paranoia is triggered instantly. Trying to determine why. So the gutter crumbles, and Ike snatches up a few antes. It has been Haxton and Lee of late, although it was a far greater divide between the two of them that was helmed by Haxton at the onset of this final table, which wasn't all that long ago. Nearly 100 antes, the separation. Now just 5. Advantage Lee.
75.
75,000.
75, says Ike.
Really thinking about it with what looks pretty trashy, and yeah, RVK adapting to this smaller raise, playing quite a loose one in position.
10-9-6, top pair, and then the same gutter as Ike for RVK. Haxton just checking over. Obviously, check back ranges on the button for Renee do involve this portion of the deck. Check back. RVK still with the best hand.
I do wonder if Ike still believes the 6 is a threat, given that RVK called a raise. Of course, he doesn't have many himself, but does seem plausible that, yeah, we just start firing at this point.
Well, I mean, it does feel like a pot ripe for the taking. So 3/4 sizing designed to be meaningful enough to take anything that isn't solid enough and bin it. But I would imagine that RVK isn't worried about 6X limping in.
And we saw Ike play an overpair in similar fashion not long ago. The 2 queens against Kiat Lee, representing something like this. Now the queen connects with some of Ike's bluffs and also some of RVK's calls. Ace-7 looking pretty low down in range now that the queen has rolled off.
So another 300 into the center on the turn, bringing the pot to 500,000. And let's see whether Ike tries to close his eyes and convince himself that there's an 8 beside that 7. Trouble for him is that RVK2 wields that same 7 and does so along with a 10, which actually will be all right with this Queen River in terms of kicker resolution. Jack 10 in particular, the hand that we're now chopping with. And what is the declaration here? 700,000. The overbet played to perfection there by Haxton after some pause. RVK snap into the bin with the winner.
Yeah, I like that a lot from Ike. I started to get a sense with how long he took. You know, Ike considering so many options in all of these spots. All these different potential sizes. Like, this is stuff that you can only find when you've thought through the game on such a deep level for so long.
I was going to say his game is so well-rounded, so nice. I mean, the lesser explored situations, it seems like whether it's the product because of the volume that he's put in, of familiarity, and just, you know, execution, or if it's simply this is a man who knows how to fish and doesn't need to be handed fish, so even when the waters are uncharted, he just has the tools to just kind of dissect as need be,
yeah,
and then come with something interesting.
Brain solving, you might call it.
Mm-hmm.
175 is pot.
I mean, Ike, just a phenomenally intelligent person in general. Forgive the obvious for those that have been observing him for long enough. For those that haven't, trust us. Ace Queen limp here from Kiat. RVK sliding in with a little suited ace of his own, dominated unbeknownst. And now here's Haxton, Raggy, and checking back. King 9-6. Gut shot straight draw for Ike. Also for RVK as that ace plays as a 5.
You know, Ali, I asked you a question maybe a week ago.
Did I not answer it?
And I didn't get a response on it.
Oh my goodness, shame on me.
And
Come
I've been
with
thinking about it every night.
Is it how much to bet with a gutter and 2 checks in front of you on a King 9-6 rainbow board in short deck with 175 in the middle by chance?
It's not, but thank you for catching up the viewers.
Well, I don't think any thanks are going to be provided by Ace Queen and Ace 8 as they face 85,000.
But I was curious.
Both fold? Yes, Kevin.
As I observed Ike very steadily going through his normal routine, shuffling his chips and checking in the way that he often does.
Mm-hmm.
If you had seen someone or played with someone who had a particular style of checking that you thought was quite unique.
That's right. You
or
mean the
that you
physical
enjoyed.
manner in which they do
Yeah,
it?
the way they check. There's a lot of variety that we see at the table.
I kind of like the almost Slender Man-esque XL finger check that Chidwick comes with. I believe it's even the pinky. Maybe, no, it's the index finger. He'll have his hands.
Like hands on the cards?
His hands
kind of
actually, I think, will oftentimes just be resting towards one another, forearms on the rail, and then, you know, lying atop one another, and then just an index finger. Just a little, you know. That one I kind of like. I don't like anything dramatic. You know what I'm more into is exotic betting styles, like the way somebody cuts a bet out, you know, and delivers it into the pot. There's been some flair
90
out there. I used to play a lot of limit hold'em, so they're very mechanized in terms of 4-chip, 8-chip, or 3-chip, 6-chip, and you see people kind of come with these really exotic chip deliveries.
I think it was Lun Loon at this table who was actually, he was piling up chips and then like kind of a sideways splash, not out towards the pot, but across in front of himself. It was like a respectful splash.
Yeah, I saw that one. There's someone that I've played with who actually almost conceals the entire bet or call in their hand, and then like with their thumb will kind of release it out from within a caved palm of some sort. Meanwhile, here comes a release from Michael Zhang.
Wow,
3-bet all in with 9-7 suited, catches Haxton.
Yeah. I mean, effective blind versus blind battle, cutoff versus button. Senses lightness from Ike and just in there with 9-7 suited.
again, you just marvel at how effectively Zhang has been able to bob and weave his way through pre-flop spots and win uncontested chips.
Yeah. That was the exact part of the hand you were talking about earlier. Just pre-flop aggression, you would think would be the least effective part of this game.
Especially as he gets down into these lean sub 1 million territories.
No show, but two.
And yet
You repot if I pot. That good? I didn't see that.
he just manages to exploit. You know, the assumption obviously by the opposition is that Michael is just out here waiting for the hand that's good enough for him to come blasting in with. And as close as the equities run, he's still deep enough that nobody's looking to gift wrap 31 antes, in particular RVK with 41 antes in front of him, and double the man up into a much more serviceable 60-some-odd antes. So with that knowledge, he's now flipping the script and actually getting up to a little bit of no good.
Cirrus in the YouTube chat calling out the 5-finger check punch. I think maybe a reference to what Dan Cates was doing at the table. Saw a lot of... He was just... Like, I was worried for his fingernails.
Yeah, he
the
aggressively
aggressiveness that he was going after the table with an open hand, not a knuckle.
Yeah, the fingernails will regenerate. Our felt, however, which is, you know, not on the cheap side.
Oh, yeah, that's a
I
good
worry
point.
more for the felt.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, ace king. I worry about 8 high, which is ambitiously brought forward a very cheeky 30K into 180. Gut shot straight draw, and even just the power of queen 10 high for RVK.
I do like when plays that were just used not long ago kind of resurface in a future hand. You know, I pointed out Ike betting just one, or betting the minimum, one ante with the 10-8 on the 10-10-8 board, and then not long later, Kiat kind of introducing it in a new spot.
Well, the turn introducing a queen to RVK. Oh, and now we're getting into dark alleys with this 8 high. And he's, again, using these very small sizings, 75,000. And, you know, again, the poker player paranoia that we talked about. Certainly.
It does look suspicious, and of course, Kiat taking advantage of what could go wrong if your paranoia for these kind of sizes leads you to folding too much. I mean, bluffing with this weak of a hand, if we get more than the minimum number of folds to make it profitable, that would be such a boost to our overall EV. It would... Feels unlikely, though, on this run out that we're going to be able to shake the queen 10.
I mean, we have a complete airball with a caller in position across 2 streets, but granted, our sizing was super small. And do we go with something? Wow, look at this progression. 240. Broadway for RVK. He's pulling it together. If you trap me, is the sentiment. Yeah, by the way, turns up the 8-7. Has to, of course, when you're called. But
and
if a jack doesn't roll off.
Well, yeah, an ambitious play, but, you know, Kiat sees that showdown, and the eye roll is kind of just like, well, okay, of course you call with that, but now I don't really know if my bluff was going to work or not.
Right, because you got
on the
there.
average, because you've just made a straight and found yourself an easy call. What do you do on the end with king 9?
I would have liked for him to all of a sudden swing the pendulum back toward an overbet, just to really discombobulate.
Yeah.
I mean, because at that point,
full houses.
Exactly.
Full houses not really possible, or very very unlikely for RVK. Possible for him.
I mean, listen, but Kiat could have them. That's the idea, right? That RVK needs to be mindful of perhaps some trappiness. King, queen now. Feeling swaggy. Third of 4 runners. Parks 210 in front of himself. Pocket 8s on the button for Haxton. Ike defends. Does not connect with this Queen Jack 7 board. Can't say the same for RVK. Top pair.
Sometimes in these out of position spots, we've seen players willing to just risk all of it in the interest of clearing equity. Does King Queen think it's that good in this spot?
I mean, is that not a needless amount incrementally above and beyond the 480 for us to risk, in particular with 30 antes lurking for Zhang, which of course could be leveraged to make the hand look extra strong, but the polarity, conversely, would be maybe it's just desperate to have me fold. I don't think it's going to matter given 8s or the actual kit we're squaring off against.
Looks like they're in there. Not sure that he actually got all those chips across the line, but
any amount. It's not very important.
he took the vast majority of them.
It could be only half of it. I'm still not calling. It's okay.
Ike understood the intent. And yeah, I think that play may be even more appealing. Appealing's the wrong word, but necessary, let's say, with the 30 antes of Zhang lurking. Because if we don't end the hand now, we allow Ike opportunities to improve, to put pressure on dangerous runouts, etc. Nice pickup there for RVK.
We go again.
Which one's it going to be?
Get Mike with a little speech play from the button. King 10 suited. We've seen activations with this exact sort of hand composition from Zhang.
Yeah, no. Does go pot.
Yeah, declared. Now, this is an above average level of durability that Haxton is sitting on right now.
Yeah, I wonder if the King 10 suited's plan was to limp call or limp 3-bet. Occasionally catch a bluff, and if we run into it, oh well. Yeah, just put it all in.
Oh yeah, the instant distaste for this response. And yeah, we haven't put this much in. It would seem to step aside, although 665, he could still try to cobble. Yeah, equity's running close enough even for something like A7 against the range that would limp and then 3-bet. And as it turns out, the hand is in the lead right now, technically.
Trapped you. Little short deck trap.
It's a trap.
1.8 roughly in the middle, along with the hopes of Michael Zhang to carry on here in the 25K short deck.
Is it 51? 52?
I think, yeah, 53 or something.
We turn to the flop for focus, and it brings us 10-7-6. Both parties with a piece. Advantage Ike.
You say now.
As he puts the pressure
now, I think.
on Zhang to improve. Sevens and aces needed and provided on the turn. No waiting. However, not out of the woods just yet. 10 ball in the corner pocket, and it's Jowers. Instead, it's the 8, and Zhang avoiding elimination once more.
7.
can see a flop with a7.
I wanna go all in. You think Ike is not balanced?
You know, this does provide an opportunity, Kevin, after such a successful bike ride first time around, for you to maybe take another pass at
Yeah.
the battle cry in situations such as this, and perhaps trying to implement some of the
Are you ready?
constructive criticism I provided on the back end of the first one, if you recall. We're going to want to carry the la this time. If you'll indulge us. Do you need a count in, or is my baby all grown up?
I think I understand the ask.
Yes, please, if you will.
I already punt to you.
Short deck la.
Oh, yes. Much better.
Improved, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Felt better
Still-
about that one.
Yeah. I mean, you can really explore the space with perhaps some more bass next time around. You know,
Oh, I
a
like
big
the-
ask. You like the light.
I like the
airy?
treble.
Well,
Yeah.
You know, listen, these sorts of nuances are yours to embrace. There is no one way to short deck la. And watching this tournament will teach you that in a big hurry. Ace King here for Haxton, who might be getting impatient with Zhang. It's been a pesky presence.
Pot. How much would it be for me for pot? 750.
Was pocket eights considering?
Shang may be thinking we've got calling chips now. No, it does get out of the way.
And probably a good idea, given that Kiat Lee has ace-queen suited and maybe ideas about a squeeze if he had hopped in there. Unfortunately for Kiat, he's in a way without Zhang in there. Flatting.
Oh.
And, well, hello. Ace-queen high flush.
Check mark.
Confirmed.
They can't even chop because Kiat has the queen of diamonds and
Yeah. The runner straight flush. Well,
oh no, I'm
no,
mistaken.
the 6-10.
Could come 10 high straight flush.
Yeah.
Could come 10 high straight flush, yeah.
Now, of course, we want the 6 of diamonds to roll off first for Kiat to have the 9 high straight flush, and then the 10 of diamonds for the Hope Dasher, because we are masochists.
You know, I mentioned brain solving earlier in reference to Ike, and you really do get the sense that no matter what 2 cards he's holding, he just sees the board come out, and immediately the calculations have begun to figure out, well, how does this one play?
With ace king and
Just
no
the
diamond
big,
in
the big
hand.
question. Yeah, not just looking at the board and being like, oh, I missed. Okay, whatever. Like, move
Right.
on to the next hand. Every single pot, it's just like, okay, what's the whole strategy right now?
And I got to tell you that can be very taxing when you're out there trying to battle with someone like that. Psychologically, you know, you just start to ask yourself, is there ever a spot that maybe is straightforward, Ike?
Yeah.
Maybe we can just check fold briskly and not be all over me like this wet blanket?
Yep. Does do something. You know, we talked about like table image and maybe table presence, let's call it. It has to do something where players are less inclined to take risky decisions or to go down complicated paths against someone like this. It's certainly in his favor.
I wish this is no limit. I don't. You say that now, it just switches up. Fold. Fold.
Haxton limps the king queen.
Okay. Secret. Let them pay.
10 jack here. We await RVK's orders. Show me 3, he says. Ace, ace, queen. Haxton. Nut 2 pair, barring pocket kings, of course. RVK with the gutter. Ike interfering.
30.
Oh, and here we are once again with a supple squeeze of the udder, ever so gently.
Well, if they keep getting dealt paired boards, maybe we'll keep seeing this.
RVK at this price, not ready to say goodbye. He has connected with the jack, third spade on board.
$160.
Okay, this is far from geometric. That would have required 40,000 for another 1/6 pot sizing. As Haxton coming with a little bit more thunder. RVK not on the hunt for lightning. I don't know why, but Haxton's shirt makes me want to go bowling. Do you kind of see it? I don't know. Maybe maybe a little throwback retro bowling alley. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Kind of a time warp.
Yep. I can see it. There's a bowling alley here.
You know, the player party that we were invited to, I completely skipped out on. Now, you know, I was in the booth for most of it.
Yeah.
But I didn't even realize, and this is my second trip here, with another one coming later, that a whole world awaits. Kind of if you travel in that direction toward the theme park.
Yeah.
I just have kind of resigned myself to thinking we're just at a casino, and that's it, given the volume of time that we're spending inside these four walls. Ace, queen, and ace, jack at the 240K volume level here, given Haxton was content to simply flat and defend from the button. Entangle, 480 in the middle. Gut shot on the 10-9-7 board for Lee. Check in front of us. And it isn't as though Ike
270.
won't be a sticky party. And, boy, look at this.
Yeah, we've seen on more than one occasion now Ike stabbing hands that don't exactly connect in any particularly great way, but presumably a product of the board interacting with his pre-flop range. Maybe some good things happen on future streets. Clears out the ace-jack. Pretty good draw.
You gotta just appreciate, you know, even though this isn't some sort of explosive chips are flying in, you know, kind of thing, and maybe the self-indulgent viewer in us seeks such collisions, but in terms of just purely being able to appreciate poker, Ike gives you so much to sink your teeth into. You know, a little spot like that.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to make a meal of it, but just with great consistency, the guy's just in there doing what seems like the right thing and unbothered by outcomes, which is what I really appreciate about Ike. And might today
105.
be at long last the outcome where he is a Triton champion. A lot of work left to do. But he is narrowing the distance between himself and chip leader Kiat Lee as he has V-pipped quite a bit more than Kiat, it would seem, in the recent orbits. 105 with 10-6 suited now, Kevin.
Yeah.
All parts being explored as a true short deck proctologist emerges. Nine-7 offsuit. Zhang not shy of exploration on the button. Has hit this board, but Ike with the gut shot could potentially find an excuse. Let us see.
$130.
Now, interestingly, this 130 that Ike is betting actually stands in such contrast to the position bet as a button defender that he made against the open from Kiat Lee moments ago that got us all excited, because what it's doing is sort of removing perceptions that Mike would be willing to make added investments off of his stack, different in that respect, because Ike is sitting so much deeper than him.
Yeah, it does feel like the pressure being applied here, sort of claiming like these are amounts that are meaningful to you and your chip position, maybe less meaningful to me with double your stack. Not huge investments in absolute numbers.
Get back to help me see. It's cut.
Now checking and certainly respecting the jack being a good card for Michael's continuing range. We even might have removal to some of the weaker hands with our 6.
So the turn, in contrast to the river, goes, or to the flop, rather, goes check, check. Double pairing is the board now. Zhang is filled up, 7's full of 8s. And where do we want to go with 0 showdown value? We have to imagine we are playing the board.
Yeah, I do wonder if these types of hands are uncommon for Ike's overall range.
200.
Certainly we should find a bluff of some kind.
200,000 called so fast it'd make your head spin there. Zhang keeping it clean just in case. There are worlds in which an 8 lurks.
The limpo? He raised 3.5x. 105k.
You know, every time in the postmortem somebody asks something like that of you after showdown, you always have to imagine, oh, what's wrong? You don't think I can get in there with a hand like the one that I showed?
It is kind of an accusatory question.
Right.
Hidden underneath there. Just like, why did you have that hand?
Right.
Is the actual question.
Well, no longer hiding down at the bottom of the leaderboard is Michael Zhang. He has got himself into second ever so slightly in front of Ike Haxton, who he displaces. Kiat Lee still at the top, RVK inheriting short stack duties as you see the two dearly departed, Ivy and Lun, leaving us four-handed here at this official final table, which began six-handed, just given that even though we consolidated at 7, the money bubble was at 6. So would hate to do a big final table intro and then somebody is showered outside of the money. Very seldom are we not in the money at an FT, but this is one of those occasions.
It would be hard to feel excited about your walkout while in the back of your mind you're like, I wonder if I'm actually going to cash this thing.
You got it. Look at my cards.
Sorry.
chips? Sure. You want some? Blue? Yeah.
Boy, this man is on to making change for people now.
Raisin chips acquired. Changing chips acquired.
I would keep an eye on Michael now that he is sitting with a navigable stack in second. Granted, landscape has shifted considerably.
How much is the bot? 280?
But, you know, could see him maybe feeling a bit swaggy.
What?
Ace Jack potting it. Ace 8 on the button.
RVK is getting short, but maybe not so short that we want to stick it in with Ace 8 off.
Well, we saw Michael Zhang double through Ike Haxton after attempting to get after a limp. This, however, is open pot in a different spot, so RVK does simply relinquish. Earlier I used the word masochist, and I think I did so incorrectly. A masochist is somebody who enjoys pain for others, or is it pain in themselves? Which one is a sadist?
I think a sadist is others. Wait. Am I
Sadistic?
flipped?
I don't know. We're just one Google away, and yet I
This
won't do it.
This is the better way to find
It
out.
is.
To just be wrong.
let chat
in
come
front
in.
of all the viewers. Or to be right.
Well,
We'll find
wrong
out.
is how Ace Jack of Spades feels when someone is sitting there with Ace King of Diamonds.
Pot.
980,000.
Well, Zamaris has clarified in the chat that people who are sadistic enjoy pain in others, and perhaps the sadist in Ike Haxton is looking to inflict. So he takes it to 980.
Ace Jack suited, we know, is quite a strong hand in this game. And Kiat has the biggest stack. Maybe has a couple of options. I doubt he sees the path to fold equity. But calling, yeah.
Go.
Okay, so this is the chip leader squaring off against ever so slightly the man number 3 in chips behind Mike Zhang. Over 2 million in the middle.
Yeah, that's right. And it must be 1 million.
Yeah. So it's okay.
Thank you.
King 9-7 board. Haxton, top pair, top kicker. Disappointing texture for the Ace Jack, which has already been coaxed into a far larger investment than perhaps intended by Ike.
Yeah, and we don't expect to see any slow playing in this game. Kiat even took a little time before checking because presumably he has some hands that might even just lead all in on this flop, Ace Jack not being one of them.
All in.
Well, one pair hands always look for shelter. And Haxton empties the clip in search of it. That was a big pickup.
This is my cards?
I don't think so.
Kiat's rail has filled in once more. Danny and his girlfriend, Lun Lun, the 5th place finisher, all on hand. Winford Yu there as well. Just get a load of what that pot has done to the leaderboard. Haxton now, 82 antes up top. Zhang still second. Kiatli slips to third with 52 antes and 41 antes for RVK. So somewhat clustered with 17 antes separating second through fourth are those that trail Ike. Gives Zhang a walk.
Yeah, still though giving walks. I mean, 8-7 offsuit. Quite a dusty one, but does feel like Ike has now positioned himself in quite a favorable spot. Zhang number 2. Maybe not the player to attack.
I mean, listen, none of these guys are the sickly Impala trailing behind the pack, ripe for the picking. On the Serengeti.
Oh.
10-9 suited, pot announced.
Playable one for Zhang.
Queen Jack suited.
Do we follow the rules and play passively when covered? Or do we go after the perceived wide range? Did just inquire about the size of repotting.
Using a time bank.
It's an interesting development when, because I do genuinely think that Zhang was considering 3-betting and then chose to fold instead.
I do too, and I wonder what it is in those moments that kind of pushes you in one direction or the other after the time bank.
Yeah.
You know, we know that his comprehension, maybe we're taking a little bit of time to assess all the variables, but he should be keeping tabs as things go in advance on exactly where the stacks are at.
Yep.
So this should be already sorted a bit. He knows what the pay jump is.
Yep.
You know, maybe he's taking a moment also to see whether or not he can glean anything with respect to others, you know, that could potentially be involved.
Yeah. Wait for a little extra information. Asking about the size of repotting just to clarify how big a commitment that would be while you observe other things, maybe.
120.
Well, V. Pippi Longstocking has made more noise here. King Jack on this occasion. As Haxton has explored a number of sizes, by the way, too. Just very interesting and worthy of note.
Yeah, this one seems targeted to who's on the button. Shortest stack. Sizing down. Maybe wanting to leave himself less committed in the event of a repot.
King 9-8, top pair for Haxton as RVK dug in and finds himself nothing more than ace high on this flop.
All in.
Single decision point poker there as Haxton rips into RVK. Concession is swift. Why, Ike has really struck me, and this is not a reflection of anybody else at the table, but just independently as the man that has been operating at the highest level and most effectively and efficiently at this final table.
We're definitely seeing more variety from Ike than anyone as far as I can tell. Just all the different sizes. Having strong hands do a number of different things post-flop.
Well, it isn't simply the spice of life, said Variety, but it is also the bane of our opponents being able to make sense of any of what's going on, which of course creates a competitive advantage, although aces are a far easier way to create a competitive advantage. 280K pot open. No one's woken up with anything of interest, although Haxton 8-9 offsuit might be wondering if he can smack Kiat on the back of the hand. Nope. Well, they've decided to call it the Big Stack Bully Clinic. Coming from Cyrus in the YouTube chat in an effort to put a label on what Haxton has brought us at this FT. Pot and take it, sir. And this is beginning to become a tiresome sight for the other three at this table. The chips flowing in a single direction. Ike breaking away from the peloton. We are beyond 1 a.m. local time here in Jeju on this final day of the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series Festival, the first of 2025 at the Landing Casino. Ali Nejad, Kevin Rabichow, and 4 players who do not have a Triton title. All of them so desperate to break that seal, in particular Kiat Lee and Ike, who have such robust resumes. Kiat with so many second places, trying to get the monkey off the back. Here he is, Jack-7 against 10-9 pair, and a flush draw against the gutter. Limped pre. 240 in there. Zhang first to speak.
Normally expecting aggression when the 2 high cards come. Button hasn't announced any strength. This Jack-7 of spades well above average.
Just a quiet little question with the gutter. Kiat making the call. Board pairing king now. Who's got more of the King X? That's the question right about now. Zhang decides it is he. And comes with 135. Now, obviously, with flushes beating full houses, pairs on board do not dissuade us from participation, but the improbability of that particular hand does. So, Kiat looking up at the lay. North of 4-1. Perhaps there are worlds in which we feel comfortable that the 7 is good. 10 on the end, and Zhang has actually made a winner, provided this one gets to showdown.
Yeah, I suppose a few ways to chop as well if Zhang thinks that he's up against enough Jack 10. Maybe we start checking now. Not a lot of money has gone in across those first two streets. Bet sizing pretty small. Some perceived showdown value for the 10, and we'll see for Kiat. He's got to see that he improves quite often on this card. The flush draw did miss, but the straight draw is much more relevant. Yeah, it's a frustrating one to lose.
Yeah, shut down on the end, and maybe a little bit of a gift that Kiat didn't decide to turn his hand into a bluff. Maybe you can safely expect that not too much King X is going to be a part of the checking range for Michael, although he's going to be balanced. Sometimes would have the boats or the King X, but Kiat did not swing the bat as that pot swings over to Michael.
Thinking about this one. RVK on the button. Ike already out of the way. Merits a raise.
So Michael, back-to-back pickups here as he continues to cobble.
And this recent dry spell for RVK really pushing him towards an emergency situation. 30 antes now. Just a few minutes left on this level as well.
Nine cut off for the Dutchman. He's been lingering. Ironically enough, he just hasn't found the right spot.
Well, here,
yeah, I didn't
he's
think it was
trying to manufacture one with the 10-9 offsuit.
It's a great way to put it because he knows he's being eaten alive as he's forced to spectate. So a little pickup like that can be very important, trying to keep one's head above water.
No problem.
Ten, 6, and 8, 7 find the bin, and ace queen suited finds its way to your chip leader. He and Zhang have tussled quite a bit.
Yeah, Zhang has proven not to be afraid of getting entangled in something kind of dangerous. Maybe even weighing into this decision for Haxton to play as a limp.
Eight, 8, 9. As Haxton took us in an interesting direction, once again proving why and how it is he is so difficult to range, given the multitude of manners that he has approached a broad spectrum of holdings. Jack 10 turning into an open-ender. After the Zhang check back.
The 8-8-9 texture does look very favorable to Zhang's range. Doesn't necessarily mean we need to bet our Jack 10, but There's certainly some marginal stuff in this limping range that we could clear out. Not sure where we land with ace-queen. It's quite a good high card. On a paired board, you would think that high cards go up in value. Very little drawing equity, though.
Yeah, the passive approach thus far. The trouble is this board texture compels Zhang to bet with a wide variety of holdings that don't necessarily have to be involved. King on the turn. Axton finds no improvement. No pair. It is still the two-way straight draw for Zhang. 440 in the middle. Unclear how much trapping Michael would be concerned that Ike would be guilty of here as played. I'm not sure what the trap hand candidates would be on a board such as this.
Yeah, I suppose if we arrive with overpairs, there's some chance that it goes check and call
440.
out of caution for trips. Zhang's just going to start representing exactly that.
Full pot. Makes quick work of Ike's decision there. Zhang is up to 75 antes to Ike's 84. Again, working his way north.
240.
Yeah, all these seemingly small pickups that Zhang's been putting together have really made a difference.
You hold on to enough balloons, you will float into space. I'm not sure that's perfectly analogous, but the spirit is there.
Yeah. Created an image for me.
Well, pocket kings. A pleasant image for Kiat as he relieves Zhang of 280K as it goes pot and repot. And that level's in the books. Let's play 50K, 100K, fellas. Look at the chip counts there, brought to you by WPT Global as we bring you back to the desk. And what is now perhaps going to be a question of stamina, both mental and physical, this deep into the festival. You know, Zhang and RVK, late arrivals, so they don't have all of those other events that they've grueled their way through to worry about, and they have looked fresh, if I'm being honest, but it is the two of them that for the most part have been toward the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, you spoke about how much mental energy is going into the way that Ike is approaching this tournament, and he's played everything. I mean, this is event number 20, and he's here for the full slate. So, I mean, currently in the chip lead, obviously this has extended the play a little bit. The average stack is getting pretty short as a result, so
yeah,
sooner or later we'll see some confrontations.
2.3 million and 47 antes at the 5100 level is the state of affairs. Now, regrettably, I am not going to be here for the run of things. I'm going to check out and stand by for our champ, with whom I will do an interview, but who knows how much standing by we're going to have to do as Henry Kilbane is headed back to the desk, and we're headed to a short break. Don't go anywhere, as we're going to wrap it up from Jeju tonight. Stay close.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent? It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun, and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
He's got position. It's a very difficult hand to play post flop. Gonna try to use that positional advantage and see if he can find a way to turn this one into a win.
1.28 in the middle. SPR around 2.5 as he flops middle set.
Hits it.
And he loves this, right, Randy, because the ace is there and he's just praying that Tan has an ace-king and ace-queen.
Most of the time, Tan actually does have the ace. He potted it first to act. Whether he's got ace-king, ace-queen, or some kind of blocker effects, like, it's just a good board for Michael.
$450.
So around third pot from Mikey. Wow, look at this. Tan wants to see a turn card.
Doesn't believe.
Looking for like a jack or a diamond, the queen being the obvious out. The king does give him that inside straight draw, but one does have to ask the question of whether or not Zhang's going to give him a chance to even realize that equity.
It feels like no chance Michael's going to let this one check through. His hand is still often the best hand. He needs to charge gut shots. Two-tone texture. There's already 2.18 into the pot, and he's got 2.6 back.
Just full pot. Deny as much equity as possible.
Sure. Yeah, he just needs to bet the size to make sure some equity isn't getting the right price to chase. He could even just jam. It's no limit post flop.
Feels like having the Queen of Diamonds, Queen of Hearts is kind of working against us. Blocking hands like Queen 9 of Diamonds, Queen 9 of Hearts.
No, I just don't think Tan's ever considered calling. Just getting the count.
2-5.
It's too crazy to
他不
call.
跟我拖，他要拖他。How much pot? They have 2-5. 他不一定有这么多啊，pot里面还
可以 all in 的，翻牌后可以 all in 的。
哦，翻牌后可以 all in 是吧？可以告诉你，你要自己。操你妈，没时间排了。
No more time banks apparently for Tan.
Yeah, so because it's no
不是，我
limit
以为
post
只能
flop,
翻牌后只能打 pot 里面。
cannot request the pot size.
翻牌后随便打。
These Couple pots going Tan Chuan's way. He's actually leveled out with ST.
There's a pot.
Ivy's time to pounce on these limps with ace jack. He's shortest. He's got about 43 antes.
Doesn't come with full pot, which is somewhat surprising.
So that's going to give these limpers a better price in considering to continue. Which I'm not sure you really want with ace jack, but we'll see. Then yeah, there definitely is a difference where maybe ST is looking to fold against full pot. But for 440 more, I can see King Queen coming along.
Red, blue, S. Red, blue, and S. Red, blue, and S.
Red Bull on ice, the request from Tan. Going to be here a while.
Okay, let's take it to post flop. 1.52 million.
SPR less than 2. We could see chips go flying in.
Red,
Wang's flopped best. Ivy with a Broadway draw.
red, blue.
Wow. So he limp calls pre-flop, then out of position overbet jams top pair queen kicker. Ivy, he's got to be confused why ST is all of a sudden speaking up now rather than going for check raise all in. And we take ace king out of ST's range. That hand would just repop it pre. Is king queen really doing this? Maybe that's his thought process. Beats queen jack. 10x wouldn't make any sense to all of a sudden ask for it all.
Also, need to figure out if perhaps we're ahead of some stuff.
Queen jack, right?
Queen jack, jack 9 suited, although Ivy's got that jack of diamonds.
Yeah, the jack 9's hard to figure out if ST's calling that pre. If there's just not supposed to be that many kings, and sometimes the king actually checks and, you know, gets it in against a c-bet. It's puzzling, the Ivy. Why so much?
Me?
Ivy needs to ask, is he ever afraid of ace queen? Maybe ace queen just pops it pre-flop as well. So then what's left?
Continuing coverage of the final event here from the Triton Super High Roller Series in Jeju. It is event number 20, the 25k short deck. There are 2 short deck specialists left in the field in Michael Zhang and RVK, but they're coming up against 2 Triton OGs, Ike Haxton and Kiat Lee. And Kevin, could this be the moment that either Ike or Kiat finally get that monkey off their back? We were just going through Ike's Triton track record. 6th second place finishes, 4 third place finishes. Is this the one?
I mean, I would bet on him at this moment, but this is a first opportunity for any of these 4 remaining players. As you mentioned earlier, once we eliminated Ivy, we guaranteed that we would have a new champion in this event. I mean, I know what it feels like to get to the end of the tournament and not be able to close out. Ike, also such a capable heads-up player, such an experienced player. It's frustrating, but I'm sure he would love another opportunity at it.
No, 100%. And it feels like, you know, in the last 2 short deck events, we've had a short deck specialist take it down in Tan Xuan and Artem in the 30K. And here, obviously, Michael Zhang and RVK looking to do the same. But just from like a poker fan and a Triton fan point of view, we've been calling the action on Ike, on Kiat for years now and seen them on just so many occasions, time and time again. I remember with Kiat Lee in the Invitational in London, just like gets aces in against King Deuce of clubs. And like he's just out of there in 7th, you know, just so many crossbars. So would love to see one of them get it done here, of course, as we throw it down to the main stage once more as these final 4 players battle it out for the top prize of 264,000. I get the feeling that it's all about the trophy, not to say that the money is insignificant. But this one really does feel like it is to just get that monkey off the back, take a trophy home. Is it going to be one of the Triton OGs, Haxton or Lee? Or is it going to be one of the 2 guys that show up just for the short deck stuff and just seem to get it done? Michael Zhang, 3rd earlier on today in that 50K, 326,000. He had a 3rd place finish in Vietnam in the 50K as well as a 2nd place finish in the 100K short deck main for 1.1 million. That was in 2023. So yeah, I mean, Zhang as well. 3 podium place finishes. Would love to close one of these out. 89K locked up. 4-handed play continues. Kevin, you've been in here since the start of the FTSE. Ivy out first in the money. What was the story there?
Yeah, honestly, those first couple eliminations came pretty quick when we got down to 7 players remaining and we were playing kind of the unofficial final on the money bubble.
Right.
Jason was quite short on 11 antes. I believe Phil Ivey had 25 or thereabouts. Jason was out on the first hand
he was,
of 7-handed play. And it didn't take long for Ivy to end up committing his stack. It was a bit of an interesting hand. Lunloon opened, he called King Jack offsuit. Got squeezed by Ike on the button, big stack. And Ivy, on that initial call, had already put in 30% of his chips, 25% of his chips, something like this. Lunloon got out of the way, and then Ivy calls it off. So they were very short at the bottom of the leaderboard when we started the FT, but we knew the top of the leaderboard. Those were, I believe, Ike, Zhang, and RVK at the time. They had so many chips. We knew they'd stick around for a while.
Well, this is a man who has done an incredible job at fighting his way back into this one, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just looking over at the Triton Poker Plus app. He was the shortest stack by quite some margin.
Oh yeah, I think I misspoke. I think it was Ike, Kiat, and RVK who were 1, 2, 3 at the start of the final table. Zhang is the one who made the spin up to get into this position.
Oh, here he is, 2nd in chips. Short stack duties do belong to RVK.
September confirmed for Triton here?
Yep.
You got me?
It's
It's a short deck, I'll come.
You don't play Hold'em anymore?
I can, but I gotta redo everything. I haven't touched the hand of Hold'em for like, how long? 2 years? Actually 1.5 to 2 years. Not a single hand.
Cool.
I mean, if I spent 100 hours, I'd be fine. Just enjoy short deck.
Short
It's more
deck
casual,
sniper
chill,
confirmed.
Chat, yeah. I like that aspect. Hold'em is like basing off 2.5x, tank 5x. I'm like, oh fuck this.
350,000?
You can still chill, talking. I mean, yeah, I guess you still can, yeah.
Oh,
I think
these
it's just lazy,
hands
to be honest. Not wanting to study.
sure look like they might collide
I
for
guess I
the
don't. That's an option.
23 antes of RVK.
This just going in. Ike gonna run away with it if he could hold.
We do have Zhang on the button behind. Nearly the same stack as Ike. So knowing how to isolate here, if we do isolate, choosing the right size to not put us in a strange spot in a three-way confrontation.
Pot. Raise.
Ike just goes pot.
Snap call from RVK, so he is all in at risk, and in terms of pre-flop equities,
50-50.
this is kind of
50-50.
up there in terms of as bad as it gets. 36% equity. Rene's calling for a chop. Mike just wants to hold to get us down to 3 and have the overwhelming chip lead. Wow, so far
Good start for a chop.
so good.
It's a good start for a chop. Now queen, queen, queen 8.
Like, I don't know, sure. So it's a good start for a chop.
Oh.
It's not a very choppy card.
How about a 3-outer? How about a 3-outer to keep us four-handed? See Danny Tang in the background. Disgusted at that turn.
Much.
RVK running hot. Right when it matters the most.
1,090,000.
I enjoyed being a bit of a sniper to that conversation between
But then it's good.
Zhang and Lee. Saying he would come here in September. There's short deck events, and Lee just kind of asking, well, what about Hold'em? A respectful answer as well, and just kind of respecting Zhang's no limit Hold'em game in the past. Zhang saying he hasn't played a hand in a 1.5 to 2 years, but would apparently feel comfortable coming to play if he were to study 100 hours. Is that it? Is that easy? Just study 100 hours, come and play Tritons.
Just gotta get a few reps back on the bicycle.
Is that how it works?
Work out the kinks, you know?
I guess me and you aren't going to be doing commentary in September then. Let's get in the lab for 100 hours. Come fire a full schedule.
Well, hold on. It hasn't been a 1.5 years since I've played No Limit. I don't know if I want to spend 100 hours. I'll just hop in.
I think it's great for confidence, though. Like, coming to these, just really having a self-belief in your current skill set, I think is massive.
Oh, you have to.
Yeah.
I think a lot of players don't, but I think you just have to.
300,000.
If you want to play big stakes and execute. Can't be out there second-guessing every move you make.
Interesting to see. Yeah, fold the King 8 suited there. Probably bottom. King 9 would assume that we call.
Yeah, all these stacks pretty locked up, but Kiat is currently the shortest by about 10 antes difference from Ike. And by the way, with the payout structure of this event, this four-handed spot does kind of feel like peak ICM for the whole tournament, basically. Just the jump from third to second in particular, really, really big relative to the other jumps.
Yeah, that is pretty insane, right? We go 89,000 for fourth, 116,000 for third, and then boom, 182,000 for second.
So all these players have locked up 89K, so, you know, the real remaining payouts, 27,000, 93,000. So that jump from third to second, pretty massive relative from the jump to fourth to third.
Agreed. Rennie with stone bottom. Does he want to pounce on this? No. Checks it over. Well, sixes are somehow ahead here. Would you believe?
Best hand currently, but ace-9 offsuit. Rating to be the winner if it got to c5 with 43% of the equity.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense given the amount of double board pairs we see in short deck. Mikey just finding the bet here.
Yeah,
Pretty
king, queen,
incredible.
high texture, first limper in, just representing the high card hands that these other two aren't going to have as often. It's a nice find.
How many green do you order?
So good.
I just ordered a green tea with honey and...
I ordered the ice green tea.
This is your green tea, but it's
No,
not with ice.
ice.
Yeah, these. Ah. I only ordered
Green
one.
tea with ice.
I got 3.
Did you order something?
Never had that?
Green tea, I bet green tea or green tea then.
It's a lot of like
Green tea.
bottled tea drinks you can get here that are in the, you know, refrigerated section of the convenience store.
Around the green teas.
I quite like them.
forgot to order one. I didn't get anything. Yeah, I'm just having water.
Honestly,
Even more boring.
I refuse to drink them because, you know, you can't read what's in them because we're in a foreign country and feel like the artificial stuff that gets put into it just is.
Oh,
yeah.
sure. Yeah.
I'd
I
rather
think
just
the-
drink the natural stuff.
I think they've got like unsweetened, just black tea, green tea in bottles, but
oh, okay.
I'm wagering, you know, I didn't use Google Translate to figure that out. I just decided like, it's probably what this is, and it tasted like it.
Did you see that Apple are going to be releasing these new AirPods? Apparently their next generation of AirPods is going to include automatic translation.
Oh, that's sick. I knew that was coming soon, but I didn't know about that release.
Dude, can you imagine? We're just here, you know?
Yeah.
We've got Tan Xuan at the table. We've got our little Apple AirPods in. It's just translating everything he's saying for us.
Yeah. And you can do it like through a phone call, right?
Yeah.
Like you could be speaking to someone who's speaking another language, and you just hear them in the language you've chosen.
Wow. Man, the future is here.
Yeah.
We're in trouble.
Wait, but that sounded like a positive thing. What's troublesome about that?
I mean,
we understand each other better. That's a net positive.
That's true. I wonder if that like creates this really strange ripple in the dating scene. Where like loads of people just like start dating, but like they don't know how to.
The player pool has grown.
Yeah, you just
you don't
know
even
how to
need to speak the
communicate.
same language anymore.
Exactly. That's insane.
Although you need to wear headphones all day for the rest of your life.
And you fry your brain cells with the Bluetooth waves and all that stuff. But hey, I'm not a conspiracy theorist.
We know you are, Henry.
So Lee bump things up to 400k from under the gun. Zhang defended button.
Seems again maybe like an opportunity to stab at this one. Put pressure on the high cards. Even stronger hands than King Jack. Not gonna love this.
He seems to agree with you. Just comes with quarter pot, and this just designed Kevin to put pressure on exactly these types of hands.
Yeah, another nice find.
What the chat's saying, they probably love that little exchange there. About the Poker Chat Pro saying the future is here equals the present. You're not wrong.
Still don't have flying cars though. Did you watch the Jetsons as a kid?
No, but I watched Back to the Future. My dad had a 3-box cassette, or whatever it's called, VHS.
Yeah.
It was one of our favorite movies as well. Manure? I hate manure. I'm sorry.